turned in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness, whoa, and all the pain, they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I still see my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm
I
reviving.
will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
Rise 1,000 times. From the ashes,
WBG's double Transformers comp with lousy quality equipment and heroes with insufficient rage suddenly encounters YZG's Viper, Wushin, and Yorihime's comp. WBG Sleepwalker, who first had ult, used Titan's Call but was surrounded by enemies and instantly defeated. And WBG's Jing escaped with more than 200 meters after attracting fire from 2 rivals, which were YZG's QGG and YZG's CXZ, then unfortunately knocked down. On the other side of the battlefield, WBG Xiao cautiously approaches WBG Jing and successfully resurrects WBG Jing in the nick of time. This time, there must be viewers who want to ask, how did WBG Jing determine that he could revive his teammates in time? In a team with casualties, fallen teammates must turn into Karens and come with a dwindling red progress bar. Before the progress bar goes dark, if a teammate approaches and uses the resurrect, it will fulfill the red progress bar and bring the hero back to life. If 2 teammates perform a resurrect 2-1 at the same time, it will double the rate of reviving. The speed at which Karen's red progress bar decreases will also relate to Shadow Corruption's progress. In the first Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar decreases at the slowest rate, and in the second time, the red progress bar falls at a somewhat faster pace. And in the third to the 7th Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar depletes at a consistent rate, which is about twice as quick as in the first Shadow Corruption spreading. As the first healer on Moros Isle, Kurumi is naturally mighty regarding resurrection skills. Other heroes who want to perform resurrection can only do it close to a Karen. Kurumi's binding player can connect with Karen from a distance and perform a revive to avoid the battle near a Karen and avoid damage from Shadow Corruption. It is worth mentioning that all 3 forms of binding player can also link Karen, and the speed of resurrection is the same. Because of WBG Xiao's unhurried efforts to revive team WBG Jing at the last second, the team was able to enter the final circle with no casualties and win the championship of 2022's Nbpl Season 1 Trio game.
If it is within his power, grapple comes in. He's not letting Rexy go here. Fireball comes out, and it looks like absolutely insane. Cannot afford to get caught in a bad situation. All he needs is 1 hit to be able to clutch up this game and hit this round off. He's so low, and oh no, they end up hitting for the defense. Spider is able to get a little bit more heals here. The question is, does Spider clutch this up? I don't think he does. It looks like there might be a massive opportunity. Depends on who. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been going through all types of solos from last week to the week beforehand as Panaman absolutely gets smacked on each side and Smooth, and as it looks like the fireball is going to come out here. Grapple ends up trying to connect here as Moo wants to be able to get this elimination. It looks like he might be able to. 1 kick. As it looks like he's also going to join the number 2 gang from everybody, as it looks like there's going to be 3 teams, 3 players that's going to have 2 eliminations, as Wang Liang is going to get hit by the massive right click, and they're both going to pop their Yorime all at the same time.
Happy with letting this go, especially after Mike slid in. Stole that kill. Another parry comes out. To tape this. He does not care. The WP never stops. He gets a jump cancel into a parry. Dowie Hui goes super low. Really forced to pop the ult. Dowie Hui is going to be the one to go down. Who's going to pick up the kill though? Now it's JBL's in. It goes super low. Forced to pop the cross for the playground. Comes back out. He catches him with the nunchuck. He comes back in. Spider.
边是击败了后补来，拿下本场比赛前锋。这波能反杀，看一下详细的这波操作，他秀了。
曾经以为成为冠军就能无所畏惧，后来发现登顶后再度出发，从未有过的恐惧也随之而来。
半斤这个时候再拿一个700分，
越战越勇，越战越勇啊！打到目前为止，微博 Kimi 已经上风了。这边沐浴在无情的力量之下，开启了千钧必
出道即巅峰，难道会止于出道吗？曾经的不朽面具依旧不朽，但我想的荣耀远远不止于此。
攻城了啊！你小子用过这种打我是吧？扎克反手正刀，这道主角直接带走接跳 A， 那这样的话感觉又要凭借这个
无畏真的存在吗？真的是可以让我变得更强大的东西吗？我想不是的吧。
而且又是一个冰冰冻人再给虎啸龙跑，这波打了3个，虎啸龙跑，真的是神出鬼没的小伟啊！ 小伟的话神出鬼没，这场比赛的话告诉你们什么叫绝对零度。
恐惧象征着渴望，再次发起挑战同样需要勇气。这挑战不仅仅是对其他选手，更是对自己。
这我们已经跟着0.0秒，这0秒里面的话应该是第一了，比赛1刀2断不易事件，1刀下去应该是要把所有的分数收割在手。
面对恐惧，笑一笑。 笑着承认它的存在并不可耻。
对面这个时候 YZG 3个人满编队啊！
是的，这边是的话，目前应该是一个3打1的一个状态吗？这边最后一个步枪阵也是开起来效果还不错，对方也是开启一个大招，想尽可能拖延时间。最终的话，随着 LW 人员的个倒下，我们要恭喜 YZG 拿下本场比赛的不朽荣光天选。
他们说勇者无所畏惧，我们说勇敢的人从不害怕他们的恐惧。 我们与之同行。
这个时候是5毒撒的，不知道有很大的一个限制效果没有？再次的一个双抓，而且带走了梦游，场上的一尊佛被他拿走，而这个时候再次的双抓，半径又被撤回来了。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. Our first bi-weekly split is here, and I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me today is my girl, Moxie. Moxie, I'm gonna look to you today. You gotta walk me through these trios. I've been doing solos all week. Tell me what I missed.
Well, Rune, you've missed a lot of roster shuffles. This is actually what you've missed. We came in last week and we were thinking, okay, there's been a big old mix-up. A lot of players who were from really important teams have been shuffled around. Bauda has an absolutely stacked out roster. They picked up 101 TN. They picked up the MVP as well from the entirety of Season 1 coming off from WBG. And we were thinking, okay, this team, they're going to go far. They're going to do so good. And then they sort of crumbled. They hit the first hurdle and they just kind of downward trajectory from that room. But a lot of these teams, that was actually something that we noticed consistently through the day. The teams that had some serious roster shuffles and player move arounds did struggle in the first couple of matches, and then as we went through into the 6 matches of the day rather than 3 matches of the day, they gradually did improve, and all of the teams who were relatively still the same coming off of Season 1 actually started off at the top of the pack and then sort of started to slide a little bit down the middle. I'm talking about teams like Ventus, Aces as well were doing really good. Wolves had some really nice games too. KZ was coming in. They were a little bit coin flippy. They had one really good match and then they had a couple of middling ones and then one where they were the first team out. And talking about consistency, FPX, one of the teams that did struggle with consistency coming off from Season 1, actually were able to recover. They had 2 really tough games, Rune, but they were able to immediately just kick back through and are currently our #1 in standings. As you can see that, yeah, it's a new season. We've got a new hero. Next week we're going to have a new map, but the rules, they're still the same.
Oh yeah, you know, we always talk about, you know, placement points and how important they are, and the multiplier here from 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place. You know, it's super important for these teams to be putting points on the board and then continuing to take those points to the end game. You can't just have an explosive early game and then get knocked out in the middle. You really, really have to take it all the way, Moxie.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why we're seeing a sort of deviation from the meta, which is something we can actually get into, but we're just going to have a very quick look at the standings. As you can see, some of these teams are really good, like, and then you have a look at Bida. This was a team that we were really expecting to see doing very well when we talked about like how stacked this roster was, but unfortunately, because these players haven't really had a lot of time to be able to properly synergize and adapt into the new rosters that they're sitting in, it is meaning that not only are they having a little bit of struggle when it comes to communication, but actually something important that you brought up, Rim, when we were just about to come in, was that we have 2 maps now. And so for a lot of these teams, they're probably going to be practicing on Holoroth rather than focusing most of their energy on having the compositions and meta for the Morris Isle, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And wow, okay, yeah, look at these standings here. GD with a 60-point day, 17JL with a 77.9-point day, Team GG with a 77-point day, and these are all teams that still have a 2nd day to compete.
Yeah, these teams have been doing well. Ventus actually really impressed as well. They had some really good matches coming in last time that we were casting them. They actually won the first trios match. GBL, another team that's been impressing. They had a little bit of a rough day on terms of day 2, but they've been starting to mix up a little bit of the meta. They've liked to run the Tami instead of the Yueishan in terms of that transformer composition, which does mean if they hit that final circle, they're going to be able to get a lot of points. However, we can look immediately at the top part of our leaderboard. It is going to be Wolves, sitting in with day 1, 63.5, day 2, 75.9, one of the more consistent teams in the competition at the moment. As you can see, EWG, right, they had an explosive day 2, coming in with a whopping 101.5, just barely beaten out by YZG with a 114 day. But because they had a little bit of a blip on that day 1, picking up only 36.2, despite having triple numbers in one day, they are sitting at 2nd rather than that 1st position.
Wow. So first of all, we have to talk about Wolves. They're my team. This is why consistency is so important, right? You look at Wolves here versus EWG. EWG's picked up a 101.5 point day, but doesn't matter. Wolves played more consistently. YZG right now, though, clearly in the position to be able to take the entire thing and walk away in first place. They had a 114-point day. They're sitting in 4th place, and they still have an entire other day to play. Compared to, there's teams at the bottom who didn't even break 50 points, who have had both of their days here, and they more than doubled it in a single day. YZG literally just needs to come in and put 20 points on the board today to walk up and be able to take first place away. There's no way YZG doesn't put 20 points on the board. Absolutely. It's unfathomable. You have a 114-point day. I don't care how inconsistent you come in and play today, you're going to put 20 points on the board. That's incredible. 114 points in a single day. I know we've shifted, it's 6 games now instead of 3, so there's more opportunity to put points on the board, obviously, but that's still an astronomical number of points to put on the board in 6 games. That's insane.
It really is. It's getting really terrifying too, because now that we can sort of see as well, these teams, they started to adapt and mold into having 6 games of a day rather than 3. And so we sort of see the energy being kept a little bit in check for the first couple of matches, and then just properly hitting round about match 3 and 4 is when we start to see all of these interactions and aggressions between these teams just ramp up immediately. Teams that when we were actually casting on week 1 tried to go really aggressive out of the gates find themselves running a little bit on the exhaustion side when we hit the final couple of matches of the day, and it reflects in their standings. So not only are you fighting the match that you're actually playing the game in front of you, you're also fighting that second game of endurance.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talk about this a lot towards the end of last season with Don Quing, right? Don Quing for Team GD, really an endurance player at the end of the day. He's playing both solos and trios. And honestly, the new format is kind of rough on Don Quing because he's running 6 games one day, 6 games the next day. It's a hard position to be in, especially if you end up in a block where you have to run 4 days straight in a row, right? Because if your team ends up in, Group A and it goes Group A and C and then Group A and B, you're running 4 days back to back, 6 games, 6 games, 6 games, 6 games. Whereas before, you at least caught some kind of a little bit of a break, right? Because even if your team was set up, there was going to be a day where you didn't have to go 4 days back to back. That's a long stretch for one player to have to play all of those games nonstop. Being a flex player is very, very hard. We talked about this a little bit earlier in terms of, looking at teams in general. And if I'm in a situation where I'm coaching a team, I don't want a flex player. Having a flex player is great, the ability to have, the ability for both, but I really want you focused on your game. If you're a solos player, be focused on the solos. If you're a trios player, be focused on the trios. Having the ability to flex you is great. I'm sure if you're a coach, that's a great thing to have. If a player's having a bad day or a bad mental, being able to go, okay, we can slot this player in to let them come in and kind of let this other player reset their mental and stuff is great, but you wouldn't want it to be a permanent solution where you're running all the games. So I have a lot of respect for Don Queen as a player, but I also, the stress and mental he's got to be under is insane.
Yeah, and I mean, more so now than ever, right? Because last season, it would be a case of, okay, well, maybe you would play the Yoto, or maybe you would pick up the Justina in terms of those solos, and that's still heroes that you can move over to the trios. Now we're actually seeing Zipang obviously coming in, the new hero in the roster. She's so good in solos, but we haven't yet seen her in trios because the Kurumi just brings more team utility. So not only are you having to, 1, keep up your rank in terms of Immortal War, 2, make sure that you're staying on top of just your mechanicals and scrimming with your team, 3, keeping up with the trio meta and keeping all of the heroes that you can swap between for trios up to par. But then also having to add and practice in with Zipang that you can't really cross over in terms of having that practice and hours put in for when you're going for those trio matches.
Yeah, on top of that, the other thing you have to keep in mind too is there's a different mentality in playing some of these heroes in solos than there is in trios, right? So the Yoto that you're playing in solos is different from the Yoto that you're playing in trios. So it can be very hard for a player to move over from solos and not bring that solos mentality to trios with them, because you have to then adjust your entire playstyle around that hero in a comp rather than just playing them by themselves. And I think, you know, we talked about this a little bit before stream was starting. You were filling me in on some of the happenings that have happened in trios this week. And you said there were some players who were flex players who struggled with losing that solos mentality. They got split up from their team, and it was almost like they had their blinders on and were just like, oh, hey, wait a minute. I'm halfway to the other side of the map from my team. That's not something you expect in pro play, but it can happen, especially if you are that flex player. You just get in that mindset, and it's hard to shift from one to the other.
Yeah, week 1 on trios was so telling, right? You would look at some of these teams and you would look at where they were positioned on the minimap, and sometimes players would be so far away from the other two teammates, they wouldn't actually be within minimap range. And it meant that in the first couple of matches that we had, Rune, hardly anyone actually made it into final circle.
Oh man,
like, we had some bunker matches. We had some matches where there were like 35 players in final circle. One where we had, I think, 42. But for a couple of other ones, teams were just absolutely smacked out of the lobby so quickly. Just straight Thanos snapped because all of their teammates had just gotten entirely split up. And this isn't just when you're playing things like a Yota or your Yuashan. So you're using the sort of Terracotta Warrior ultimate to kite those players away from the vulnerable teammates. No, this is when we were seeing composition with things like Valda, where you want to be close to the Valda. So when the CC hits, your teammates can guarantee that you get the biggest amount of impact in terms of that guaranteed one hit the bubble affords.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be interesting. I really am excited to get into trios today. You have so much more insight because you've been watching it all week, so I feel like I'm coming in blind today, Moxie. But I want to see between the roster shuffles, Zeep and Yang coming into the meta for solos and everything this week. And then, like you said, we talked about it earlier, these teams are likely practicing a Hollow Roth, right? Hollow Roth comes into effect in the next bi-weekly. So this week, it's, you know, we're back in Morris. This is likely not where these teams are really getting their practice right now because they're getting ready for the shift over to Hollow Roth. So that is going to affect how these players play as well, because it's almost like they're going off memory, right? But there's so many roster changes, it's kind of hard to fit that in. I'm excited, and here we go. This is what I want to see. I want to see the hero picks. I really want to see that pick show up. And, you know, GBL's not playing today, but the one we talked about earlier, where Wu Chen slots into the, sorry, not Wu Chen, Tumult slots into the Transformers comp.
Yeah,
I'm really excited for that.
A little bit of an offshoot of it. I mean, there is a possibility that VVV comes out on that Takeda. He is very good for crowd control. But if you do keep that Monk and you use that Temi, they've probably...
Yeah, they're going to be set up in a really good situation with that comp there. The issue I have with the Takeda choice there, okay, they're going to drop the Monk. They're going to play a more aggressive comp here. If they kept the Monk just has to have a support role, unfortunately, at the end of the day. But here we're going to see that they are going to drop the Monk. They're going to pick up the Matari and just play a hyper aggressive comp into this. Looking at some of these other heroes, we're going to see some classic Transformer comp here as well. We're going to see Ventus, 17JL, JJHRD, all picking up onto your classic Transformer, as well as Q9. J-Team coming in, running more of a classic comp that we're used to seeing from J-Team with that Viper comp, Yodo, Wu Chen as well. We're going to see the likes of KZ also running that exact same comp. OUG running Yoda, Hime, Justina, and Matari is very, very interesting. I'm not sure how that's going to play out. Matari is going to add quite a bit of aggression to that comp, but I'm not sure how it is going to play into some of these other comps into the late game. As we start to take a look at the map here, we've got quite a decent spread. A lot of teams heading down towards Shadow Jade Mines down at the bottom, and then everybody else kind of northeast of Celestra, spread out a little bit, and maybe one or two teams dotted up by Eventide Temple up north. It looks like it's going to be a brawl towards the two sides of the map here, down in the southwest and up in the northeast, between these kind of groups that are all landing together. It's going to be interesting to see where Final Circle goes. Celestra, going to be a hot zone. It's got a lot of that gold loot. These teams are going to be looking to make the rotations there, and we are going to see very quickly how that situation evolves as we come in to take a look at YZG, our team who scored 114 points earlier this week in a single day. Let's see if they can do it again today and keep that consistency high. Will they be the first team to break 200 points today? That is the question, as we see QGG moving across to get some loot here. Relatively split up, surprisingly, here for trios, but now looking to regroup. We're already getting a fight breaking out here between OUG and Team GD. OUG's got a fairly strong early comp here, but they're already on the back foot as Don Queen is able to pick up Wade from OUG. OUG's also going to lose SS, and I'm not quite sure where their third member is. It looks like they actually got them. We just joined the fight a little late and missed them blitzing down the first player, and GD is going to pick up 3 eliminations off of the bat here, and OUG going to be sent back to the Soul Altar and be forced to use their resurrections early as we come into now to a fight between NPG and OC. OC going to be picking up the first kill here on to Waiting. Huge fight breaking out as the no ult zone pops. 28HH here, trying to use that Abyssal Aura, create a little bit of space. They're able to secure one of the kills here, but they're opting to take a reset before they go back into the fight. OC gonna pop the bell here to give themselves some more information, but need to be careful because Aces waiting in the wing, Team GG waiting in the wing, NPG also single player caught out by the likes of all 3 players of Team GG right now. The rest of NBPG coming in, trying to salvage the situation. Miski here getting caught out, taking a ton of damage, going airborne, trying to get up top and find a place to reset in the face of all of this. Justina able to make the reset happen here as now Aces coming in for the 4th party. It is just a 4th, 5th party central here as all of these teams collapse on each other. Aces now trying to catch out the likes of NPG. OC turning back into the fight. Alliance also showing up for the 6th party. It's going absolutely insane here in this no ult zone. Everybody just wailing on each other. Now we're going to see NPG back out. Nobody has secured a kill amongst this melee just yet. Aces Alex moving across the rooftops. You're waiting for an opportunity to punch into this fight between OC, Alliance, and NPG. We're going to see Alliance's Alex go extremely low. Come in and get a little bit of a reset here. As now Aces comes back in, looking to find their way onto Team GG as we pop across the map to JJHRD here, going head-to-head with Team Ventus. God Lee here is going to go a little bit low. We're going to see the Bane's Breath come out and the no ult zone as they're going head-to-head. Ventus's Pixel trying to turn things around with the dual blades, not able to lock anybody down from JJHRD. God Lee coming in onto Ventus's Pixel. Pixel goes extremely low, and God Lee is going to be forced to back off as Pixel pops the Munkle.
Yeah, Pixel pops the Munkle, is just looking to try and grab some of these players. The Moonsbane's Breath making it a little bit harder for them to be able to engage, and it's just going to be a little bit of a safety net, as everyone now does not want to challenge that Monk transformation. This gives Ventus the time to replenish their stocks, and then wait to see if GD want to try and push into this team, or whether or not they're going to allow them to move through. However, GD being a little bit more cautious, just waiting for information on teams coming across them. They're waiting in the wings. They could potentially catch out this 3rd party as Ventus are engaging with JJHRD on the low ground, and then GD can just come in like a vulture and pick clean the carcasses when they're done. Just wanting to see some of those players get a little bit low before they can make their move. JJHRD have lost a couple of those players, and here comes GD in for the ambush. Ventus now without anything in the tank, really, other than that Monk ultimate. Karumi Tether comes through as well, and this is what GD were wanting. They're gonna pop that Moonsbane's Breath. They're going to force Ventus to try and run, and this is when GD's Don King can just get so much damage in on that attempted escape. They get the slam to connect onto one of those members, and then they just run, hold them, and get the slam right into the Moonsbane's Breath. That's so much damage somehow. Ventus's XUIU still going to be alive, but it is only going to be momentarily, as Ventus still wait for the Moonsbane's Breath and just chase right into the remaining forces of GD, knowing that that Monk transformation has worn its course. Now comes out the Karumi Tethers. Both of these players going to be getting a lot of that link healing, as GD's K is gonna pop that Terracotta Warrior and starts to go for those slashes. Out goes the jump. They will be able to get a little bit of a replenish, as again, just having that Moonsbane's Breath is so massive for this team, able to control that space. Ventus sent packing.
I have no idea what Ventus really thought they were doing there. One of their players eats 3 Bane's Breath back to back. They dive in trying to resurrect them there. They had no business taking that fight there. They really needed to pop ult, disengage, make some space, but continuing to take that fight was strictly just not a good decision for them. GD also going to secure themselves 6 kills and move to the top of the leaderboard here, as we see Ventus, who was just sent back to the Soul Altar, has picked up 4 eliminations, and we're going to see FunPlus Phoenix and J-Team tying out for 3rd place with 3 eliminations each now as we come over to KZ Team GG. KZ's LXX, the last remaining player left from KZ right now, looking for an opportunity to potentially slide in and get a resurrection going. But GG gonna come over. What is LXX doing? Why were they not in the invisibility bush?
Yeah.
They're just kind of sitting out in the open. I'm so confused.
This is what I was talking about, Rune. This is what I was talking about, right? Week 1, we just saw a lot of really confusing plays coming out from some of these players. Like, they weren't using the moments to try and escape. They were pushing back in with really ill-timed aggression. Teams that were like normally so good at not just putting the blinders on and chasing into packs of players were just going straight for that aggressive, really just into your face play to try and net as many kills as possible. But because they were running things like that Transformer comp, they weren't hitting final circles. So they would maybe bag 2-3 kills along the way. But the kill multiplier and the amount of kills that you should be getting with that comp just wasn't coming through because they weren't hitting the win condition of surviving long enough for that Monk comp to really find multiple kills when you have the ult, rather than just being able to grab a couple of stray players dotted around the map.
Yeah, I don't know. That's so weird. Look, LXX breaks line of sight, gets away from the team, and then sits in the open.
Yeah.
Acting, he even crouches and acts like that pole's going to give him some sort of cover, but he's sitting on a Karen for his teammate, knowing that that team's going to come pick the body.
Yeah.
I don't understand what the thought process is going on here, but it definitely is. It's not the call. It's going to be very interesting. You know, you told me what to expect coming into today, and a part of me almost didn't want to believe it, Moxie. But after seeing something like that, and then seeing Ventus turn around and just run headlong into a Bane's Breath, I'm not sure what's going on. But there definitely needs to be some shifts in some of these teams' IGL here, because some shots are being called, and they are not. They're not the bag here, as we are zone 1 collapsing down onto zone 2 right now. We're going to see those first Morse blessings start to come into play. So it's going to be interesting to see what these teams do. Are we going to return to a meta of teams splitting across the map and just creating distance so that those buffs don't matter? Or are we going to go back to the old school meta? Okay, everyone's going to fight over these Morse blessings when they come up. That's what I want to see, because that's really going to dictate the pace of some of these games throughout the mid game here. As we pop back over to Team GD, going head to head here with FunPlus Phoenix. K up top here on the ballista, getting caught out here by FunPlus Phoenix's LYD. LYD just hanging on the edge. GD's, the rest of their team, Kakaishi and Don Queen, coming up top to cover. GD really doing a good job of taking control of this space. FunPlus Phoenix is going to be forced to back off here. You know, it's a hard situation to be. Wait, Don Queen falls to the bottom and it's going to ult?
Yeah, I mean, there's a Morris Blessing coming through.
Oh, yeah, more,
they're
okay,
just trying to... Yeah, they're trying to patrol the space and guarantee that they're able to get the chest. That's why we actually saw that scrap over the ballista, because whoever controls that ballista is going to just dictate who's able to get it. Now, with that monk grab coming through, you just hold them in place, they eat the ballista shot, and it's just absolutely perfect. There's the communication that you want coming out from that Transformer composition, as we're not even seeing the attempt to disengage, right? They try to go for the attack. They try to go for the teammate save, and GD just immediately punishes it.
Yeah, again, it's really weird, because it's like there's teams out here right now whose communication is absolutely on point, and other teams who are confused about what they're doing. Speaking of which, teams being confused here, we're going to pop over and take a look at J-Team going head-to-head with OUG, this team engaging here and actually fighting over a Morris Blessing here, but it's OUG who's on the receiving end of a lot of pain here. But now they need to be careful as Team GG coming in for the third party. J-Team's going to back off to try to go ahead and secure the Morris Blessing. Wow, they come in and try to clean up this kill onto OUG. We're going to see the Temi ult come out here as they try to lock down this Morris Blessing and make something happen. GG going to be forced off due to the Wu Chen wind wall, and the Temi ult here. Looks like J-Team here going to actually secure this Morris Blessing for themselves and potentially go ahead and pick up the buff. Team GG just going to back straight out of this fight.
Yeah, this is something that you're probably going to see a lot. Rune teams just trying to drop either a Temi ultimate or just that Soul Blade block coming out from the Wu Chen, so they don't have to worry about things like cannon splash damage coming through. But at the same time, you're also going to see the Transformer come, and a lot of the time in the recent weeks, teams are challenged up. Like, they haven't disengaged cleanly. They've just gone straight for the attack position. And like, I know he's really vulnerable. If you force the Kurumi Tower out very early, then he is just a big old hitbox walking, sitting around. But you have to be so careful about how you actually challenge that Transformer, right? If it's in a space like this, where we're currently seeing Dunking just rolling around, seeing if there's any of those players split off, looking for a couple bits of loot, absolutely go for it. Plenty of walls to hide behind, plenty of areas to be able to break line of sight. But what we were actually seeing on week 1, I remember there was a team who literally had control of high ground, had control of a ledge, had all of the line of sight breakages that they could possibly want. They jumped up into the monk grab.
It's definitely been a very, very interesting first week here. GD, though, still holding on to the top of the leaderboard with 8 eliminations. We see J Team and GG sliding into that second place tied with 5 eliminations each, and Ventus still sitting with their 4 eliminations now in third place. As things start to slow down a little bit, these teams waiting because they know these Morse blessings have been picked up, the buffs have been picked up, and they want nothing to do with the Draco Storm.
Yeah, Jay calls this the squirreling phase. I'm a big fan of it. Every single team just sort of finds a tree or a little bit of a roof, a beam to hang between, so that you're able to use that third-person observation to see whether or not there's teams around you, whether or not you want to try and go after them, or you can stay a little bit more in those spaces. There we see YZG actually using those invisibility bushes, but in other parts of the map, we have teams going super aggressively into this phase, right? It's going to be QC trying to just push in. They've taken off a little bit more than they can chew, though, and are going to just be grappling away from the side of Aces, who are deciding that they want to try and push this. They do have the Yoda ultimate. Alex is going to be leading the charge. It's all beautiful. Cannon Splash coming through to interrupt the grapples. And now you just continue hounding them down with a little bit of splash damage. Immediately then just swapping in when they get close enough with that Yodo ability to immediately circumvent. But the counter is massive. The Greatsword does so much damage with that guaranteed knockdown, and suddenly Lengjing is on the opposing end, will be able to bat back with a Greatsword slash of their own, as Aces comes in with the Viper ultimate, and everyone from OC just tries to scatter away from it, but they do get caught out by the stun, and immediately Aces with the target focus have been able to single one of those players out, but the peel is there from OC, who come back with a Viper ultimate of their own, and suddenly Aces, who immediately ignited that fight, just not able to finish it off fast enough, are actually going to run out of resources, and OC are going to punish the fact that they were not able to capitalize off of that Viper ultimate and secure a pick in time.
Yeah, man, really tough situation there. Coming into that, it looked like OC had literally just come off the respawn and found themselves in a shitty situation, but they were able to turn that around onto Aces. And sometimes that's a situation where you don't want to be if you're Aces, right? Aces kind of rocking the mid-tier loot there, and it looked like OC had been able to put together some purple weapons, but they hadn't been able to find the armor that they needed there. Aces coming in, giving chase to that, you know, they thought they had the advantage. They thought they caught OC out from their resurrection, that they were going to be in a weak spot. But one of the things to keep in mind, a lot of the times when these players resurrect, they almost always have their full ults back up, right? So they're ready to go into a fight. OC took the disengage, and Aces could have left that fight alone. Instead, they pressured it. You know, you put an animal in a corner sometimes, and they just turn on you, and that's exactly what we saw happen there with OC. As we pop over here to JJHRD, man, I'm gonna butcher that.
It's a combination of 2 teams.
Yeah, it is. It's 2 teams come to play together, but man, it is a mouthful. But yeah, they're coming in here engaged on what was Alliance. Alliance lost one of their members, and then they were able to get them out and get the resurrection here, as JJHRD able to secure a little bit of loot and 1 elimination. They're not going to opt to chase the rest of that fight down. They're more than happy to come find their space in a bush and wait to see where these new Morse blessings are going to come in, because we are zone 2 collapsed down onto zone 3 now, which means the next round of Morse blessings are about to appear, and these are kind of the important ones, right? These are the last Morse blessings. They're going to have those coveted buffs for these teams as well as loot. So super important for these Transformers comps to come in, secure these, get the much needed loot so that those transformations bring them the biggest damage that they can possibly get. It's important to have both the weapon and the gears. If you see now, Malmon is still sitting on a blue weapon, even though he's munked up, so he desperately is going to want to take the purple weapon out of that box. We'll see GG moving in to secure one as well. They've got the Temi as well, ready to pop an ult at a moment's notice. These are going to be really, really important because coming after this stage, there's no more of these buffs. So these teams are going to be forced to come head to head, and there's still only 2 teams fully eliminated here into the 3rd zone. So they need to look to start getting some of these teams out, or these crowded final zones are really going to start favoring some of these Transformer comps because there's going to be so many picks for them to pick up. And at that point, you know, if they have, you know, 18 eliminations, it doesn't matter if you knock them out in 5th place. That's so many points, it's so hard to come back from.
Yeah, it's the flamers too as well. Like, those are weapons that you can only really pick up from those Morris Blessings. And in the final circles, flamers are so important because you can't just kite players into taking damage or running away and grabbing up that space for yourself. As MPG are not running away, they are going to be running into a fight. Yoda ultimate comes out from Dubai, just using that first flash to immediately teleport forward and get a little bit closer onto that roof. Out comes the cannon, trying to get a little bit of splash damage so you can then get that grapple chase and guarantee a knockdown kill. As they want to just have these players, when they actually go for that engagement, at the lowest health possible, so you can get in, get the kill, get the loot, and then get out before that 3rd party is able to come online. As we do see Dubai coming in with the knife uppercut, will be able to secure a kill onto JJHRD's God Lee. And now, if they want to try and chase this, they can. They have to be a little bit careful though, because all of this ruckus is alerting a lot of these players that suddenly these teams might be a little bit low, a little bit down in terms of those ultimates. And Alliance have actually been able to pick out MPG on the lower parts of this cliff. Jan is going to go down, and they can get a little bit of loot gathered. They're still not exactly set. When it comes to the loot loadout, they are rocking that Yodo, so they don't have any really ease of access in terms of accessing those Morris Blessings, now that you don't really have that room for the Yoda to just go forward and drop an F. You're contesting things like the Transformer and the Temi, so instead you're going to have to loot it off of someone who was able to grab it. Ventus's Pixel going to literally be looking for those grabs onto the players around them. Pixel's definitely one of those really good monks when it comes to final circle, but at the moment all of these players doing a very good job of just breaking line of sight, not allowing him to go for those grabs. And now the transformation's worn out. GG comes back in immediately at full force. Miskia looking for that scale rush to add a little bit more damage and potentially knock one of those players back into taking a little bit of corruption damage too. Gonna pop that F-bomb coming out from the Justina, and immediately just goes in with the blink strike. Will be able to secure it onto Pixel, and they just weren't able to get that disengagement in time. GG doing a very good job of just waiting for the ultimate to run through, knowing that they don't have the Karumi Tether, knowing that they don't have the AoE ultimate, and that the Transformer comp is not going to be able to bail them out, and just pouncing on a team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, GG just played that so well, right? They were able to move over with Morse Blessing. They secured the Draco Storm. They forced the Monk off. And this is the issue. This is why we saw the likes of GBL earlier this week pick up to Mulk, right? Because that Monk body is not enough to body block for Morse Blessing. Yes, it's a big threat, but these teams clearly more and more comfortable just pushing straight in. Oh my goodness, we just saw that happen. If I'm not mistaken, we just saw an armor pierce kill a member of YZG through their gold armor. Yeah. Armor pierce, of course, ignoring armor and doing damage straight to your HP bar. They were able to get YZG's QGG back into the game here as J-Team continues this engagement. But man, that's not something you see every day, especially in a pro play here. As we see J-Team's Lee go down to QGG and a huge Yoda Hime ultimate here. J-Team going to be using that Wu Chen to try to get out and get a reset of their own. Lee and them in the corner here, but man, talk about cutting it close as the Bane's Breath comes down and almost catches out both Slayer and Lee. That would have been the end for Lee for sure, and then Slayer would have been stuck trying to resurrect Lee in the edge of that Bane's Breath there. J-Team cutting it very, very close for that engagement, and now looking to turn things back in onto YZG. They know that YZG is Sans Yoda Hime ultimate here and now, so they're going to come in and try to make a play, but they need to be careful because they're also Sans their Wu Chen ultimate now.
Yeah, they're also really close as well to JJHOD.
Yeah.
We're literally a little bit north. So many of these teams going to be looking for those compositions that are a little bit weaker, have already used those ultimates, and then coming in with ults of their own. As it is just going to be team after team pushing in, trying to secure any little salvaged scrap from this Morris Blessing if you can. GD going to be looking for any stragglers. They're taking a little bit of splash damage, have to just use those cliffs to try and keep themselves out of sight as long as possible, get a little bit of reshield, a little bit of health replenished before they're able to push into those teams anew. As they have spotted a little bit of action to the northeast of themselves, they don't really want to push on it just yet, though, because lacking that information, also not really having control of the area, you don't want to bite off a little bit more than you can chew when you don't have something like that Wu Chen to immediately get yourself out of dodge if things start going a little bit sideways. As it is now going to be another Morris Blessing. FPX trying to keep control of this space, but they are taking so many pot shots, both from GG and 17JL, who in the distance are still scrapping over these rooftops, as Q9 is also in the mix, wanting to try and push in on this team. FPX doing a pretty good job of keeping themselves a little bit on the down low. The Zephyr is going to be there in case any ranged projectiles do come their way, but at the moment, just making sure that they're all mobile, sticking together. If anyone sort of sees them, they're going to see that they're traveling together as a pack and not easily separated. So you're not really going to want to chase into that team. Rather, you're wanting to look and pick off one of these members who gets split a little bit further away from the herd, especially with that zone closing. It's going to start disrupting a little bit of the movement that these players are able to find, as JDHRD is just trying to scale up the cliffs, but they have been spotted out and they are eating so much splash damage from those cannons. As a result, have actually to pop that monk ultimate just to be able to clear their space and the cliff safely enough. Yueshan too is going to chase after those players. This is a little bit dicey room because they are investing a lot of ultimates for not a lot of value, right? Normally when the monk is on that high ground, it's really easy to find those players with the grabs, but because of how far away everybody else already is, that monk isn't finding anything, and JDHRD have already exhausted both the Yueshan ultimate and the Transformer and the Kurumi Tava. So the second that this runs out, because it didn't find a single pick, they're just going to be pounced upon, and there too come the grapple chasers, as JJHRD have no choice but to just try and hoof it.
Yeah, JJRD really in a bad situation here. They were forced to try to rotate this direction into another team up the cliff. They get up the cliff, another team waiting up topside for them, just pegs Godly down. Godly really forced into using that monk ultimate, right? And then the other team easily able to disengage. The only player left is the Yueshan. The Yueshan uses their ult. Obviously, he's not going to be grabbed by the monk there. And then the monk makes the decision to try to still land some grabs.
Yeah.
In that situation, you know, you take the reset, you forced other players off. It's almost better just to go ahead and demonk, get yourself completely reset and back into a situation where your team's
yeah, because now you're here, right? You're taking so much splash damage and you don't have that monk transformation to fall back onto.
Yeah, and look, now they're having to burn their Kurumi ultimate as well, and that is gone. They are down to just a Yueshan ultimate here, and they're going to be forced off the side of the cliff once again. We're going to see those cannon shots come in. NAD is just going to continue to pressure here, and here's the thing, NAD is not putting anything at risk. They haven't used any ultimates here. This has all been range shots that they've just burning these resources out of JJHRD here. We're going to see Lixin come in, trying to come in onto NAD, but this is a mistake. Right here, NAD still has all of their ultimates, right?
Yep.
They
Here comes
think
the
they have them put
Transformer.
out. Yep, now NAD has their monk, JJHRD has their monk backup, but they do not have a Kurumi ult, and NAD still has theirs. So this Transformer fight is going to be in the favor of NAD at the end of the day. Godly coming in, able to get a hit off here, but Malmon here really starting to find his paces here. Is going to pick up Lixin from JJHRD, and he has no problem letting his team come in. And this is it. That's the kind of IGL we're talking about, where you're able to have that wherewithal, immediately stand still and know that your team is going to follow through on it. This is huge for NAD. They need to get this tether broken off of JJHRD's monk here, so that they cannot let that monk come back, and they will be in a great situation. But unfortunately, that situation's not going to happen, because now Fun Plus Phoenix coming in for the third party, BVV up top here, finding a little bit of a reset, trying to play that aggressive comp into two teams that they know both don't have ults. KZ also showing up now as well as Alliance. It's a full-blown brawl breaking out up over here before either of these teams could really secure anything. Now we're going to see Don Queen from GD also monk up, looking to get some grabs into that fight as well amidst the chaos. This is Zone 6. There's not a lot of space left for these teams. They really need to be careful here, as we're going to see Don Queen de-monk in a fairly good situation. They're able to find some cover here. J-Team going head-to-head with a YZG. We're going to see Lee get sent flying here by a long sword slash. Unfortunately, I do believe we just saw the last of Ventus get eliminated from the lobby in the kill feed as well. Slayer forced to pop their ultimate here, trying to find any value while trying to stay alive, trying to come back, cover for their team here, but it doesn't look to be working, as they are being pushed in by Fun Plus Phoenix. BVV is going to catch Slayer out here with a huge katana soul slash. We saw that Soul Slash dropped for BBV earlier from his teammates here. Great communication for them, putting it on the player that's going to put it to work. 17JL's GU coming in, BBV trying to track down the Karumi to break the tether here. They're waiting. Hopefully 17JL's trying desperately to get their player back in, but BBV hunting them, trying not to let it happen. Godly caught out up top here. He's going to drop the belt. BBV unable to follow completely through. Godly going to be forced to use the ultimate here, and now Godly and Chu, the last two remaining members of JJRD, trying to hold on to it tight here, but we're going to see a massive Viper ult come out from another team, but it's actually going to benefit the likes of JJHRD here as they're able to get one grab, but no, the Erashan swings in and actually saves the player. Godly not able to follow through. He holds on and waits too long for the slam.
Dongqing's falling so low as well. They're trying to keep him up, but he's just being focused on by so many of those players. The Karumi ultimate should actually be able to do enough healing to make sure that he's able to survive the transformation. FPX is going to lose VVV to the dagger, the nunchuck driver from K, and that's going to be a little bit more problematic for FPX as immediately afterwards they lose one of their players who was out of position trying to save them, as OC just using that Yoto ability to try and keep all of these other players at arm's length, because 22 players are left in this very small enclosed space, and pretty soon there is going to be a massive scrap for any sort of grind that these teams are going to be able to stand on. FPX reduced to just one member, TXJ, going to be playing with that Matari, could potentially use those blips, the dashes, but gets knocked out of the zone, will be able to blink out and survive a little bit longer, but will eventually go down as Viper ultimates are going to be coming through. Immediately Wuchen TPs to try and escape it. KZ's Rain able to find so many to set up the Yoto ultimate from LXX, but here comes another Viper ultimate, this time from Lucky, to set up OC, as again they take advantage of another team's ultimate, but they're grabbed out of the second Yoto slash by Dongqing, who will be able to find the Yoto and deny the ultimate from having the impact that the team was looking for. Grab's going to be attempted for some of these players, but there are two monks currently on the battlefield. JJHRD, they've only got one of their members left. Godly has absolutely no one supporting them, but at the moment, he's still above 50% because all of the target focus at the moment, the priority, is just escaping to a place where you're going to be able to hide away from those grabs. So he's been able to pick up one, looking for a second, will be able to get the double slam, will be able to find a pick. As we're seeing Alliance, without that Viper, they don't really have a way of setting up how they're going to be able to push this Yoto ultimate into the remaining players left. Flamers and cannons both coming out from all of these players, even with the longsword, things like the horizontal and the vertical slashes, just to guarantee that you have a corner to hide behind as now the Yoto ultimate starts to come on through. It's going to be Alliance kicking things off right into the middle, immediately dashes out of the ring so that they're out of focus of the rest of the players as GG comes in with an absolute massive wombo combo on the Jewel Blades. Will just charge up with that left click and immediately dash into as many players as possible, but OC with the legendary armor will be able to hit every single player left in this lobby with the Yoto ultimate. Has to go now toe-to-toe with the Jewel Blades as they're just being pressed upon by the remaining forces of GD and GG. It is going to be OC with that Poison Splash active, but still able to survive everybody else in the lobby. As once again, Rune, it is the Yoto who ults last, wins last.
You know, look, this is such an interesting final circle. There's so much. We could take 20 minutes just to break down the last couple minutes of this game and all of the nuance that we just witnessed. I mean, first of all, from the Viper ult, where all these other teams are able to get some mileage out of it, the Yotos being grabbed out of their ultimates as well. In the end there, we saw Alliance's Ike trying to make that Yoto ult come out. They were super low. They were forced to try to put some mileage out. And then a Wu Chen swaps not one, but two Yotos out of their ults into the final circle there. OC able to hold on to that ult for as long as possible. The Wu Chen ult comes out. They see their opportunity. They're able to make it happen. But there's just so much to talk about. You look at a team like Funplus Phoenix. Funplus Phoenix, up until the final circle, hadn't played very aggressively. They had put a couple of points on the board, but in that mid game, they kind of followed suit with everybody else. They looked for, you know, a bush to hide in, a building, anything, waiting to see where those more blessings come down. But I felt like that was a mistake from them because they were playing a hyper-aggressive early game comp. Yet somehow they come into this final circle with more than 30 players left alive with an early game comp and are able to decimate and pick up a ton of kills. Alliance, another team running a fairly, you know, middling game comp. They did have the Yodohime, but that Viper really doesn't get you that much mileage in those final circles that we saw, but they were able to also come in and lock down a ton of kills using that comp as well, and most of it without the use of their Yodohime. So they placed very well. GD, of course, you know, are MVPs for this round. They played very strong throughout the entirety of the game. They had a strong late game comp, but they consistently put themselves in good situations to pick up kills. They also had a couple of teams, I'm looking at you, Team Ventus, who pressured them in situations they definitely should not have, and allowed them to kind of pad their score line a little bit. Playing into that Bane's Breath was just such a huge mistake on the part of Team Ventus, and it set GD up for success this game. And GD able to follow through. Off the back of that, able to secure not one, but two Morris Blessings in the mid game as a Transformer comp without the tumult. The only Transformers comp really to successfully make that happen. We saw Ventus tried to do it in the mid game later after that, and they were pushed off by the likes of Team GG. I do believe it was TLJ who was able to get them back into the game after that horrible mistake into GG, and that's why they were there in the final circle for so long. But man, GD really setting themselves up for success, able to carry it through not only the early to mid game, but into the late game where they were able to pop off. And that's exactly what they did. You know, I really thought Don Queen was going to die multiple times into those final circles. Like, the Kurumi ult dropped and somebody was sitting up top with a swarm just pummeling their monk, and he just was getting so many grabs left and right, it did not matter. He just popped off hard. I've got to give it to Team GD here. What a way to end the game.
Yeah, so I noticed as well that you talked about FPX and how you weren't really expecting them to play as they did mid-game. This is actually something that they've adopted, and we've seen it actually on the first week of Trios too. What they really love to do is they go very aggressively out of the gates, and I think a lot of teams have started to adapt this playstyle as well because they've seen how well it's working for this team. You go super aggressive when you know that you have the resurrections available, so if you do bite off a little bit more than you can chew, at least you have kills under your pocket. And then you play a little bit safer, a little bit closer to the heart when you hit the mid-game. You wait for the final circle. And what FPX are really good at doing is looking at that final circle and analyzing the space where they're going to be looked at the least. You look at a team like J Team, right? In that final circle, before everything kicks off and we see all the transformations come through, when everyone's taking that initial little bit of splash damage, they actually have to activate the Viper ultimate when they're below the cliff to guarantee that their Wujin has the space and time to actually pop the ultimate and get themselves from the low ground onto the high ground. That's how much pressure all of those teams are coming across. Then you look at where FPX are holed up and they're taking 0 damage. No one is looking at them. They're occasionally peeking through, but a lot of the time they do like to just hide themselves and wait for those teams to burn out. It's sort of the way that we saw the team looking to punish Ventus and Aces as well. When they were coming back in for those kills and they weren't having clean disengagements, they were going back into fights when they didn't have the resources. FPX are very good at scavenging kills off of all of those players. They wait for the right moment and then they come in with VVV, either on something like a Viper or sometimes with the Takeda, and they're just able to immediately land the CC, and then they go in with something like a Yoda ultimate, and it sets everybody up because everyone's in such an enclosed space. You get the stun lock on multiple people, and because of how close the fighting is, every single one of those Yoda slashes is going to connect onto multiple people rather than just 1 or 2. And now we're actually starting to see teams really structure how they position in that final circle, which is why we saw, even with the transformations coming through, not a lot of players actually trying to push onto the monks. Rather, they were looking for space where they would be able to keep themselves safe and not have to burn their resources out early.
Oh yeah, absolutely. As we take a look at the leaderboard here, we're going to see GD picking up 16 eliminations, going out, I do believe, in second place here. Going to walk away with a game score of 28.6. Team GG coming in second place with 21 points. And Alliance coming in third place with 17.4. How you were here for it. How has Alliance performed this week? Because this is surprising for me, given their performance in season 1.
They've actually done really decently. Like, either they've been top 5 podium or they've been middle of the pack. They're doing really well at the moment. They're like top half of the leaderboard. So they've improved massively. And I think for a large part of it, it is because they've kept a lot of those players the same. And so you do have the resources. And like, you could tell from the teams that were having good communication and the teams that were having a little bit of problems with the IGLs right away, right? other teams could tell too. And for Alliance still having that IGL in the same vein of communication, the same pecking order, is massive for them because their positioning is always on point whenever we look at them, as opposed to teams like maybe Ventus, maybe Aces, who have picked up a couple of those new players and are looking a little bit shaky.
Yeah, I mean, having that synergy coming in is extremely strong, and like you said, they've been able to pick up on the teams that don't have that synergy right now because they've picked up new players and they are apparently fumbling. So it's nice to see that Alliance playing to that strong suit, utilizing it, and like you said, apparently staying towards the top 5 podium here. This is a really good game score for them. I'm watching Alliance right now. Alliance is a team that I've wanted to do very, very well in the Nbpl, and unfortunately season 1 they just kind of struggled coming in, and they were a team that have a lot to prove, right? You know, you're talking about an esports org from the UK coming here to compete in the Pro League in CN. I think a lot of players had low expectations for the likes of Team Alliance. So coming into that season 1, they really needed to come in and make something happen, make some noise. And they didn't quite get where they wanted to be, but clearly this season, sticking to their guns, staying with the players that they have, keeping that synergy, and the practice that's gone on between season 1 and season 2 is paying off in their favor. And then of course GD is a team that looks like the consistency is a little bit better this season as well. But speaking of consistency, one of the things we're always going to consistently have is an interview, and we're going to throw it to Jaeger for that interview real quick.
Hello everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to Post-Game Interview. Today we are very glad to invite K to our interview room. Hi K, and let him to say hello to our audience. 先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是基地战队的常安业。
好的，再次欢迎你。So first of all, congratulations that our GD get the highest score in today's game 1 in Trios game. So I saw you guys choose the hero combo, which is the Mark and Yueshan and Kurumi today. And most of the time we think this hero combo together at the beginning of the game don't have too much killing score. But today you have really high killing score at the beginning and the middle time of the game. So I would like to know why. 那首先要恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得最高分。那我们也看到，其实双变阵容啊，在传统意义或者就是大部分通常情况下认为，在前中期的时候是很难拿到一个很高的一个分数的。那我们看到前中期其实你们拿了很多的击败积分，想问一下是为什么呢？
就我们运气好吧，落地打架也打过了，然后也成功的运营到了决赛圈，带着很多人头。
Okay, so I think this the game 1 we are very lucky, and at the beginning of the game we won the fight at the beginning, and also we can operate to the final circle. That's why we can get the highest score. Okay, and we also saw that today the MVP give to the Kurumi, and I would like to know how you comment on Kakashi's Kurumi and why he can have so much high damage. 那我们也看到，其实今天拿到 MVP 的是卡卡西的胡桃。那你怎么评价一下自己队友的这个胡桃？然后他为什么可以拿到这么高的伤害呢？
就他是我见过最厉害的胡桃，能打又能活。
Okay, so I think Kakashi's Kurumi is the strongest Kurumi that I saw, because his Kurumi can fight and also can survive so long time, and I think it's the strongest Kurumi. And I saw today at the final circle, it's more like a pain. And I would like to know how your hero combo together to get the killing score and get the position at the final circle. So 我们看到其实你们的决赛圈这把其实类似于一个平原地区嘛。那对于双变阵容，你们这把的话，最后的决策是怎么样去进行一个站点呢？
就等别的大佛变小之后，然后我们过去开大，去他那变小的地方开大。
So we will choose the position that other teams mark when they finish their ultimate, and we will choose that position and let our mark to use the ultimate. So this is why we can have very high damage in the final circle. Okay, so we are going to have the weekly final, and we know at the season 1 you and Kakashi cooperate for so long time, and now you guys join in the GD, and I would like to know how you comment on your team now and what's your expectation in the weekly final. 那我们也知道，其实上个赛季跟卡卡西合作了很长时间，那这个赛季来到 GD 之后，感觉现在怎么样？然后对于马上要来的周决，自己有什么样的期待呢？
能打好尽量打好吧，但打个前3估计差不多了。现在目标，因为刚刚磨合嘛。
Because we are the new in the GD, and I will do my best. And my expectation is we want to have the top 3. Yeah, okay. 谢谢卡卡西接受我们今天的采访，再次感谢你。Thank you, 卡卡西 for today's. Sorry, thank you, Kay, for today's interview. And we will take a break and be right back later.
Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. And Rune, we've just spent the entirety of that break just sort of deciphering what exactly was going on in match 1 of the trios today, because when I told you, like, coming in, prepare yourselves, the roster shuffles have definitely affected the communication lines, and you can tell that these players are also practicing on the new map Hollera far often than they are on the Morris Isle, and that's probably affected a lot of the way that the compositions pan out in terms of having the ultimates being trotted out in the correct orders. You were like, oh, you know, it's probably not going to be as bad as you're slating it to be, Moxie. And then we had match 1. And decisions were made.
Decisions were made. There is an elephant in the room, and we've got to talk about it. We talked about it off stream when we were just on break for a second here, and it is KZ's LXX. There is no decision making in the world that makes it okay for LXX to crouch and sit out in the open next to his teammates Karen. There's an invisibility bush right there. You're waiting knowing that team's gonna come over and loot the body. I don't understand. if you had just decided, okay, hey, we're gonna take the, I'm gonna die, we're gonna take the reset, I'm gonna go respawn with my team, that's one thing. But if you're gonna do that, you stay and fight the team. You don't peel off, go break line of sight, and then crouch like you're hiding, waiting for the team to come and eliminate you. I don't know if there was some miscommunication between the team there. Maybe they peeled off and the IGL was like, hey, look, it's just best to go ahead and go back and die. We'll regroup together, or what the decision making was there. But it absolutely baffled me. And then to see that on top of these other teams where we were talking about GG's Miskia, who early was just completely separated from their team.
Yeah.
Where they had no business being by themselves, found themselves in a 1v3 situation, and the only reason they get away with it is because a third party and fourth party come in and follow it up, and they're able to scramble away in amongst the chaos that's created by the third and fourth party. But in the beginning, Miskia had no business being where he was, completely separated from his team. We jumped to Don Queen at one point, even though GG had a really good game. There was a point where Don Queen, yes, they had the Morris Blessing underneath of him, they had the Draco Storm, but he was so far separated from his team, you couldn't see his team on the minimap. Even with Draco Storm, there's no excuse for a player to be that far away from their team, because you're just going to get dogged down by a Trios team if you get caught out like that. There's some decision making going on there, like you said, coming in here, whether it be the player shuffle, the fact that they're practicing more on Hollow Roth, getting ready for the shift to that map, especially because they're playing in Immortal War on that map now. I don't know what it is, but there's definitely some miscommunication coming between some of these teams, maybe some competing IGLs now that rosters have shifted a little bit. But man, it was a wacky first game. I really hope some of these teams bring it back together in game number 2, but we will see if the wackiness continues, Moxie.
Yeah, so if this follows the sort of routine that Trios has started to fall into, we'll see it potentially for this map too. But when we hit like game 3 and 4 of the day, that's when things tend to settle down. I think a lot of these teams feel a lot of pressure because there's like 6 games now in a day. You want to have a really good start, and so you go really aggressive out of the gates. And in the ideal universe, in the ideal reality, all of you go separate ways and you're able to find picks. Like, you're covering a lot of ground, you're denying a lot of loot to all of these other teams. By denying that ground too, you're raising the chances of finding those players who haven't been able to grab loot like you have. The difficulty is, if that doesn't happen, if you find yourself running into full team squads and you don't pick up loot, and you're not on something like a Yoda, because if it's something like a Yoda, right, it's forgivable. If it's a Justina 2, like, there's reasons that you would be able to do it. We see it in solos. That's why they were so picked in Season 1. The Yoda with that F ability. If you don't find that loot very early on the game, you can still find the picks. You can still deny the space and allow yourself to escape far easily than something like a Tien, who doesn't have that ultimate bolt up unless you drop somewhere like Secret Tunnels. Or if you're a Justina and you have that freeze form, you can go into the freeze shell and guarantee that you communicate with your team and you have enough time for them to maybe come in and have reinforcements, bail you out from the fight. But when it's these characters that have no real survivability early in the game, until they have those ultimates built up, or they have things like the Morris Blessing loot that they've been able to pick up to better enable things like that monk transformation, you shouldn't be going that aggressive that quickly. And we're seeing teams like NAD being at ease and so comfortable just punishing teams that split up early, punishing teams that have to be forced into using ultimates really out of sync. And that's something that we've actually started to see become a pattern. All of these teams who are spotting the weaknesses, because we can see it, right? We can identify when a team is away. We can look at the minimap and go, okay, well, this person is alone. Those players in those teams, they can see it too. Granted, they might not have the minimap, but they can still see a player separated from a pack, and they can still punish that weakness.
Oh, absolutely. And the thing is as the Transformer comp, you have to stagger your ults. And if you're not staggering your ults, these teams are going to find that weakness and make something happen right then and there. But I think we're going to jump to a short video before we come back and get ready to lock in for game number 2.
生活上就是 是很规律。现在来了俱乐部就变得很规律。然后冬青这个人也比较好说话，比较搞笑，他是艾坤，然后每天都逗我们开心。我觉得 FunPlus 然后还有 YZG 吧，因为 FunPlus 他们原本的3个人再加上一个比较厉害的吴晨，然后他们就变得更厉害了。然后 YZG 的话，因为他们本来就缺一个佛位，然后之前我的队友小虎去了 YZG 之后，他们阵容就完整了。
GG's Kakaishi here talking about some of that player shuffle we were talking about, and talking about YZG, a team that his former teammate is now playing on, and how he feels like YZG doesn't really have any flaws now that they've packed that out. But clearly, I had to say, not the case. YZG 114 points, you know, in their first day back to the Nbpl, but today 1.7 here in their first game of trios. Maybe they're shaking the dust off a little bit, but for a team that put 114 points up in a single day on their first day back to the Nbpl, 1.7 seems drastically low. That's pretty low even in solos standings. So for it to be in trios that you're walking away with a 1.7 game score when you were the dominating team throughout the week earlier is pretty interesting. I'm hoping they just had a bad game and maybe we get to see some more out of YZG, because I was expecting to see a lot out of them in this first game and we didn't see anything.
I think again it comes back to like a problem for a lot of these rosters, especially now that you've had to sort of have a little bit of a shuffle, which has thrown you for a loop even more, is consistency. Like for so long, we saw it happen really often at the beginning of season 1, and then as these teams had more practice and more time working together, and with how intricate these compositions can be, there are so many components that have to just be working pixel perfect timing with one another. If anything is ever so slightly out of sync, it's so punishable, it almost immediately leads to a full team wipe. And that's sort of hit reset. And we're probably going to hit reset again in the next bi-weekly, because meta is potentially going to shift entirely. And I think that's honestly having a big impact for a lot of these teams, because we're seeing a lot of them struggle with trying to reposition when they get pinned down in these corners. And I think it really is just a fact that Wu Chen is probably going to become a lot more picked in terms of these compositions when we head over to Holoroff, just with how aggressive you have to be in the positioning, the amount of traps that you're going to have to escape. It's going to be really annoying for a lot of these teams, practically a death sentence if they get pushed into these spaces and pinned down into these traps and you don't have a Wu Chen to be able to just TP out of that. And for a lot of these teams, especially like JDHRD, when they're taking these engagements, you can say, well, if they had a Wu Chen, they would have been able to get out of that easily. And I think it comes back to a problem that they might not be practicing the compositions that they're currently running. We might see a lot more Wu Chen in the future. And so these teams who are still having Wu Chen at the moment are also doing really well when it comes to being able to maneuver around how these other teams are playing and punishing the poor decision making when it comes to those rotations, as you can already see. A lot of teams locking in the Wu Chen, including JDHRD.
Yeah, we love to see it, but also very interesting to see this season as well. We're seeing a couple of Takedas come out. You know, you told me we saw a couple of Takedas earlier this week, but it didn't really come to much effect. So it's going to be interesting to see. You know, YZG is the team I'm looking at right now. They put 114 points up on the board in a single day. Here they are. They did not perform in their first game today. So them kind of taking this off meta pick here is very surprising. Okay, we're going to go to something more classic here for YZG. It's almost like they bait me every single time. Q9's still doing it. I hadn't mentioned Q9 yet, but now that I've said their
do it
name,
all the time. FPX baited first week with a Z-ping, and I was so excited to potentially see it, and then they swapped off it immediately, and I was like, damn it.
Yeah, so we're gonna see that classic Transformers comp come out. Nobody opting to bring the Temian over the Yueshon or bringing in the Wu Chen over the Kurumi, which is really interesting because every time we've seen that in season 1, those teams perform very well.
FPX, actually.
Okay. But it's just
picking up Temi, Monk, and Justina, so a lot of crowd control. But sacrificing that Kurumi?
There's got to be a Kurumi or Wu Chen in that comp. You have to have some sort of support, and if you've got the Tumult, you take Kurumi because Tumult is going to provide the same benefits that the Wu Chen is with his ultimate in terms of blocking, and you don't need the double utility. I really don't like that.
I'm not a fan of the Justina coming in with it. Like, I can see that you're trying to set your monk up to go in like battle with Rabs for final circle, right? You come in with that Justina ultimate, you get the freeze to connect onto those players, you drop the Temi ultimate so it locks them in that really small space, and then they're frozen, they've got nowhere to go, and they're locked in with an absolute monster of a monk. But like you pointed out, you don't have any support utility. So surviving 1 till final game so that that full win condition can come into play is going to be so much harder. And 2, if you do hit final circle, everyone's just going to turn around and shoot you.
Yeah, it's a really interesting pick here. We're gonna have to see if they actually stick to their guns on that one. As we come in here with Team GD, as is tradition, starting with our MVPs from last round, now moving over to Funpless Phoenix, who's engaged with NBG. NBG here only with 1 set of armor on them. TXJ here trying to force that Dragon's Rush. This is what I call spear syndrome that we see a lot. A lot of these players will pick up a spear early, and they continue to try to force that Dragon's Rush. And we saw it in solos the other day where somebody went for the Dragon's Rush on 4 separate occasions till they were finally parried, and they did nothing else, right? It ends up putting you in a bad situation. TXJ finally able to connect onto something with the spear there, and that overhead does a ton of damage, so it's nice to see that here. They are going to pick up the kill onto Jen. He is going to get the parry onto Shen. Shen going to be forced to use that shoulder tackle to cancel out of it. But now, Funpless Phoenix on the receiving end of GD, who's coming in for the third party, and it is in a much better situation. Going to pick up the parry onto VVV as well and pick up that elimination. They picked up 3, but they are more than happy to pick up a 4th here as they pick up LYD as well. There's going to be 4 eliminations here for Team GD, and they're going to get the loot of both of those teams. GD coming in and making it look easy here at the start of the game as we move over to J-Team and 17JL. J-Team's League, the only remaining member of the original J-Team besides ZK, who kind of sat on the bench a lot last season. Just getting dumpstered here by 17JL. Quite honestly, it looks like they didn't even put up much of a fight, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, the difference, though, you can see immediately, these teams are sticking close together. Match 1 is always a little bit of a hiccup in terms of those roster shuffles and having that communication, but match 2 is where we tend to see these players hunting together as a pack, and it means we're seeing squad alums coming in, so they have to use those revives, as we're seeing OUG trying to just push in now to Aces, who are a little bit low, but OUG have to be very careful. They don't yet have those ultimates to be able to heal back up with the Kurumi. Umbrella's going to be coming through, not going to find a knock. Jin's immediately just going to go straight in to try and lock some of these players down. Does actually bite a little bit of a blink strike. Goes in with the uppercut. Will be able to knock down Xinyu, and they are able to secure the pick off of it. And now you just find the next player and you move on to them, as you don't have any real way of cancelling out all of that damage that you're just being stun locked continuously into. As Aces are going to pop that Kurumi tether to be able to heal up, as we can see FPX renewed coming in with that monk transformation. Bane's Breath actually going to be popped so that this team can just keep their monk safe. And it is going to be KZ trying to pop that Bane's Breath. TXJ doesn't care, just steps right into the first circle to be able to complete that grab. Gonna force KZ to use that Viper ultimate. Will be able to connect potentially onto TXJ, but they're just able to break line of sight in time. And now we see the Crescent Slam come through, instantly just deletes Rain straight into the ground with that one. And FPX taking a lot of fire with that repeating crossbow from afar. Still going to be able to get a nice little dose of loot and then come back in. As KZ, with that Bane's Breath, they should be able to get the revive off. They've been able to buy a little bit more space. There comes the soul block from the Wu Chen, so that they're not going to get cancelled out of the res. But it is going to mean that a lot of those teams are going to see that those players are low and pushed into that space that they have to still occupy if they want that player back. And GD are going to be able to punish it. Kakaishi just going to be coming over from the right with a pistol shot. Will be able to snipe out one, and then you can move on to the remaining player caught out in the canyon. GD making it look extremely easy.
I feel so bad for Funpless Phoenix right now. This is the second time GD's come in for the third party, and Funpless Phoenix was just starting to take control back in that fight. And, you know, they forced to back off. GD comes in. They don't have the resources to take a prolonged fight there with a team that's fresh off the rip. And GD eliminated them earlier and now forced them off of a fight that was actually going to be in their favor. Funpless Phoenix struggling here at the start of the game to the benefit of GD, who now has 6 eliminations and is sitting in first place. OC going to be in second place with 5 eliminations, and we have 3 teams tied for third right now. GG, Bundle Phoenix, 17 JL, actually, sorry, 4 teams, Aces as well with 3 eliminations, 1 squad wipe under their belt as we pop over to Team OC, picking up the elimination onto Q9. And immediately going to be Wu Chen ulted out. Q9 going to be able to get their player back in. It looks like it's going to be full 2-team resets now. Popping back over to Team GD. Going head to head with Aces here. Aces Alex goes extremely low. Kakaishi backs off to take a bit of a reset. Jin tethered to a Karen down below, trying to get their player back, but Team GD doesn't want to allow it to happen. Kakaishi comes in and throws that F down, trying to catch Champion out there in the very beginning, but mistimes it. You know, it's hard to read those resurrections. Unfortunately, Kakaishi doesn't get that off, but Aces still trying to give chase here. Don Quing able to find a reset as well. Alex very low, but he's going to have the Monk ult here. You know, this is kind of... Oh, he's able to grab Don Quing, though. I thought they were going to get to the cover and make it happen, but Don Quing gets grabbed and caught out. Now they're going to be forced to come out and play with the Monk here. Alex trying to find another pick. We're going to see the Kurumi ult come out as well, but they need to be very, very careful here because Aces now down 2 ultimate. Alex is about to lose their ultimate as well, and Team GD is fresh and ready to turn onto this fight. We're going to see Alex start taking a lot of damage here. Alex also still only has half of their shields from when they ulted. Don Quing finds themselves here on to Jin. Kakaishi also coming in, trying to focus somebody down. Alex trying to create some space with that spear. Don Quing able to catch them out as he turns on to Kakaishi. Look at this. The coverage from Don Quing for his team here. He's able to turn it around, pick up the kill onto the Monk. Jin now getting blitzed off of the Ballista. Jin trying to provide cover. They don't have the ultimate though. Champion really the only one holding Aces into this fight right now. We're gonna see the tether come out from Jin, but Jin forced to pop the heal so they don't die. They've got no hope to bring their Monk back into this fight. It all comes down on to Champion, and now we're gonna see the Viper ult come out from Kakaishi as Jin goes down. We're gonna see 2 of them eliminated. Champion, the last remaining player. The Yuei ult comes down. There's nobody to cover him. Pistol shots coming out left and right. Kakaishi gonna go grab the soul blooms off these bodies, but now Ventus coming in for a huge third party.
Ventus coming in with a Yoto ultimate. They've been able to catch out Kakaishi, who actually shifted into the strike. Who holds it will be able to catch on to those members. WX98 falls extremely low though, so Ventus not really going to be able to fully commit to that chase. They are just going to try and disengage. Pixel a little bit behind this team, might be a little bit vulnerable if Alliance want to now try and punish us. They are going for a little bit of a chase. This Ventus should be able to use just a little bit of this downtime to get a refresh, a little bit of a utility reset. As WX98 just trying to go for a little bit of reshields. They're still not really running the best when it comes to loot. Like, weapons, they're fine. Purples across the board. The armor is where I'm a little bit concerned, Rune, especially when you're running both the Yoda and that Viper. You have to have really good armor to make sure that you're safe when you go for those ultimates, because you are going straight into the faces of the enemy and making yourself extremely vulnerable. And that's why we see, as soon as those Morris Blessings come up, immediately teams just scrapping. Look at the western and southern parts of this map. That Morris Blessing, so many of those teams just immediately gravitating towards it. As we should now start to see things like the ultimates, the Tammy, and the Transformers coming through if they want to try and claim a little bit of early space and just push the teams away so that you're not going to eat so much cannon splash damage, as no one's really popping ultimates at the moment. Everyone's just going for a little bit of poke. Q9 trying to lock one of these members of Alliance down with a potential grapple shot transformation now going to be coming through from Ike on the side of Alliance, and Q9 happy that they forced that ultimate, immediately just going to back on out. As Alliance looking to control this Morris Blessing, just making sure none of the players are around, no one's hiding in any of these trees, they're not going to get challenged. The problem is that they popped that ultimate very early, and with it now cancelled, they're going to be very vulnerable when they actually try and exit from that chest. As we're seeing YZG coming in with a transformation, already being able to find one player to grab the slam comes on through. NAD, though, putting a lot of pressure with the horizontal and vertical strikes from Mau with that longsword, will eventually get grabbed up, and YZG is just going to hold them in place, potentially looking for a slam or a grab. Has to drop the transformation out early, falls a little bit too low in the health bar, uses the bell clang, not able to use it to buy time for the rest of the team to peel for them, though. And now NAD with their health bars rebound buff can come back in. Beautiful stuff coming out from the Matari to be able to save them from the slam.
I'm not sure what's going on with YZG here. They're going to go out with 0 points here again this game. And we have to talk about the fact that YZG's QGG got caught out, completely separated from their team by Q9. The rest of their team opted to back out of that fight. Then, once Q9 backed off to go to the Morris Blessing, literally just over the hill, they turned around to try to pick up that resurrection. If you were going to try to take that, when they got caught out, you should have turned into the fight instead of leaving them to the wolves and taken the fight as a team. Instead, they go back in knowing that there's a bunch of teams hungry just over the corner, just over the hill, fighting over Morris Blessing, and try to resurrect in the face of everybody into a 2v3 situation. And as soon as that player comes up, NAD is there to clean that kill back up for free, and they're left in a 2v3 situation that they have no hopes of winning because they already burned their Munkle to try to cover, and they just get blitzed out of existence. I don't know what YZG is thinking. It's not smart decision making to just leave your teammate to the wolves and then try to come back in knowing there's multiple teams just over the hill. You're going to walk into that same situation every single time. You would have been better off if you make the call to leave your teammate. Just leave your teammate. It's time to go somewhere else and try to find a way to resurrect them back into the game. Not to risk everything to go back in.
About, right? On the first week, we were seeing teams like, there's sensible plays of why you would do it. Things like, okay, we've got a Yuasian, he's gonna pull distraction tactics away from everybody else. We're gonna be able to keep our 2 other members alive. It's better for him to go out and then us to be able to res him later on in the game. But what was happening is that these players would just be going off and they wouldn't really be taking advantage of the space that was created. Because we're going to see Q9 using that Viper ultimate to try and lock down some of these players. But Viper ultimate has worn out, and without getting that pick onto Alliance are free to just go absolutely ham. Ike has to be extremely careful though that just being stun locked into the corner will just, I think, be able to... Oh no, they weren't able to get the transformation off. That's absolutely massive for Q9. And Alliance lucky now, just going to have to try and play a little bit of bouncer. Crescent Slam comes through from LWH, tries to bait Lucky into it. Unfortunately, not going to be able to land that first shot and guarantee the knockdown, and will fall extremely low as there is the backup coming through from Alliance, just able to stun lock the player in so that you can then slide in and guarantee that pick. As Ace's Alliance goes for the transformation, cancels it out early just to try and get back to the rest of the team, because once again, Ace is just playing very split apart, and now falling down to the low ground with no one around to potentially try and stun lock and save you. GG is just going to be able to immediately take out one of the key components of the composition. Like, that's literally the player that your composition is named after.
Oh, no, that was Ace's last player. They just were completely eliminated from the lobby there, unfortunately. They get caught out, they miss position, and, you know, you don't have your team as month. There's not a whole lot you can do, unfortunately. We now turn our attention to J-Team going head-to-head with the JJHRD here, but NAD coming in for the third party again. NAD really putting in work with these third parties this game. It seems like they're always able to pick up only one elimination from the third party, though, but J-Team turns it around and immediately picks up a kill there. But it doesn't look like it is going to be enough in all 3 of J-Team. Sorry, they actually didn't pick up the elimination. I apologize. It was NAD picked up the elimination of the J-Team. J-Team with no eliminations under their belt, forced to go back to the Morris Blessing. Thankfully, they had a couple of seconds here before Zone 2 completely collapsed onto Zone 3, so they still get to burn those resources. JJHRD going to be forced to completely back out of that fight as well, off the back of what was not really a great engagement for them, but thankfully the third party comes through and actually saves them from J-Team. Team GDE here, honestly sitting really good. They've got a great late game comp here. They've got the Viper, Wuchen, Yodohime for it. They've played aggressively early, played to their strengths, have been able to secure some massive loot for themselves, and they have 10 eliminations under their belt here before Zone 3 collapses. They literally don't have to take fights up until the very end if they don't want to at this point. They're sitting very, very pretty right now. NAD here once again finding themselves now engaged with JJHRD. JJHRD didn't stay safe from that for too long. Let's see Chu come up top here with this massive ballista. Is actually going to pick up a kill, get a pick onto NAD, so it's 1 for 1, but they need to be careful. NAD here does have the Vermilion Bird's blessing here, so that one player is going to come back very soon. JJHRD needs to find a way to get in the zone, but it looks like the Vermilion Bird mic is off of NAD now, so NAD is going to actually be forced to come back in and try to get the resurrection onto their player here. JJHRD can't stay in the zone for too much longer, but they are going to try to take some pop shots.
Yeah, they're going to take a lot of pot shots. Thankfully, NAD actually had to go for that resurrection and weren't able to punish JJHRD for staying in that zone, so they could prioritize getting that pick with the ballista. They weren't able to cut off their exit. And J Team, another team that are trying to just impress with a couple of the roster shuffles that they've had. We move over to Ventus popping that Viper ultimate just to clear a little bit of space, make sure that GG are pushed away so that you can secure yourself that Morris Blessing. Will be able to get the opener. Has to use that Yodo F ability though to be able to guarantee that they have safekeeping of it, since they don't have either a Temi or a Transformer or even a Wu Chen. So be able to keep that one safeguarded from the poke when it comes on through. As J Team have been able to get some really nasty loot, legendary greatsword coming out from Slayer, Wu Chen TP, just to make sure that you're able to reposition after grabbing that stash and immediately move away so that players can't try and punish you. OC going to be hunting some of those stragglers though. They do have that Draco Storm. They are going to have a little bit of extra splash AoE damage locking down some of those players, especially if it's clumps of players as well. They're going to just absolutely flourish in the next 2 minutes, as everyone else now going to be trying to just pick out some of those players who have been able to grab that stash, potentially steal away a couple bits of resources. JJHRD just going for a little bit of stealth play at the moment, knowing that they don't really have the weapon power to be able to properly challenge full stacks of players. Instead, they've been able to actually single out one of these players on the side of OC, who's a little bit ahead of their pack, but the rest of the team is very swiftly coming in for that peel. And it is turning around for JJHRD, has to use that freeze form for the Justina, immediately just going to be pulled straight out of it though. JJHRD just to that Draco Storm have absolutely no way of keeping themselves alive when their loot was that poor this late into the game.
Unfortunately, JJHRD not going to get a whole lot of a breather here coming out with that teleport. We're going to see the Tami ult come out, but he is locked down, unfortunately. You know, he was in a position here, unfortunately, where the rest of his team was able to break line of sight, but he wasn't able to get out in time. So he just kind of had to sit where he was sitting, hoping that they didn't find him, and unfortunately they did. But I think it might have bought the rest of JJHRD. I spoke too soon. I just caster cursed to them as Lang Jing apparently finds Chu. Why is Chu over here by themselves, sitting out in the open? I don't know. You just lost a teammate that bought you the time for the rest of your team to get away.
Yeah.
Now they just have the solo player off by themselves. I'm not sure.
I mean, it's your Justina, so at least you can play for survivability. But when you've only got 2 kills in the pocket, even if you survive to final circle, that's not going to be a lot of points on the board. As GD now going to be looking for a couple of those picks. Pikaishi just with that cannon splash is just doing so much damage. The second it lands onto one of those players, you can just blink forwards, finish them off with that katana, as it is going to be OC just on the run. Smart not taking this engagement, not rising to the bait. They are going to be chased away from those cliffs, but it does mean that their team is intact and their resources are going to be there. As Ventus, another one of those players who were able to grab a little bit of a buff, have been able to secure a pick onto the last member of JJHRD. Godly not going to be able to survive into that final ring. Ventus do actually have to go out of position to be able to secure it. They're taking a lot of corruption damage, and they are going to be running pretty quickly into another squad ahead of them, so they're going to have to be a little bit careful not to get too antsy and aggressive, as we do have Morris Blessing with Temi ultimate covering it to make sure, but Temi ultimate runs out. Man takes so much damage. That health bar is so low. I think it's 2 straight cannon splashes, and OUG are chasing after to try and guarantee that pick. They haven't been able to find it yet though, doing a very good job of just being able to just push away from line of sight. But J-Team will take down one of their players, and they're forced to use that Wu Chen TP to guarantee that they and the Ken are able to get safely out and they can get that resurrection off. As now the third party potential has started to come through. J-Team immediately just swarming the area, but OC fighting back with a couple of ranged shots, and even SS just going straight into the face of Slayer, able to pick out so many of these teammates. As OC should be able to win this fight. Wu Chen Soul Blade just coming on through to make sure no one else can try and instigate in off of cannon splash fire to a third and fourth party. And then happy with their picks, happy with the spoils. OC just going to go for a little bit of reposition, take that high ground, make it that no one is really going to be in a position to be able to challenge them. As Ventus at the moment looking to secure a little bit of space of their own, GD going for a little bit of downtime just to make sure that all of those cannons are repped and ready. As we're falling into a little bit of that splash cannon fire phase, everyone's scrapping over those roofs, those high grounds. They've been able to spot out one of these players on the side of Ventus, who is getting a little bit too far away from the rest of their members, but not quite able to push in aggressively because they still don't know where those teammates are and how close, whether or not they're going to punish if GD try and instigate.
Yeah, GD here really trying to pressure with those cannons, but unfortunately the ones being pressured with cannons. But I think we need to talk about OC a little bit here. You know, it was GD and AD both up top there for quite a minute, and OC here has kind of slid up to the top with 12 eliminations under their belt, running the exact same comp that GD has. This final circle is going to be very, very interesting. You know, we're already down at 10 players from where we were in the final circle last time. I think we had 36 players up live in 6th circle. We're zone 4 getting ready to collapse onto zone 5 right now, and we're down to 24 players left alive. OC kind of quietly sliding themselves into first place here, just taking picks and good eliminations left and right when they're off camera. GD hasn't been able to find any momentum since they got in earlier, and almost as if to curse myself here as soon as I say that, they pick up another elimination on the board for the first time in the last 7 minutes of the game. So clearly able to find something all of a sudden here. But GD really did slow down. They picked up those 10 eliminations and thought they were sitting pretty. But apparently OC does not care about slowing down because they just picked up another 2 eliminations, one of them onto Ventus' Iju, to bring themselves up to a 14 elimination game. And we're only at zone 4. With 21 players left alive. Ace is gonna go out here as J Team's lead picks up, or sorry, no, Ventus gonna go completely out here as J Team's lead picks up Pixel onto the kill feed, and J Team slots up one more position over to Aces, who's already fully eliminated. We're down to a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams left out of our 16.
One monk team as well.
Just a single Transformers comp. You know, honestly, again, these Transformer comps really heavily been relying on making sure that this transformation comes out, and we talked about it at the start of the game. I really think Yueshan is a detriment to that Transformers comp. You know, it made sense once upon a time. Yueshan able to cover for the monk when he comes out of his transformation, but the monk now has the bell that he can dodge out of. It doesn't leave him at negative range. You're better off slotting somebody else into that role, keeping your one support role. You can either put in somebody, you know, like Yodohime, who's aggressively able to pump out damage, and you know, still keep the support, or you bring somebody in like Temi, who can absolutely help you in the mid game. I still think Temi is the best pickup for that team because it makes them a mid to late game comp instead of just a late game comp, and it gives you more opportunity to put points on the board. And honestly, in a tournament setup like this where it's a league, it's all about how many points you can put up on the board. So having more opportunity to put points on the board is just better.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, you have the Temi ultimate, you secure the Morris Blessing. Obviously, like, the fact that the weapon and the armor for the monk scales with how much damage and health you have. When you go for that transformation, means that you should be going for those Morris Blessings. Like, Temi makes it so much easier. But at the moment, we're not really seeing the Temi ultimates. We are seeing KZ just having to pop that Wuchen TP to make sure that they're able to keep themselves safe as Yodo ultimates come through. Alliance popping that Yueshan. Just trying to keep some of these players out of the open, clearing a little bit of ground, but unfortunately Mentality not really able to do a lot for their team outside of just zoning for a couple of moments, and once that's out, the Yodos are going to be coming through. Miskia is trying to find a little bit of space, but has to come away. Was a little bit low in terms of that shielding. J-Team going to be actually using that Wuchen TP after the Viper ultimate. So we get to see them potentially go for a little bit of a magic trick and catch some of the players. Unfortunately, no one's able to really get stunned out. Would have been magical if that had been possible. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, they were able to pick up Alliance's mentality, but the stun had kind of already gone through. So it was a nice effort on the part of J-Team. They do pick up another elimination, but not what they were really hoping for.
It's 2 ults for 1 kill, and now you're sort of stuck somewhere that you don't know a lot of information. And all of these teams have been scrapping so long for like these safe corners so that they can avoid things like the cannon splash. J-Team don't have that. They're actually going to have to aggressively go into one of these teams and oust them as NAD go in with a Viper ultimate. I love using that Temi ultimate to push all of these players into just eating the Viper stun. And NAD are a team that we've seen in the past just capitalizing on teams being separated, on communication being a little bit out of date, and they've done it once again. They've been able to entirely snare an entire squad and just absolutely blitz them down.
Yeah, NAD played that really well. GG had that corner. They were locked down. They thought they were in a safe place. The Tumult ult comes out, locks them down, and they immediately follow with the Viper ult. They can't even jump up to try to create space because of where they were at. And unfortunately, that is going to be hugely detrimental to them. KZ coming in, trying to make something happen onto OC here, coming in with the Viper ult. But unfortunately, we see again why Wu Chen just brings so much to the table for these teams. He's able to just cancel out so many of these ultimates. Now Team GD coming in, trying to catch up here with OC, picking up their 12th elimination. Looks like they're going to be picking up their 13th elimination, as well as they come in and pick up a kill onto NAD and J-Team. NAD, one of the other teams heavily in contention for these top 3 spots in this lobby. Losing this player would be very bad for them, and if they lost that player out in the open, the worst possible spot for them.
And they don't have the Karumi.
And they have no Karumi to make anything happen here. We'll be some KZ's LXX going head-to-head with J-Team Slayer here. Yoda ult, but Slayer actually on the receiving end of a Flamebringer, doing a ton of damage to their shields, even with the ult reduction there. Slayer goes very, very low. Cannon shots coming out. OC's 28 HH actually going to be picked up by Slayer, but then Slayer picked up by GD's Don Queen with a huge cannon shot here. GD starting to retake control of this match as OC is eliminated, and now they're moving up to 16 eliminations and still in first place. They're going to go to 17 eliminations as they pick up J-Team ZK as well. GD once again dominating the space here in game number 2. It looks like we are going to see a back-to-back dub. This is GD, NAD, KZ going head-to-head here. GD locked down right now with 17 eliminations, NAD with 10, and KZ with only a single squad wipe. And NAD's Malmon getting caught out here. We're going to see the Viper ult come in, trying to lock some stuff down, but the Wu Chen ult comes in and saves the team again. This is why Wu Chen, again, he's just so valuable. That ult being able to swap out gets you out of so many situations.
Wait,
and it looks like GD.
Look at Buddy! Look at Buddy, what a W hiding on that perch, waiting for all of these players, and then you come in, lock them up with a Temi ultimate, and you collapse through. This is going to be so devastating. They have no idea that he's there.
Yeah, unfortunately, NAD did just lose their Viper. I do believe IW is the last remaining member of
they weren't able to get the res. It was too out in the open.
Yep, so unfortunately NAD now in a bad situation. KZ's Rain trying to lock down some of these players here with this ultimate, but unfortunately GD just putting in absolute work. LXX gonna pop that ultimate, but now we're gonna see Don Quing just turn the favor back on to LXX. LXX is super low. Don Quing pops the old second. I mean, this is
surely you see the shoulder. Surely in the Yoda ultimate, you noticed the shoulder of that Temi. He's still there!
Look, he's just playing for placement points for NAD at this point. They've got 10 eliminations. He's playing this smart. It's better for them, for KZ to go out and then to get the extra placement on top of this. We're going to see Kakaishi picking up the kill onto KZ's Rain. LXX picks up the kill onto Don Quing. And Kakaishi, wait, is KZ actually going to turn this around? Now NAW's forced to come in. GD has a single player left alive, and it's K. K going to blitz down LXX, though. K holding on for dear life, has got this space, goes in, takes that, but he might have taken too much damage to that. He needs to heal. K, you got to get the heal up. No, NAD 40 is going to come in. He's actually going to get first place from this. The Mad Lad, he takes the first place placement for his team. I love it. I-40 and L comes in, sits up top the entire time. He played that so perfectly. GD clearly gonna walk away the MVP. They had like 18 eliminations under their belt in second place. But I love the play from NAD's Tumult. It's so great.
Every single time, we were just cutting to the action of all of the players scrapping below, all of the players scrapping off the planks. And there's just one Temi pulling up Batman and brooding over all of the action going below. And then the absolute Mad lad, just constant on the Temmie. Like, if there's any character you want to pull that off, it's either on a Temmie or a TN, because you just pop ultimate and Zephyrs, and you bounce them back into the corruption zone. Oh my goodness, I feel so much for all of those final players, because I guarantee you they were looking at the number of players surviving in the lobby and they were so confused. They were like, there's 2 of us, but there's someone else. But we're down here and no one was above us. Where could the last guy be? Like, Donkey is kicking himself. You look at when that Yoda was ulting, you literally look at where that Yoda was ulting. Right in the right-hand side. In the right-hand side of the screen. There's just a little bit of fur and a little bit of helmet.
Look, Don Queen he shouldn't beat himself up too much there. Look, there was a full team, GD versus KZ in the end there. If there's a rat, you have to be of the mentality, we'll deal with the rat in the end. Right? Because you've got a full team in front of you. You can't burn the resources, especially when there's another Yodo ulting in your face and you're going.
I mean, you wouldn't be able to hit him with the slash either, is the thing. Like, he had natural cover that he was able to hide behind. The Yodo ultimate would have done absolutely nothing, but I can't believe it. I cannot. How did we go from game 1 and somehow end up in a wackier conclusion in game 2?
Look, game 2 was okay. At least the teams that seemed to be struggling in game 1 kind of pulled it back together. They stuck together. They really were like, all right, we can't make those same mistakes again. And that was really great to see. But the aggression was on a different level in this game. OC, like GD came out of the gate and they brought the aggression. They got those 10 eliminations. So they're like, cool, we can just chill to the final circle. You know, we've got a late game comp. We've already got 10 kills under our belt. We've got good gear. They had a legendary katana by zone 3. They had purple armor. They were cruise control on easy mode, right? Then we see the aggression start to come out from NAD because NAD is playing a mid game comp. So in the mid game, they really start picking up more of those kills. And then we see OC out of nowhere. I feel like OC was almost never on camera until like zone 5, and all of a sudden they just like slot into first place with the most eliminations over top of Team GD. Unfortunately, they get into that final circle and NAD and GD pressure OC together. OC gets eliminated. GD is the one able to secure the kills. NAD ends up in a situation where one of their players gets eliminated, and it's the worst possible place for them to be eliminated. They're right there in the middle of the pond. There's all the little spots of cover where players are hiding, have lines of sight on it. You can't just stand there and take it. A Temmie ult's not really going to save you from doing it either, because there's high ground where they could come in from above as well. They really play that extremely well. And then, you know, 40 IWNL with the big brain plays, just sitting up top, waiting out for the fight. And I mean, he has to, right?
Oh yeah, no, guaranteed. It's 100% the right move.
Yeah, look, you can go in, you can try to get one more elimination, but at the end of the day, that's one more point. Him sitting up there, yeah, look at this. OC had 15 eliminations. NAD, because they're able to finish out first, there's 5 ranking points, going to set them ahead, gonna put them in first place. But again, GD with a 20 bomb in game 2, 32 kill points, 3 ranking points, 35 game score. When we first looked at the score, I was talking about GD. I looked at how many points they put on the board for the first day, right? 68. And I looked at that and I was like, oh, that's pretty good. I saw the 114, and then I kind of counted them out. GD is a team that I always watch, especially because Don Quinn, we talk about this all the time, how important of a player he is because he's playing both solos and trios. Yeah. He really is a good gauge for these flex players, because last season, he was the only player that played both. He played every single trios game for his team. He played every single solos game. There's burnout at a point, right? So watching Don Quinn is really important this season, especially because we have so many new players coming in that are now flexing. They're playing solo and they're playing trios, and Don Quinn is really gonna be the gauge of whether it's viable to run a flex player like that or not, because he has the most experience doing it. He did it for an entire season. He's coming back. He's doing it for another season, right? But clearly, no problems for him here with 23,000 damage, 9 kills, 7 assists.
Yeah, so here's the thing as well, like when you're running that flexibility, we talked about how there's sort of different mentality in how you take fights and how aggressive you go when you're playing solo and when you're playing trios. if you start losing and burning a couple of your players off of that composition when you hit that final ring, because Donking plays both solos and trios and has had so much experience playing it, if they lose those teammates, they're still going to be able to find the picks. They're still going to be able to survive because they're used to playing solo. So they can just sort of pull back into the pull away from the trios mentality of how you play Yodo and retreat back into the solos way of how you play Yodo. And it's massive for this team because even if they lose key players like NAD, you look at them, right? They lose that Viper, and instantly the win condition for them when they were at their strongest, and if they'd still had that Viper in the final circle, we would have seen the exact same thing. It would be Temi ultimate into Viper ultimate. But they can't do it. And I mean, we're probably going to get to hear from GD in just a matter of moments too why they're so good at being able to get as many picks as we do, because I believe we have an interview ready with one of our players.
That interview coming right now.
Hi everyone, this is Yeager and welcome to post-game interview. Today we are very glad to invite Kakashi to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 卡卡西，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是基地的卡卡西。
好的，欢迎你。Okay, so first of all, congratulations. They got the highest score in the game 2. And congratulations again, you come to the interview room. And I would like to know, so at the end of the game, we saw they only survived Chang'an 1 people, and I would like to know how's your communication at that time. 那首先要恭喜你们获得了刚才这把最高分，而且是再次你们的团队又来到了我们的一个赛后采访环节啊。想先问一下，其实到了刚才决赛圈到最后的时间，我们看到场上只剩下长安夜一个人，就我想知道一下当时队内是怎么样一个交流情况呢？
当时就是让他自己操作，然后自己打血药，然后剩下的就看他自己了。
So at that time, actually, we told him to healing himself, but we just want him to survive to the end. Okay, so today we saw Kakashi use the Viper, and I would like to know, we saw there's many times have 2 or more Vipers, they have the ultimate together at the same time. So I would like to know how's your skill of the Viper's ultimate and how to avoid by control by other opponents' Viper. 那我们也看到，其实今天卡卡西打的是一个宁红叶。那就是宁红叶，我们在场上经常是有2个或者多个宁红叶同时开大的情况。那想问一下，有没有什么技巧可以给我们分享，在宁红叶开大的时候啊，或者说如何去躲避其他的宁红叶呢？
在宁红叶开大的时候，就尽量往掩体后面靠，然后等他先晕了别人之后，然后再用闪避出来反晕他们。
不好意思，反晕他们是用你大招吗？ Okay, so actually, when other people's Viper ultimate at the first is earlier than mine, so I will choose to to find some roadblock and to use the operate step to avoid control by other people's Viper. And after that, when he is already control other opponent, so I will go to use my ultimate and control other opponent. Okay, so we also saw that GD today in the final circle, you get really high damage and very high score in the final circle. So I would like to know how you can operate at the final circle. 那我们也看到，其实基迪今天在决赛圈其实拿了很多的一个击败积分。想问一下，在决赛圈的时候，你们的运营思路是怎么样的呢？
我们运营思路就是当远程比较好的时候，然后我们就慢进圈，用远程去驱赶别人，然后让别人打架，然后我们再用大招或者远程去拿人头分。
So actually at the final circle, we will find some place and we will later by other opponent to go into the final circle and use our ranged weapon to do more damage. And after we have the position in the final circle, then we will use our ranged weapon to do the damage at first, and then we will kill them. Okay, thank you, Kakashi for today's interview. 谢谢卡卡西今天来到我们的采访 and we will take a break and be right back later.
人是击败了红木兰，拿下本场比赛的第一分。这波能反杀，看一下小雨的这波操作，他秀了。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and Naraka fans? Man, what a lovely view of Shanghai we are coming back to here in the Naraka Blade Point Pro League. We're 2 games deep in today's 6 games of trios, and I came in a little blind. Moxie giving me a little information today. Me wanting to prospectively be like, I don't think it's going to be that bad. We definitely came in, and there were some teams definitely struggling. But if we're going to talk about the struggle, we have to talk about my favorite word that chat hates me to say, which is consistency. And the struggle is on YZG today. They put up 114 points in a single day. And I hate to put this on them, but I'm feeling a little bit of the J team curse. You know, we came in to the first day of, last season. J team puts up like 98 points in a single day. They have a massively huge day, and then they sputter out for the rest of the season. YZG coming in their first day, 114 points on the board. A huge day for the likes of YZG. But now here we are, 2 games deep in today's 6 games. It's their last day to put points on the board, and they've done a whole lot of nothing. They put 1.6 up in the first game and 0 points up in this game. They picked a really weird comp. You and me both disagreed with the Justina pick coming into that comp. It didn't make sense to either of us. They were one of the first teams eliminated, probably because of that in this game. We didn't even get to see them do anything. But in terms of consistency, there's a team we got to talk about. And that team is Team GD. GD last season was one of those teams, including their solo player, Don Queen, where they had big pop-off moments, but they definitely had games where they just weren't consistent. They didn't put points up on the board. Clearly, they have patched that failure in their communication, because coming in, Don Queen has been performing very well in solos. Here we are back in trios, and their trios team performing very well. Their first day, they had a 68.8 point day, I do believe, which is not bad. It's a consistent day. You're consistently putting up about 12 points a game. And at the end of the day, I would rather be the team that's putting up 12 points a game than putting up 130-point game and then having a bunch of 0 bombs, right?
Yeah, and I mean, that's literally what we're seeing on the leaderboard, right? Teams that are managing to post up like 114 points a day aren't actually in first place, because other days they've not been able to hit that level, or even being able to hit something like at the 60-point level. And so teams are able to post up 60 one day, 70 another day, are coming in and swooping in, grabbing that first spot. And just because of their having that consistency, I use it a lot too, and you're not the only one. It is a very important factor in how we look at Naraka and judge these players.
Speaking of consistency, though, we're going to jump into a quick video like we consistently do before we come back and lock in for game number 3.
跟于师傅他们本初他们打的话，第一次决赛圈他们吼起来了，我有被吓到，我操！然后就是别的还好吧，适应之后就还好了。3排技术是一方面，但是我感觉占的更多的话还是脑子，对，脑子。我觉得我其他2个队友没有任何问题吧，我是比较相信他们的。然后 就是可能打不打得好看我吧，看我能不能就是学习的快不快吧。
17JLS here, giving us a little bit of insight to how he feels playing. AS was a big name in solos last season. He was one of those players that had some of those consistency issues, but when he did pop off, 17JL really exploded into the solos and had some huge moments. So it's interesting to see him coming back. We're getting a little bit of that flex play coming out of him now, where he can play in the trios and the solos as well. I think 17JL is another big runner here who put up a ton of points, right? They were sitting at the very top of the leaderboard, I do believe, in the overall standings, right, Moxie?
Yeah, NAD too, I think is one of those teams that I also have my own. Like, I really want to see them run this Tammy comp more. Like, we were talking in the break about which heroes we think are just so strong at the moment, and I think the two for both of us have to be both the Wu Chen and the Tammy, just because of the team utility that you bring to the board. And we were sort of discussing the fact that you don't always have to be sort of that flashy player who's always coming in massive in terms of the kill feed. As long as you can consistently get your team out of these really hairy situations, or put yourself in a situation where you can literally outplay any other team, no matter where they are, no matter what abilities that they have, just immediately flipping the table on them and not giving them a chance. Instant checkmate. It's literally like you come in anew to a chess game that hasn't even started, both of you sit down and you just immediately take the queen. That's what the composition that NAD is playing allows them for, when all of those pieces are on the board at the same time.
Oh, absolutely. To be honest, at the end of the day, it's all about value, right? And I think Tamulk and Wu Chen bring a ton of value to any team you put them on. We talked about a little bit, like you said, during the break. And Wu Chen, honestly, is a hero who slots in to any composition. It doesn't matter if it's an early game comp, a mid game comp, or a late game comp. He can play well and bring value to any composition. In the Monk transformation comp, right? You swap Kurumi out, you bring Wu Chen in, he's still bringing a ton of value. You play a Temi Viper comp, which is a heavy mid-game comp. If you slot Wu Chen into that, he's still bringing a ton of value. If you're playing a hyper-aggressive early game comp and you slot Wu Chen into it, you're bringing a ton of value. That's what it's about at the end of the day. Like you said, you don't have to be the most flashy player, right? As long as your hero brings value to the team, your team is going to capitalize on that value. It all comes down to how your communication is at the end of the day. And if you've got good communication, play the high value heroes. I think right now, I think everybody understands that Wu Chen is a high value asset to a team. I think some of these teams are starting to understand that Tamulk is just as high value for almost every team as well. So I really want to see these teams go, okay, hey, we're understanding how much value this hero can bring to the team. I don't have to be flashy. Let me play the value pick. At the end of the day, you look at somebody like Kurumi. What is Kurumi to the Transformers comp? She's just value, right? She's bringing in the ability for the Monk to do what the Monk does. And that's what Tamulk does for almost every comp you slot him into.
Yeah, and I mean, we're also seeing like a lot of these players go with things like cannons, pistols, and muskets. In the early stages and when those rings start to close, try and catch on to the backs of escaping players. If you have something like, say, a Temi or a Wu Chen, you can stop the projectiles from actually finishing you through. And I would love to actually just like go back and watch all of these games and sort of just count the amount of times I've seen players just being caught out by being pushed down to a sliver of health, and then a player just really quickly swivels into that musket or a pistol and immediately just snipes them out of the ground, which is something that a Wu Chen or a Temi could have prevented. But because you're running a composition that is very based towards either mid or late game, and it doesn't sort of have that team utility where you have a safety line to fall back onto and not have anything to block those projectiles, players are being burnt out of the composition early. And it doesn't matter if you have a composition that is geared towards getting into Final Ring and getting as many points and kills as you can in Final Ring, if you don't actually make it to your destination of Final Ring.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's all about taking it to the late game at the end of the day, right? And I mean, we've seen GD. What has GD done the last two games? They come out aggressively. they use that lifeline that they have, right? That resurrection as a way to be able to press aggressively. They pick up a ton of kills while playing a late game oriented comp. So they have those kills already to take into the late game. Then in the mid game, they don't have to take the risk. They can literally just opt to go where the loot is. They can avoid teams and only take engagements that 100% favor them. They might pick up a couple of extra kills towards that mid game, right? We saw towards the mid game there, they sat on 10 kills for a while, and then almost as if to curse myself, I literally, you know, was like, they've lost momentum, and then they immediately pick up another kill. But that is exactly what they're doing. They're playing to their strengths. And speaking of playing to their strengths, oh, well. I tried to throw.
从单排选手转，就是他的刀很硬，对我们的落地价肯定是有提升的。主要是然后怎么说呢？我感觉可能最直观的提升就是落地价，然后以及他可能在单排选手，他对金空投的，就是他在单排里面的运营，就是他可能比较更偏向于觉得空投很重要。那我们可能他进引入后，我们对个人，我们整个团队对金空投的重视度可能就更高一点。然后包括我们其实玩阵容，可能拿金空投的次数也更多了。感觉反正他个人实力是很强的，我觉得他转单排转3排应该是他的转型，我觉得应该是能成功的。
Coming in here, NPG give us a little bit of insight into their week here. You know, a newcomer to the league, so they've got quite a lot to prove. Speaking of proving, we're getting ready to come into game number 3. We're going to see if NPG can recover after 2 not great games for them early on here today. See if they can put some points up on the board. But I think all eyes on Team GD with back-to-back dubs. I don't think we've seen coming out of the gate 2 back-to-back dubs to start the day. That confidence booster has got to be huge for GD right now.
Yeah, when we see back-to-back dubs, it tends to be towards the later part of the day when teams have started to like warm up and get a lot of confidence and pick up that momentum. They're synergizing really well with each other. Because we can have a look at some of these compositions. I know one thing that we're both going to be looking for, and that is to see whether or not there is going to be a little bit more Temmie. Something else I noticed as well was last time there was a lot more Wu Chen in these lobbies. I'm not talking about it, KZ. I know you're probably going to swap off of it. A lot more Wu Chens in these lobbies. And it did mean that a lot of those teams weren't actually getting caught out when they were trying to go for those rotations and repositions. They were just able to use that TP as a get out of jail free card. But looking across the board, we're still seeing a couple of Wu Chens, but it's nowhere near the amount of Wu Chens that we were seeing previously. Instead, we're sort of seeing a sort of de-evolution back towards the traditional transformer composition of that monk, the Kurumi, and the Yuashan for all of the reasons we've talked about previously. The Kurumi heals the monk, the Yuashan comes in with that second transformation to cover when the monk drops his ultimate, even though you could just use the bell. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. However, 36 seconds left. We do have to talk about it. KZ actually locked in the Z-ping.
You know, they have 36 seconds. We're taking a look at the map. I think they're playing their comp close to the vest. I think we're gonna see KZ swap somebody out. I think Q9's doing the same thing. Q9 has has Tumult, Monk, Takeda, no support for the Monk. They teased us that same thing last game and then swapped just before getting to in-game. I think they're playing comps close to the chest here because they don't want to be countered out, but we're gonna see what they pick up. We're gonna have to pay attention to KZ and GD and see if they actually bring it. If KZ actually brings this comp, I'm very interested to see how this works out into their favor. But if they do, they have to play extremely aggressive to make it work. We're going to start off with GD here, who are going to be bringing that classic, you know, Viper Wu Chen Yoda Hime comp here that has served them really well thus far. So hopefully they continue to play as well as they have. I don't see them not doing so. Moving over to Alliance and a Team NAD going head-to-head here. NAD's lost 1 player, but we're seeing a double parry coming out of Doshi. Doshi putting in work, but is it going to be enough here as Alliance still has most of their members up? He's going to go very low. Aiki goes down to a single hit, but unfortunately it's just not enough, and Team Alliance is going to be able to clean this up. But NPG is going to come in for the third party, and here we go. Dubai, the overall MVP from last season here for NBG. Can NBG put it together? Alliance gonna be using that transformation here to grab out Gen from NBG, and NBG is gonna lose Gen immediately off the bat. They're gonna de-monk here. We're gonna actually see the red mushroom come into play here. So a couple of these players gonna get those attack buffs from the red mushroom, but soon that poison gonna come in. So Alliance needs to clean up this fight very quickly, and unfortunately NPG is gonna be sent back to the Soul Altar as Alliance cleans up their second squad wipe of the game, less than 40 seconds into the match.
Yeah, FPX now that we're following through just very close to GD. Who, like we pointed out, did actually swap over to that very classic composition. As FPX are currently in control of the Ballista, so they are just hunting out, trying to find some of these players and bait them into the open so that they're able to take those shots. And the Ballista is really terrifying no matter what stage of the game you're at. But early game, when you don't have good armor, those Ballista shots are absolutely devastating if they land directly onto you. OC are looking to try and land a couple of hits onto one of these squads on the rooftops. Yodo F ability is going to be coming on through, trying to prevent anyone from pushing them down. As in comes the Viper ultimate, Lang Jing just dashing after, trying to grab some of those players to stun up. Has actually been able to separate Ace's Alex onto that low ground. Jin tries to come in, was not going to be able to save that teammate in time, and is now actually going to be in a really rough position. Just has to try and use that Matari to try and blink away, but they are being hunted down with the Greatsword. It is just Jin left alone on the team, having to use his horizontal and vertical slashes to try and connect on some of those players before they go down. Will be able to find one from the team of Ventus, and might just have been able to buy themselves the time to be able to go for a little bit of a repath, as OC now popping a Yodo ultimate very early on, just to try and grab a little bit more space, see if anyone's going to challenge them for the openness of Courtyard so that they can now try and chase down some of these players. They know that OUG, one of their members, is very low, but Aces just having Jin able to survive. They've been able to bring a couple of their members back, but they're going to be stunned entirely out by the Nezas, and it is just immediately going to lock them up against the wall. As just staying a little bit too long, Rune, not able to escape cleanly. OC just retrace and hunt them down once more.
Absolutely. OC bringing that same aggression they brought last match. It's going to be really interesting. I think we're going to see another very aggressive match where we're down to like 20 players coming to the final circle. Two things of note real quick. Both KZ and Q9 locked in those funky comps. We said we weren't going to talk about it, and then they locked them in finally. They teased us, and it's like they were waiting to see if we were going to say anything. But of note, they've both been eliminated and used their first resurrection already. So those comps clearly not working out early for them in the early game. As we move over to Fun Plus Phoenix, and BBB coming in with a huge ult here. We talk about it all the time. BBB really kind of putting Fun Plus Phoenix on their back a little bit here, constantly bringing value to the team with this Viper. And I mean, at the end of the day, you know, BBB moving over from J-Team to Fun Plus Phoenix, the Viper comp was the comp that brought J-Team into Worlds to counteract the Monk comp here. So it's not surprising to see BBB constantly pumping out value from being able to play Viper here. JJHRD going to be able to get the resurrection onto Godly here because they were able to secure that early Bane's Breath and use it to their advantage. Fun Plus Phoenix coming back in now though. Chu trying to turn things onto TXJ coming in with that, but now JJRD's Godly gonna monk up, and it looks like he's gonna be able to get the pick onto TXJ. Leo trying to get away here. TXJ gonna be lost here from Fun Plus Phoenix, but we are gonna see the Wu Chen ult come out, and it looks like Fun Plus Phoenix is gonna be able to get the resurrection on TXJ, but they need to be very careful about which direction they're going, because Godly coming right back around the corner. The last thing you want to do is get re-grabbed off the back of this, trying to get onto VVV, but the Wu Chen putting in value for the team here, but TXJ gets re-grabbed anyway. Now VVV gets grabbed, but the D-Monk comes in, and VVV still going to be eliminated. It is a 1v3 scenario. It's a nightmare scenario for Leo to be in, and Leo is going to be eliminated off the back of this, and JJHRD going to be able to get their first squad wipe of the game.
This is why the Wu Chen coming in and trying to like block that monk is a little bit harder to pull off than the Temi. The Temi is 360, right? It's the entire coverage of the circle. The Wu Chen, the Soul Blade block, it stays there and it's only one angle. So if you don't have that space and you're not backing out and continuously creating distance between yourself and that monk, he's just gonna walk through and then grab you. And it's something that we saw in that last fight, as now it is going to be GG coming in with that Monk. Is actually going to get caught out by the Viper ultimate, not going to be able to find the value that they were looking for now. And instead, it could actually be GD biting off a little bit more than they can chew. Kaichi trying to stay alive has been unfortunately separated. They're the only remaining member for the side of GD, but GG still not out of the woods. Bell has to come on through so that Free 30 can potentially survive, but they'd already used that ultimate very early on in the fight. They're not going to have it to try and save themselves, and they are going to go down, as Mauman now with that Kurumi AoE is going to be able to get a little bit of a health buffer, can now use a little bit of a window to go for the transformation and potentially try and grab some of those players as they try and escape from the building before they can get yoinked in by the Monk. Doshi's actually popped the Terracotta Warrior too, so they are trying to chase out those picks, but at the moment GG is in a really rough position. Miskia's Ken is right there. They're trying to get the resurrection onto it potentially, but 17JL and NAD have now moved in, sensing that there is potential. Their Monk transformation's worn out, but they do still have that Kurumi heal, and they are just trying to keep 17JL in their sights to make sure that they don't get third-partied. 17JL think better of trying to chase. They are just going to go for a little bit of a regroup and not try to give in, not put themselves in an overly aggressive position, as they do have the Monk transformation to fall back onto, but we know what a red flag it is for teams in the surrounding area once they know teams have already burned through it. As J-Team looking to try and instigate, Eagle picked up from Q9 for this team to replace 101 TN. Gonna go for that transformation, not going to find an initial first grab, but immediately just spooking away the engagement from OUG, who do not want to try and contest this Monk. As Eagle is just going for a little bit of parkour. Can be a little bit hard for that Monk to be able to get the delicate toes onto the right cliff edges, but they have been able to scale the wall, and OUG haven't really been pushed as far back as they want. J-Team's still in the area, but I think they've gone further than they were anticipating.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate there. You know, that's kind of a bad situation. OUG could have really turned that fight. As soon as they were able to get Eagle up the cliff, he runs out of his ultimate. If OUG turns and pushes that, you're in the worst possible situation, especially considering that your Monk has no shields left. But OUG thought better of it, decided they were going to back up. I think that was an opportunity for OUG to push themselves in the game and get their first squad wipe. They still probably have resurrections as well. I would have pushed that, but I also understand the call to just go ahead and back out. You've got the Monk in your face. You're talking about Eagle. He was one of the best Monks consistently in Season 1. I would be a little scared in that situation as well. Here we go. By the way, Q9 running that interesting comp we talked about, using both the Monk and the Temi ult to secure that Morse Blessing into the mid game. And they do have one elimination. They definitely need to start picking up some more eliminations here towards the mid game. So they're going to be picking up that first buff from there. They do secure a buff for themselves, as well as YZG here. YZG is going to be locking down on to a buff for themselves. And it looks like the likes of NPG also going to be on to this Morse Blessing, getting themselves some much needed loot and buffs. Going to be opting to put the purple shield onto Shang, who's playing Justina here.
Relatively easy too. Like all of those teams picking up the Morse Blessing, there wasn't a lot of contest, which is really interesting given the amount of monks we have in this lobby, right? You want your monk to be able to get on top of this Morse Blessing so you can get the best amount of damage and health when you go for the transformations, as we are seeing aces currently being pushed into by Q9. Temi ultimate has been popped, but they haven't really been able to separate out some of these players. Alex extremely close to champion, but they are being slowly whittled away. However, Q9 coming in with that transformation will be able to grab one of those down players and just holds them in position for the repeating crossbow to just absolutely deteriorate their health bar in a matter of moments. As aces unfortunately have no choice but to leave Alex and try and go for a reposition. As you can see, champion just off on that right side, Jin trying to escape as they just have to give up their fallen comrade and reposition. They know that that's a losing fight and they're not going to take it.
So one of the things we actually haven't talked about in terms of value for Tumult into these comps is that the more tumults there are in a lobby, the less value he brings, right? Because if he pops his ultimate and another team has a tumult and pops their ultimate on top of it, that team becomes immune to both ultimates. So you're basically just trading one ultimate for another. Both of your teams go to immunity and it comes down to the other two players. So at that point, you do end up losing a little bit of value. You are forcing you know, the other team to trade an ult for an ult, but then it comes down to which two-player comp really brings the most value to your team there. And sometimes I could see not wanting to risk that. It's something to take in consideration when you're playing at Tumult. How many are in the lobby, and how much value do we lose because there are that many in the lobby?
Yeah, it's the same sort of like interaction within solos when you're running that Justina and there's a Tarka in the lobby. Like, if you know that there's a Tarka player, do you want to lock Justina because you know that that F ability, that freeze form, is going to be denied with just the fireballs, the tick damage that immediately burns you out of that form, and actually turns your own utility against you?
Yeah,
But
absolutely. You know,
once again, it's just like that lull phase at the moment. Teams trying to reposition, teams trying to see whether they can spot a couple of those squads without one of those members and collapse in. As everyone is just at the moment getting their feelers out, just trying to find information about their surroundings. J-Team are actually going to be a little bit out of position. They are currently in the zone, just trying to keep themselves a little bit out of notice. They're not rocking the best loadout. Two of them do have purple armor, but the weapons still not really what they want. As just trying to scavenge for loot and keep themselves up.
We gotta talk about, why does the Kurumi have the purple armor and not the Uation?
Yeah, that's a weird one, right? I mean, I guess you want the Kurumi to be able to keep herself alive, but at the same time, you would think the Uation would have it so that you don't have to pop the Kurumi to have it to keep him up.
Yeah, because his ult is just like the monk, is based off
carries over
the, you know, the armor that he has, right? I could see giving the purple weapon to the Kurumi and not the Uation, right?
Yeah.
But the armor is his survivability once he pops that, and as soon as the monk ult goes down, that's when your team is the most vulnerable. Uation needs to have as much HP as possible while he's trying to peel for the team in that stage, because that is when the team is the most vulnerable, and he needs to be in everybody's faces.
The counterpoint I could see to that, though, is that we're currently in downtime, so you're probably anticipating something like cannon shots to come through. So you want your Kurumi to have a little bit more of a safety line so that if one of the team members goes down and you need to get that Ken, you can just tether up the resurrection and guarantee that the Kurumi will be able to pull it off. And then when you get into the aggressive phase where the Uation needs to push, you swap armor so that the Uation gets it and the Kurumi goes back to blue.
Yeah, it's an interesting line of thought, I think, but it's just very weird to see, because generally you're trying to secure those purple armors and weapons so you can get your transformers performing at peak form, as it were. As we take a look at the leaderboard as we come to this lull, JJHRD and OC with 8 eliminations each at the top of the leaderboard. OC again bringing that aggression. Alliance in 3rd place with 6 eliminations, and GG in 3rd place with 4 eliminations. GD significantly slowing it down in this game. You know, both their other 2 games, they played hyper aggressively early. Were able to put a ton of points on the board and then carry those into late game and pop off even more. But I guess they've not been able to find the engagements that they're looking for this game.
I mean, look at how far away they are from everybody.
Yeah, they're all up top, and I only see Kay and Don Queen. Are they missing a member? Did we miss something?
I think I saw 3 of them. I think it was just like one of them was a little bit on top of the other. But we do have Morris Blessings, so the lull has ended. Now we are going to see actual ultimates.
Looking at the leaderboard, their Viper is eliminated right now.
Yeah, GD are missing that Viper, and that's definitely explaining why they're a little bit more hesitant, right? They don't have that Viper to engage in. They don't have the safety line of the ultimate to just ensure that everyone in the surrounding area is stunned up. You don't have to worry about potential third parties. You have that window to be able to fall back onto a sort of trustful exercise, if you will. So that if you go in without the Viper ultimate, you hold on to it, and then the fight goes on too long, you're not able to get that first pick and then immediately exit, and someone else comes along, you can just pop the Viper ult and guarantee that you survive.
Absolutely. Here, as we see Alliance coming in on the Team GG, trying to make something happen here. OC also coming in. GG not really in a great situation as Alexam and Misaki have all their shields shredded. 330 also now going down to half shield. OC just holding out the space, want to turn their attention to the bodies left by the rest of the members of Alliance here. Mentality just hiding in a nearby bush, hoping maybe to make something happen. But Ventus going to come in for the 4th party. Very unfortunate because Mentality is not going to get the opportunity to resurrect their teammates. Turning your attention now to Q9 YZG going to go head-to-head. Q9's Jay a little caught out here. YZG now on the receiving end of that Temi ult and taking a little bit of pain, but they do have that Draco Storm putting in a little bit of work for them here, and YZG picks up the elimination onto Q9's Jay. Q9 now down a member, no Tumulk. They're successfully able to just walk through that ultimate and kind of lock that team down. It's very unfortunate because they were in a good situation. That Tumulk ult set them up well, but unfortunately Jay was low and he was caught out from the very beginning, and now he's going to be eliminated here in Q9. With just a Takeda and Monk really are going to struggle to make anything happen.
It's just the Draco Storm too. Like the fact that you just do so much more damage to everything around you when you have something like a dual blades or a katana, and you're able to just chop all of the players around you, even with that Temi ultimate in play. But now we can see another ultimate in play. It is going to be Q9 going for that transformation, trying to just break line of sight from the Viper, already falling to half HP. They do not currently have one of their players with the squad, as Aces I'm sure have noticed, and then I'm going to try and follow through on that kill, and it is going to be the Monk caught out of the transformation without anyone that to really peel away as a distraction. And now Q9's other member out of position massively. LWH is going to go down again to the side of Aces, who are able to immediately just edge those two players off of the board. Aces coming alive and potentially could be able to collapse onto a couple of these members from GG, trying to just escape that circle. But at the moment, it does seem like Aces are going to allow GG a little bit more survivability. They have actually split off into separate directions. Miskia and 330 just going to be hunting for a little bit of loot. They are running the armor the way that you would expect to see. The purple on the Monk, and then everyone else still left behind on the blue. But Aces are waiting on this high ground to potentially try and cut them down before they try and make that climb. As at the moment, J team are ruling the roost. They have control of the ballista. OUG are looking to try and challenge this position. They are going to just try and go for a little bit of information, see whether or not the full squad of J team is going to be there, whether or not it's worth trying to push onto that one player. As a Morris Blessing is there, but are you going to be able to safely recover the goods inside it when you start taking all of the ballista fire from the teams on that high ground? As NPG have been able to open up the chest, but J-Team is just waiting to cut them off when they start to try and move away from the rock face.
So, funny thing to note there, where that Morse Blessing actually pops up, that ballista can't hit anything down below. They can hit one little spot that is within the 100 meters, but the distance from top to bottom almost everywhere exceeds the 100 meters, and the ballista shot will actually go out of range there. So the Morse Blessing coming down on the bottom side was really a godsend for the team. I do believe it, not Ventus, was it NPG? Yeah, I think it was NPG who was just able to secure that Morse Blessing for their team there, getting themselves some much needed loot, as well as I do believe one of those covered buffs here. GD now, who's been able to get Kakaishi back into the game, kind of in a bad situation, as NAD sitting in front of them while they're waiting for this Morse Blessing to come up, trying to secure something for themselves. But YZG also behind them. GD pinched between two teams after getting Kakaishi back is not where they want to be. K goes super low, and it looks like NAD is thinking about pressuring this. YZG actually chops and moves to a different position because they want to be near that Morse Blessing, and we're going to see GD probably back off of this because they don't really have an end to this. They just got their player back, and the last thing they want to do is get eliminated right after that happens. YZG going to give them a wide berth so that they can actually hold the edge of the circle here and move back as they watch to see who's going to secure that Morris Blessing. NAD, YZG, and I do believe Ace is going head-to-head. GD just looking for an end to that fight, but we're going to see NAD coming out. They're going to pop that Temi ult and that Tumulk ult, or sorry, and the Monk ult here to cover the Blessing. That exact combination we talked about that in late game is so good with this particular comp here. They're able to get that gold armor. Doshi's going to go ahead and secure it up. But now the opening is coming as both those ults weren't staggered. They popped them together, right? They really needed to stagger those ultimates, knowing there were so many teams waiting in their face, and unfortunately it's not going to pay off in their favor for them to have popped both of them at the same time. They literally could have just popped the Temul and sat there.
Yeah, they did not need the transformation. And because they put the transformation too, it actually had to force them to use the Kurumi Tower as well. So they didn't even have that to be able to fall back onto when Aces started to invade that space. So they got the gold armor, but it was only temporary.
Yeah, and unfortunately, GD just pushed in to try to make a play there. They get the Wu Chen ult out, but the cannon shot literally follows them to where they teleport out to and eliminates them from the lobby. Unfortunately, GD going out with only 3 eliminations this game after 2 very strong first opening games.
That's a swarm. Alex was able to grab a swarm, and the second that everyone in the area on the roof opposite sees that, they book it. They don't want any part of that one. That is way too much damage. Peppered straight into you, and you are way too close for that team to be able to grapple over and punish, as it now does become all of these players just taking so much range projectile damage and having to just continuously jump, spam crouch, grapple, everything they can do. It's a sort of game of the floor is lava at the moment, but by putting yourself into the trees, you do risk putting yourself into a more vulnerable position, as they can try and snipe you as you start to come on down. As GG at the moment are a little bit more out in the open than the rest. OC are looking to try and hunt some of these players down, both with the sniper and a couple of cannon shots. You've been able to catch GG in the middle, but no one really wants to actually push into the middle, because when you do push into the middle, you risk putting yourself into a position where everyone can see you, and then GG just either being able to reposition or another team coming through and Wuchen TP swapping you. And it does mean that at the moment, all of these players are just trying to pull out as much of these utilities as possible. Kurumi Tower being an absolute massive one. The second they see that come through, they're going to pressure those monk transformations, because they know if the monk transformation comes through, the Kurumi's going to have to pop that AoE heal. And then you just disengage, you wait for the transformation to run its course, and you punish the fact that they just used pretty much all of their ultimates to be able to keep themselves alive. As FPX, this is the FPX game. Find a place that's close enough in final circle where you're going to be able to do a little bit of pepper damage, but mostly keep yourself safe. As, oh, Alex, that's so mean. That's horrible. Immediately just tries to invade the building with the swarm, and this poor house is just getting absolutely barraged by every single poke pressure, and then they just go in with the Justina ultimate. There's no room for anyone to be able to escape. The terracotta transformation to add salt into the wounds as well, as it is just an absolute slaughterhouse in that shed.
Look, I mean, we've talked about why cannons come back into meta. This is why, right? Players look to lock down these positions into these little huts that have these windows and stuff, but that splash damage capable of going through the walls if they're standing too close to the wall, or you can just lob the cannon shot through the windows and door and hit everybody with the splash damage, especially if you pick up Rupture Gale Orb. It's absolutely massive for your team. And you can hear right now, there's not musket shots going on, there's not bow shots, it is the sound of cannon fire being lobbed against the lobby non-stop. All of these players running at GG down to just 330 now, gonna be forced to pop the monk ult just to stay alive, but he's not in a good situation, as he is gonna be caught out here by a repeating crossbow and another monk. But thankfully 2 more monks come up and he is no longer the center of attention. GG's gonna come down. He's able to pick up a double grab, throws one into the zone, gets the re-grab, but now the Terracotta Warrior on top, YZG's own monk, gonna come up in his face. 330, there's no place for him to go here. He is now just centered himself between all of these other monks, and there's too much attention on him. GG's not gonna last for too much longer here in this lobby. J-Team holding on for dear life on top of this roof, just trying to piece anything together. Fun plus Phoenix losing their Wu Chen is going to be hugely poor for them. TXJ goes extremely low, is forced to pop the ult, but gets grabbed out of the Yoda ult after throwing the first flash. Fun plus Phoenix now down to just VVV the Viper, and nobody left to capitalize on it. Aces are going to pick up YZG, now Toto, and to see them go down, YZG down just to the Kurumi now. 17JLZ monking up, trying to find some value here. We are going to see Benchu pick up the kill onto Aces' Alex as well. OC has picked up 13 eliminations, but now they're down to just their Wu Chen. We're going to see YZG's CXZ go down to NBG's Dubai, and now they're going to be completely eliminated from this lobby. There are a lot of solo stragglers left alive in this final circle. Things are going to get very interesting. GG's 330 somehow still alive after being literally put in a corner by multiple monk transformations. I'm not sure how 330 is holding on, but he is making his team proud right now. And we see NAD's Dochi transformed into the UA shot here, just leaping, looking to make picks on all these players that are low, but he's absolutely getting minced by a Takeda who's just trying to hold on to him. Doshi now with no ultimate finds a bush. Looks like he's able to get into that bush. He might be able to just reset in this madness and heal up with nobody noticing. We're going to see the Temi ult come out. J-Team's Eagle able to get a slam though, grabbing somebody through the wall with a close range grab. He's able to pick up Ace's Alice, looking for the second grab. He's going to be forced. He does find it, gets the double stun, goes for the re-grab, but is unable to as they monk up in his face. Eagle just trying to go for grabs. He's got another grab, but he's not going to be able to get the slam as he's knocked out by a Yoda ult, and then his ultimate goes down as well. OUG's SS just trying to continue to pump damage out. Ventus's WX98 going airborne. Now it's JJHRD who's going to be able to pick up a double grab and start picking up these kills. 11 eliminations, 12 eliminations. Can he grab more? Godly trying to find all these players who are just airborne, desperately trying to stay alive. Godly's monk form going to burn down. It's coming down to the last final moments as Zone 7 collapses in the next 35 seconds.
AS is now the target of focus. It's falling a little bit low. It's still in that monk transformation. It's trying to grab some of those players out from the building and push them into the open. As we're going to see OC eliminated. JJHRD now sitting at the top of the leaderboard. 330 still somehow alive, despite not having a Kurumi or a Yuashan, has been able to get another transformation off and a grab on another player. Might be able to grab the reverb too, as at the moment, no one is actually looking at this monk. Look at this health bar. Does not have a healer, does not have a support. Only now is being focused down. 330 out in the open once again. Probably not going to be able to escape out of dodge this time, as Godly does have that Kurumi, does have that Yuashan. It's just holding court on the south end of this circle. There's not really a lot of contests coming through, as you are just going to be walking right into that Kurumi AoE. There's another grab and potentially a slam to follow through. Just holding it. Second grab straight into the ground slam. Still trying to find some of these players as that zone starts to close up. Even less space for these players to run. Bench is potentially coming in with a massive Viper ultimate. WX98 just going to be able to stun the entire lobby. Dashes out of the zone to get a horizontal longsword strike to try and land the damage. Unfortunately, that just allows all of JJHRD to get a couple more shots, but it is going to be NPG coming in as the sole survivor. My goodness. What a roller coaster ride that final circle became. We have to talk about the fact that 330 was able to survive as long as he did, but we do also have to talk about how well JJHRD were able to do. This is a team that were two teams in qualifying. They actually melded together. So you want to talk about communication and coordination issues that could potentially have read its head. There you go. Two teams, literally two different IGLs having to be pushed together into the same squad. They were one of the only transformation comps that actually had the full 3 players and were able to go for the full cycle of transform with the Kurumi to keep you healed up into the Yuashan to cover when you come out. And it allowed them to just absolutely dominate in the final moments.
Yeah, absolutely. They played that really, really well. I want to talk about Team OC for a minute. You know, Team OC in the first 2 games really looked like they were going to make something happen. And then because GD ended up being so dominant, we got to watch them kind of sputter out into those final circles. We saw GD get eliminated pretty early into this game with only 3 eliminations under their belt, and OC was sitting on top. I really thought this final circle was going to be OC's final circle. They had their moment to shine. Their biggest threat was out of the lobby, which was Team GD, who consistently pushed them out in the first 2 games. But I'm starting to think OC struggles into final circles. I really think maybe they don't know how to clutch it out. They've got a strong early game, but the problem is they're playing late game comps.
Yeah, and I mean, It's really rough, right? Because like we talk about GD and we say like, oh yeah, well this is a team that we were expecting to do consistently well. We also have to remember they lost their Viper really early on, and that's an intrinsic part of this composition, and you saw how it affected them. They immediately slammed the brakes on all of that aggression. They played very far away from all of the teams. They didn't properly try and challenge the Morris Blessings. They just played as north to the map as they possibly could to minimize the amount of players that they would run into, because they knew if a third party came through, they were done for. They didn't have that Viper to fall back onto. If you play the north, if you play that far away from where everyone else is playing, you might run into one squad, but the chances of you running into two, it's slim to none.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, the GD, understandably, like you said, they lost their Viper. They have to play more passively until they find their way to the game. They make a little bit of a player mistake. They go in, they think they have that opportunity to take that Morris Blessing once they get their Viper back. That situation immediately gets flipped on the head. The team that was able to go in and pick up the gold armor almost immediately gets eliminated because they misstaggered their ults, which means that when GD goes in, all attention is on them because they're the third party coming in, and the team that the attention was on were almost eliminated immediately. And then GD teleports out, and it was like they had the lock. They knew where they were. You watched the cannon shot come over. That cannon shot had to be fired before that teleport went through. And immediately as the teleport went through, the cannonball comes down, kills the last remaining member of GD. No hope. They're just completely eliminated there. But OC, they had their opportunity. GD was eliminated. NAD was not there to thwart their plans either, and just struggled in those final circles. And then, like you said, man, 330 from Team GG. I have no idea how he stayed alive for so long. He monked up 4 different times in that final circle with 0 support from his team.
Yep.
Made it work, was able to get away. He was literally pushed into a corner at one point by another monk with a monk on the other side, the building there, the zone directly to his back, and a UA that was ulted in his face. I have no idea how he survived. We cut across to watch another team, and in the back of my head, I was just like, GG's 330's dead.
I was watching the kill feed. I was like, it's gonna pop up any second now. It's gonna pop up. And then he was like, it's been 30 seconds. They thought shit up. The guy's still alive. Oh wait, there he is. Why is he back in his ult form?
Yeah, and then he just ults up 3 more times after that and is able to stay alive really well. His team's gonna be super proud. He picked up 2 or 3 eliminations as well as a solo player in that final zone, especially as a monk.
Yeah. You're a sitting duck. You are literally a sitting duck.
Yeah, you're a massive target. You have no support. But he's able to utilize the chaos and find a way to put more points on the board for Team GG. GG ends up in 6th place here because of it. They've got to be super happy with his performance. Coming in here and looking at the stats, though, OC, again, 13 eliminations, but they go out too early. They only walk away with 16.1 points. JJHRD able to dominate the final circle, picks up 17 eliminations, going to be walking away with a 30.2 game score. Ventus, 1 kill less than OC, but just because they're able to stay alive, going to be walking away with 21 game score. That's a huge point gap. That's a 5-point gap just because of placement, right?
So I feel so bad for Ventus because in that final circle, as it was closing up, they had the most clutch Viper ultimate. It hits everybody, but it's just the Viper on the squad left alive. And what they actually have to do is they have to tap dodge out of the ring because they're so low in health. And they go with the longsword. They go for the horizontal strike to try and connect onto those players clumped up and hit by the Viper ultimate, but it doesn't do enough damage. It ships down a couple of those players, but unfortunately, because you just had no one left on your team to be able to follow through on that massive ultimate, it just sets the table for JJHRD to come through and steal your kills. Like, Ventus, it was so close for them, but unfortunately, again, just losing squad members meant that they just weren't able to put their win condition fully online. It doesn't matter if you don't have, if you have the Viper alive to be able to stun people, if there's no one left alive on your team to be able to follow through when the stun hits.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And something we have to talk about is Viper came into favor after J-Team was able to stomp Worlds with that particular comp. But a thing that these teams need to remember is that Viper was picked up into that comp as a counter to the transformation comp, right? Into late circles, you're really only adding value to other teams. You stun out the whole lobby, and if you don't have your entire team up to capitalize, and even if you do, at most, you're realistically only going to be able to pick up 2, maybe 3 of those kills And if you stun 18 people, somebody else is going to go in and get value off of that ultimate.
Rune, look at the damage numbers. I'm not misreading this, am I?
No, you're not misreading. This is 39,000.
That's not a decimal, though. That is actually 39k damage in one lobby.
Okay, so this is impressive. This is trios, though, right? 39,000 damage. I just want to throw back to yesterday, Game 6, WBG Spider.
As a Spider,
as a solo, 39,500 damage.
Damn!
This is still very impressive, right? 39,000 damage is insane. But as a solos player yesterday, 39,500 damage. Spider absolutely went off, but this is incredible. JJHRD, Godly really coming together as a Monk player here. You know, at the start of everything in the NBPL, we got to watch Godly talk a little bit about how he wanted to come in and challenge the other Monk players. He specifically mentioned something that I said, talking about the 4 top Monk players in the league, and he wanted to come in and prove that he could challenge and be one of those top Monk players in the league. This game clearly proving that he is one of those Monks. Even in the first 2 games, JJHRD, Godly really performing and the team kind of rallying around him as the team centerpiece. So it's nice to see him following through with those words. But speaking of following through with those, we're going to throw things over to a quick interview before we get ready to come back for our next set of 3 games.
Hi everyone, this is Yeager and welcome to the post-game interview. Today we are very glad to invite Li Xin to the interview room. And first of all, let him say hello to our audience. Hi 李欣，先和我们的观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
观众朋友们好，我是季节号阿弟的李欣。
So first of all, congratulations that you guys get the high score in the game 3. And we know that in the match patch, we can see more and more opponents choose like virus hero combo. So I would like to know how you comment on the Mark and Yueshan and Kurumi together because they are still very strong. 那首先要恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得最高分。其实我们看到在当前版本就比赛的版本当中嘛，其实我们对手话选出来的阵容也是越来越多了。但是你怎么看待双变阵容还是非常的强，而且今天已经拿了2把最高分呢？
主要还是这个周赛的那个打法比较往后拖吧，它的节奏不像周决赛可能6把的时候有2-3把节奏很快，在前期就会展开很多战争什么的。
Okay, I think the reason why the Mark and Yueshan and Kurumi is still very strong in the regular race is because today is the regular race. And maybe in the weekly final, there will have some changes. Like in the regular race, we'll like fight at the final circle and we will keep the not very fast speed at the beginning and the middle time of the game. And maybe in the weekly final, I think it will be quicker and the speed will when the speed will quicker and maybe other hero combo is also very strong. Okay, so also we see that your Mark today, your team's Mark today is very strong. So I would like to know how Mark, when he is using the ultimate, how can he avoid the damage from the other opponent? 那我们看到，其实今天你们团队的这个天海大师非常的厉害，而且拿下了 MVP。我想问一下，那当天海开大的时候，应该如何去规避伤害？队内是怎么配合的呢？
我们一般会让天海这位我们的天海选手，让他站在我们脸上开大，他来规避远程对我们的威胁，我们来规避在他脚底下的威胁。
So actually in our team, because our teammate who using the Mark, we will told him that he will use the ultimate in front of me, and me and my other teammate, we will like avoid the damage from his step, and the Mark will avoid the range damage from other opponent. Okay, so we see that your team is the first time come to the Nbpl, and you are also going to have the first weekly final. So I would like to know how's your feeling right now and how you comment on team status these days. 那我们也知道，其实阿迪也是最新来到 Nbpl 的战队，特别想问一下你自己现在对于战队的这个状态怎么评价？然后包括对于即将而来的这个周决，你们自己有什么样的期待呢？
我觉得我们发挥了我们80%的水平吧，应该还可以打得更好。周决赛的话，我觉得我们可以拿到前5吧。
So for the weekly final, our ambition is to get the top 5. And for the status right now, I think we can do better. Okay, thank you Li Xin, and congratulations again, RD get the highest score in the game 3. And 谢谢李欣接受我们今天的采访 and we will take a break and be right back later.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness, whoa, and all the pain. They can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I still see my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
from the ashes.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Naraka Bladepoint Pro League. I'm Moxie, I'm joined by the wonderful Runekeeper. And Rune, it's been a long and strange but wonderful journey today as we head into the fourth match of the trios. We've got to see a couple of different metas come through, we've got to see a couple of different compositions. Unfortunately, the new shuffle of heroes hasn't really worked out for the players that we've watched them with, but it's nice to see that players are experimenting, right?
We love to see some experimentation. There's some questionable decisions being made in comps though. I mean, like in game 2, the Justina coming through into that comp just makes absolutely no sense. This last game we saw KZ take both Takeda and Z-Ping, which to me is kind of an interesting decision because what makes Z-Ping good is that, you know, she's got that F2 ability where she can take control of that neutral. She can throw it on another, you know, hero as well, give them that same ability. Takeda kind of fills a similar role. He's got the ability to pop his ultimate and then use the F to take back control of the neutral. So when you have two heroes that kind of overlap in the value area that they're bringing to the team, you end up, you're missing other things, right? Like, I would have rather seen that team drop either one of those and pick up Wu Chen, right?
Yeah, agreed.
And honestly, I'm gonna be real honest, Z-Ping makes a lot of sense in solos. We've talked about it before though. Why she doesn't work in trios is because as soon as she uses those abilities, she's either forced to use it to support one of her teammates or use it on herself, but you're not getting value for the entire team from her. You're getting it from one person and then she leaves herself vulnerable if she throws it to somebody else. She doesn't really work as a support in the way that we would want to see a support work. So for me, drop Z-Ping Yang, throw Wu Chen into that comp, and I think that comp works very well. You have Temi to lock it down. You have Takeda who can use the big ultimate that can grab multiple people. So as they're trying to, you know, run through the Tumult ult, you can lock them down with the Takeda ult. And then you just have Wu Chen who brings that support and brings that ability to just answer multiple threats. As we take a look at the overall leaderboard here, taking a look at Alliance, who's moved up into top 16, so at least they're going to be able to compete in the finals this weekend. Taking a look at OC, who's had a 55.3 point day. They've had a very good day so far, and they have also moved themselves up in 13th place. Fun plus Phoenix. You know, they had an 82 point day one, but today we're 3 games deep, and they were nowhere near the halfway mark of that score. And then 17JL, who had a 77.9 day one, they're kind of keeping the consistency going. They're right where you would expect them to be. They're on trajectory. They're about 30 points in. Gonna probably come in around a 60 point day if they keep that momentum going. Potentially able to get back to the 77. Wolves still clutching out and holding on to first place right now. You know, 139.4 points. I'm looking at YZG. Honestly, YZG, there's no excuse that they can't put 20 points on the board today, but in
that's what you said.
Games,
that's what you said at the start.
I know. There's no excuse that they don't
There's been teams that have like just had to hit 20 or 30 and they've struggled. And YZG has they've been struggling today. It has been the struggle bus for this team. It's been the struggle bus for a lot of these teams. Like we've talked about it, you can tell that sometimes the coordination is a little bit iffy. I, however, do want to address JJHRD because this is a team, right, on paper, where you should think, okay, the coordination is not going to be here. This is a team that are literally one team, two team, sandwiched together. Literally, roles overlapping, IGLs overlapping, having to just push yourself into having all of those two teams being simmered down to 3 players in one lobby. Like, that shouldn't work in a game like Naraka, where you have to have the coordination, everyone playing their part that has been so well rehearsed. But when you look at that last match, and that final ring, they were one of the only teams that had all 3 of their players left alive. And honestly, I have to say, I'm a huge fan of their pacing because they honestly play it really perfectly. They don't go super aggro. They don't go looking for these fights where they could potentially go third party. They know the value of the composition that they're running, and they know that it begins and ends in that final circle.
Oh, absolutely. The other thing to keep in mind, I think there's two schools of thoughts when you take two teams and you smash them together, right? You would assume that there's going to be issues. There's two different IGLs. There's two different synergies that you're now trying to match with each other, right? So you would assume that kind of falls apart. But I think if you have a good coach and these two teams come together, right? Clearly, the two orgs decided, okay, hey, alone we're not enough. But if we stick ourselves together here, we have something that can make a run for something good. If your players come into it with the mentality of, okay, hey, we've got work to put in to get our synergy together, and then they listen to their coach at the end of the day, that can actually make a team that's made up of two teams come in and have more synergy than some of these other teams because they've been playing together and they have that same synergy. And it can fall apart when you're not practicing with that mentality. But we're going to jump to a quick video. We're going to come back and talk more about that mentality right after this.
新的大家庭的话，就是来了一个新的地方嘛，感觉就是还得重新，就是大家以前没打过嘛，就是得重新磨合。生活上的话也还好吧，大家都是朋友嘛，慢慢更熟了以后就玩，反正就更开放嘛，玩的。应该挺有信心的嘛，毕竟现在的两个队友也很强。然后就是说的话。我就是在双辩这方面理解可能比他们深吧，然后就是决赛圈更懂，比他们稍微更懂一点，怎么该怎么玩，决赛圈该干嘛，什么时候该开大呀，什么时候该就是反正提醒队友该做的事嘛，就是决赛圈的话可能稍微好一点，运营稍微好一点吧。
YZG Zhao Toto coming in here and kind of just reiterating the point that I was talking about, how important it is to come back in and find those chemistries. And then if you lock it in, you come in with that mentality of, okay, we have a synergy to fix. You can actually come out more synergistic and have better chemistry than some of these teams that have been together this entire time because you're actively working on it, right? If you've been together the entire time, you run that risk of just kind of resting on your laurels where you're like, oh, we already have good chemistry. We already have this together. We don't need to work on it. But it's something a team always needs to work on, right? Especially the IGL for that team needs to be coming together and being like, hey, these are the shots I'm going to be calling. I need you guys to be on board that when I say this, that's where our attention is turning. So it's really nice to see that some of the new teams coming in are focusing on that and reiterating exactly the same points that we're talking about, Monsi.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why I feel like the two things that we say the most in Naraka, other than please lock Wu channel or Temi, is consistency and coordination. Like, those are the two things. If a team can do those, like, we know at this level their mechanicals are going to be on point, right? There's a reason that they qualified. There's a reason that they are at this level. There's a reason that they are considered the best of the best in these regions. If you don't have that communication and you don't have that consistency, it doesn't matter how good your team is. It doesn't matter how stacked your roster is. Cough, cough, fire that. You're still going to be at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely. Again, it all comes down to that team chemistry and your ability to work together, right? We talked a little bit about when we talked about Temi, right? Temi adds value to a team only if that team is able to coordinate well, right? If your team can't coordinate well, that Temi ult's not really bringing a lot for you. It's just going to bring a quick bit of CC. But if you're smart, like NAD is, in game 2, we watched NAD catch Team GG out with that Tumultual in a super bad positioning, and because the rest of NAD was immediately ready to follow up on it, they got so much value out of it. They knocked out one of the top contending teams in the lobby. They were able to pick up 3 more eliminations and take a super valuable piece of ground, all because of that Temi ult. But it was consistently down to the coordination to make that happen.
Yeah, and like if you didn't have anyone other than that Temi, like the ultimate could have come through. It could have been in the exact same positioning. It could have cut out the exact same number of players. But all you've done is lock yourself in the fight 1 versus 3. That's not going to end well for you. but having that communication and also like the coordination of going between all of those targets, right? There's a reason that we talk about katanas, dual blades, and nunchucks being so strong in this meta, and it's because you get to stun lock these players. So you literally go in with things like the charged left click or the charged right click, and you stun lock this player to immediately stop any of the movement that they're able to find. You call out to your two teammates, hey, I have this Yota, or hey, I have this Justina/Karumi, any player, stun locked in, come here, give me a little bit more damage, catch them with your AoEs, catch them with things like blink strikes or charged up Nezars. That's when we see the kills just immediately snap. The health bar just instantly deteriorates, and then you move on to the next and you do the same. And when you have something like a Tami ultimate to be able to shut down that movement, it means that they can't escape things like those AoE charged up strikes coming out of stuff like the katanas and the dual blades. As we are now, as is tradition, going to get right into the match and follow into JJHRD, and they are back on the traditional ult composition. We heard it in the interview. They think it's still going to be very strong in these weeklies. Maybe not so much in the bi-weekly finals, but when the pacing is so slow in the mid game and it allows you to be that aggressive in the final circle, Transformer comp really does just reign supreme.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. There's a reason why Transformer comp is always going to be around in some way, shape, or form. I think it needs to evolve. I mean, you and me are both on the exact same page where we think Tumult just slots in so much nicer than the Uashan. He brings so much more value to the team, but in some way, shape, or form, that Transformer comp is always going to be there to a degree, right? Whether we get new Transformers in the future or what shape it takes, it's going to be there. Now we're watching Q9 here engage with YZG. Q9 back on a more classic aggressive comp, and not paying off for them early here, as YZG able to get their hands on some loot, playing the exact same early aggressive comp and catches them out, and it secures themselves their first squad wipe and 3 eliminations. As we move over to Celestra and the Temple to the western side of Celestra here, 3 teams going head to head. It's team NAD coming in on to the likes of I do believe that it's team OUG. Yeah, Doshi going super low, going to be forced to pop the F3 here, and is actually able to take a reset like this is solos, right? You don't see that very often in trios where the Yorihime can use the F3 and actually get some value out of a reset, but because I think the third party going on here,
yeah, Alliance came in as a distraction.
Yeah, able to buy them that time to use that F3. They get a ton of value out of it. They're able to get a reset, but it's OUG who's actually coming in and securing some kills here onto Team Alliance, and they're going to pick up a full squad wipe in their first 3 eliminations, as Ace is now coming in looking for a 4th party opportunity. But NAD hot on their heels from behind, trying to lock down some of this loot so Doshi can get some heals, because Doshi before that body was completely sand spots. And only white armor between you and 1 tick of HP is not where you want to be coming into this competitive season. OUG up top though, really setting themselves up for success here, because they can just drop down like this onto NAD, and NAD still very behind in terms of loot and the ability to heal up here. Doshi also gonna use that Yorihime ultimate and get 0 value out of it, but they're able to heal off a single member of OUG, and the 3 of them lock them down. Now SS coming in, trying to make something happen here. Alliance also trying to come in and get a resurrection onto one of their teammates, but they are just going to end up losing Lucky all over again. NAD coming in with the stun, able to lock down Ike here. NAD coming in and putting in massive work right now with 5 eliminations under their belt, looking to pick up a 6 off the back of OUG and Alliance. NAD played this very, very well. You know, they got no value out of Doshi popping their ultimate there on the Yorihime, but they were able to pick up on a player mistake on OUG's side, who split a single player off, and they instantaneously got on comms and capitalized on it. It is this. Their coordination as a team is why NAD is so scary.
Yeah, and Alliance too as well, just not really satisfied with sacrificing one of their players, wants to go for that resurrection despite not really having the loot to be able to back it up. And it means that one player lost for them very quickly spirals into a full squad relocation. Because now it is going to be YZG trying to just push in. Temi ultimate is currently out. Ventus's Pixel is the Ken that they're currently camping at the moment, just to make sure that no one is able to get that one back online. NAD have lost one of their players too, as we're still in Celestia. Like, all of these players are still scrapping for this very small enclosed space, just trying to chase after those Vipers when they're separated from the team. So force the ultimate and then immediately just disengage and then look to try and capitalize once they know the Viper is vulnerable without the ultimate, to try and buy them time for the team to be able to regroup, as Ventus, it feels like, stuck around a little bit too long, bit off more than they could chew. As NAD with the Yoto Beyblade is now going to come over on top of YZG's. As OGG is looking for some of these picks, is trying to just set up for one of those Katana charged strikes, but unfortunately dashes right into the longside horizontal, and even with the activation of the Bane's Grab, will go just down. The absolute pressure coming out on the low ground. There's now OUG searching for those players. Bainscraft going to be coming up into Courtyard, trying to secure a little bit more space, forcing OUG to be separated away from being able to hunt out a couple more of those players. And we are going to eventually move on from Celestia because other parts of this map do exist. Other squads are currently scrapping in other places. And we're seeing the Temi ultimate come through. JJHRD going to be popping a transformation to try and punish as aces have been split. Alex hung around a little bit too long. Is now just going to be held and grabbed. As every other member from the team, you can still see them to the north. JJHRD have to know that they're close, but the third party's coming on through. GD is going to be trying to capitalize off of those members using that transformation very early on to only secure that pick onto aces, and they are going to be able to catch those members before they're able to be able to helping out that monk. First the Kurumi, then you move on to the monk, then you try and hunt out the Uation, because you know the transformation just got used. They're not going to be able to pop it to help out that very squishy support who is extremely vulnerable when her team aren't there to protect her.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, Kurumi is generally your target, right? Especially if you know Godly doesn't have that monk transformation. Kurumi really the one able to keep that team together at that point. And GD made the proper decision to just lock her down and focus her out of the fight first here. They're going to pick up another elimination as well onto Lingsen here. And it looks like Godly going to be the only member left up here for their team, as GD able to secure their first 3 eliminations of the game. Once again, playing this aggressive comp, they've got the, you know, they've got their Viper online here this game. Hopefully they don't lose them early, as now they're looking to aggressively pin another fight here into Team Aces. They caught Alex out here. Alex and Aces going for the ballista here, but immediately getting knocked off. Jin trying to come in. Champion covering for Jin. Now Champion able to get their hands onto the ballista. GD a little bit on the back, but they are able to secure the kill onto Alex. Jin pushing heavily onto Dunkling. Dunkling gonna be forced to pop the ultimate here. Dunkling needs to turn their attention around though onto that ballista and try to knock them off that ballista here with those hits just like this. This is exactly what you need to be doing here, Dunkling. Somebody move onto the ballista. Jin locked down. Last remaining member, it looks like. They're going to clean this up pretty easy off the back of that. They played that extremely well. Donkwing able to get the teleport off, knock them off of the ballista. Their team able to pick up that kill and then lock down Jin into an Edge's Might. GD going to pick up their second squad wipe. 6 eliminations, and this is what we've come to expect from GD after their first 2 games today.
Yeah, so coordinated as well. Having that trust from Dunkring to know that you can go for that Yodo ultimate, even though the other team is potentially in control of that ballista, just trusting your other 2 teammates to keep them occupied so that you don't get pinned down when you're in that very vulnerable position and you have enough time to set up those slashes and then, and only then, go for the TP to challenge ballista is absolutely massive for that Yodo to be able to trust onto. As we can have a look at where this circle is going to be. Oh, that's a mean one. You're still going to have a lot of space, but a lot of these teams are going to have to try and reposition, as we can also have a look at where those first couple of Morris Blessings are going to be coming through. And for a lot of these teams who are relying on things like that Yoto and transformation into that final circle, you are going to have to pad your armor. You are going to need to pick up those Morris Blessings. We've seen what picking up a Morris Blessing and potentially something like a Dracostorm or a Vermilion can do to a team in terms of that mid game, where everyone else sort of hits that lull and doesn't add to their kill score. If you have one of those buffs, you can get aggressive, you can add tally marks onto your points. And if you can survive until final circle, as so many of these compositions are geared towards, that's going to be absolutely massive when we hit the final leaderboard.
Yeah, this is something I really wanted to talk about last game, right? We saw in the first 2 games, these teams very much aggressively trying to contest the Morris Blessing, and it not really working out in their favor, right? It kind of comes down to luck. When you have 6 teams all sitting on top of one Morris Blessing, yes, there's skill involved. Yes, you need to stagger your ultimate to make things happen. And of course, you know, we talk about how easy it is for Temi to really lock those down and make things happen. But if you misstep, like we saw in the last game there, it can actually really cost your team, even with the Temi. But we're falling back more into that previous mindset that we saw developing in Season 1, where it is, okay, hey, I'm not the one who's immediately in position to get the Morris Blessing. Let me just put myself on the other side of the map so that while, yes, they have that buff, by the time they get to me, they're not going to have it anymore, right?
Yeah.
They just don't get to capitalize on that buff whatsoever, and it kind of makes it pointless except for the loot, right?
Yeah.
So getting those coveted purple shields and stuff, really great, and that's why teams who are running the transformation comps are the ones who really need to try to prioritize picking up those Morris Blessings, because those transformations so reliant on the tier of loot that you have together. OC's 0-1 actually getting picked out of the tree here by Team GG, but a third party coming in from behind might actually save OC, as KZ coming in trying to lock down the members of GG, and OC's 0-1 able to escape by the skin of their teeth. Somebody needs to tell OC to send KZ a thank you card after that.
It's these players with just numbers in their names, Orin. But today, apparently, they just have 9 lives. 3-3-0, 0-1, all of them.
I think you might have just cast a
It is
curse
going to be transformation.
here,
Oh no! Merman sees the transformation comes through and is just being an absolute gnat with that spear. Just making sure that they're able to roll and dodge away from the grabs so fast that they're just not able to allow them up to grab them. Will actually TP out of that to get the Cairn online. And it is going to be... Oh, see, they're not caster cursed, you know? They didn't get a kill, but they didn't die, so...
I mean, they were caught out there for a second by all of NAD by themselves. That's
true, and NAD still aren't done with them, because NAD are going to be hunting, knowing that the transformation is going to be on cooldown, and Merman is not one of those players who slows down, especially not when you have something like that Viper ultimate, but you are chasing OC right up past all of these teams set up on the high ground, opening yourself to potentially be caught out, as now OC sensing that NAD are not going to be giving up easily. Their back is to the ring. They are going to have to take this engagement. NAD have to try and finish this off fast. They have to decide if they want to properly aggress or disengage, because soon that transformation is going to be back online for 0-1. They're going to try and kill him before it comes online. Yoto ultimate comes in absolutely massive. The team just coordinating to make sure that they just lock that monk into position for the Yoto slashes to properly be able to hit their targets. And OC are forced to just go for that Yuashan. There's NAD going to be dropping the Viper ultimate, making that ultimate entirely useless for the next couple of seconds. GG now going to be coming in for a potential third party. Actually, 3-3-0 gets stun locked, tries to use the bell to be able to escape. Unfortunately, now does not have it. But when the Yoto ultimate starts to come on through and is just locked against this fence, will go down before they can keep the ultimate to keep themselves alive, as NAD still under pressure, still trying to hunt out these remaining members from OC, entirely ignoring the squad of GG that were going for the third party. NAD just pursuing their prey, and only then will they turn their attention to the surroundings. But they actually chased OC's surviving members so far that GG are in a different part of the map now.
Yeah, you know, this actually worked out really, really well in NAD's favor here, because the fourth party came through. Like, GG came in trying to secure those kills onto OC, got themselves in a bad situation, allowed NAD to finish chasing that down, while 17JL came in for the fourth party, locked GG down. NAD not only gets to walk away from a really bad fight for themselves, but they also get to secure up the kill, clean it up, put themselves in a much better situation to potentially come back in and fight 17JL in the future. GG loses 330 and their monk player, and that is a huge detriment for their team.
Well, Miskia will be able to get one rebirth charm, so GG should be able to get their third member online. Yeah, 3-3-0. Resurrected, back from the dead, will be playing with the team monk secured, but now you do have to scavenge out that loot. And like we've pointed out previously, it affects. Like, your shielding is not going to be the greatest. And now you're going to have to try and look for that purple armored suit. Make sure that your monk has the most impact, the biggest bang for the buck when you go for that transformation. And it is going to be fun, plus just trying to scavenge any scraps left in these chests. Another Morris Blessing going to be coming online in the northeast, one right in the center of this map. J-Team going to have to scrap with aces, but everybody else in the lobby, if they want a piece of that Morris Blessing, they are just going to have to go into the center of the map and expose themselves from so many different angles. And you can see the teams that are choosing to just go for prolongativity in likes of NAD, just not wanting to move, not wanting to challenge that Morris Blessing, more than content to let those players scrap it out and run out of resources, and then potentially pick off the players who are able to take it, and the players who feel comfortable enough with the composition that they're running to be able to actively just snag it out in the open in front of absolutely everyone. And those are the players with Temis in that composition, as it is going to be a Justina ultimate now coming through for NPG. It is going to be Sheng just trying to pin down some of those players, potentially get a freeze. It's not going to be able to find much of anything, and is actually just going to use it for a little bit of a reposition, not being able to find the engagement that they were looking for. Is 17JL now going to be able to find that purple bush? It's a really good position too as well, right next to an anti-ult area that if they want to activate, they can. So if they get found out a little bit prematurely, they are going to be able to have a safety ticket too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, taking a look here, you know, like you said, J-Team able to just come up here and completely secure this Morris Blessing with real no contention. NPG with the tumult in the midst of everybody just throws the ult down, and it's almost like all the other teams realize, oh, we can't contest that, there's no point. They just back off and scatter. And it's the teams like NPG who have 0 eliminations in this middle stage that need those Morris Blessings the most, right? If you're a team like NAD, like you said, who's just backed off and were content to sit where they were, NAD's got kills to take the late game, right? NPG doesn't. So NPG needs to get that that little bit of a lifeline so they can risk going out and trying to put kills on the board, whereas NAD already has them to take the late game. There's no point in them going out and risking, you know, that multiplier and that late game finish just for the hopes of picking up a buff that might get them some more kills. As we see here, NPG now with that buff trying to chase down some of these other teams, but we're seeing that kind of meta evolve again, where these teams just move away and are happy to hide. Look, GD, very separated, K over here, but all these players are hidden right now. We even have Ventus up top hiding as well. These players just hoping the likes of NPG don't find them and lock them down. Pixel, unfortunately, looks like they are going to be the one who gets caught out by NPG here. Pixel
doing a good job though, just hiding himself, trying to make it seem like he's grappled away while still being on top of the building. J-Team also actually grabbed up a Draco Storm, but they haven't come up in the kill feed yet because remember, they were entirely uncontested. No one was near them, so having that 2-minute buff, it's pretty soon gonna run out, and they haven't really been able to take full advantage of it. Because there are teams that just go for the Draco Storm, want to get that buff, and everyone else just disengages. Aces actually ran so far. They were so close. They were the only team in contention of potentially contesting J-Team for taking up that Draco Storm. They decided to just entirely recommit and are now just sitting in the center of the map. As J-Team have arrived, they are going to have still a couple dregs of seconds of that Draco Storm to try and catch onto these players as that ring starts to close on through. And they're hunting for it. Look at how aggressive this team is being, just trying to find any player that they can move on to when this buff is still in play. They should have been able to find a couple of those players. It is actually going to be Ventus on the receiving end this time. Once again, Pixel, unfortunately, just seems to attract danger in this lobby, but J-Team back on out.
Yeah, J-Team here moving across the map, more than happy to just disengage from that fight. Ventus, again, here comes that Temi ult. This is the comp, right? Yeah. This is the comp we've been talking about. They've got Pixel with the gold armor. Ventus comes in, they're able to use that Temi ult, secure themselves this Morris Blessing. They don't have a lot of elims, but actually Ace is pushing into this. This could be a great opportunity for Ventus, but they do need to be careful because there are teams on all sides and that no ult zone. That is the most dangerous thing for Ventus right now. There it is. They need to get outside of it. That's exactly what they do. They move away from it. The cannons are coming down and they've set themselves up for success, right? Now they're out of that no ult zone. They can use that monk. The monk has that legendary armor. They're really in a good position, all because of the value that Tumult's bringing to that particular comp. It's such a good pick, RVUation into the comp. It just really is. I can't talk about it enough. Just take a look over to J-Team and Aces, kind of moving across the map. Aces on a slow pace today. They haven't put up a ton of numbers, and once again, here we are in game number 4 with no eliminations in the battle of Zone 4.
I think they got spooked. Zone 5. I think they got spooked. Like, you look back to match 1 of the day, Aces went really aggressive and they got taken out really early. And now it feels like they've sort of seesawed from one extreme to another and they're just trying to play for longevity. so that they can get into that final circle and potentially start posting up those kills. But again, you're playing like really hesitantly, really passively. Look at how aggressive all of these other squads are being, and that's because we have Mora's Blessings, we have space for these teams to try and contest, and if you're that passive when we hit final circle, you're not going to have a corner already spotted out, and if you're not running something like the Temi or a Wu Chen, you're not going to be able to instantly bully one of these teams out of the corners. You are going to have to really push in very aggressively, and that's going to be something that other squads in the area are going to be able to punish, as we can have a look at the leaderboard. Once again, it is going to be, oh, that's just insult to injury. Not only do you have a Temi ultimate, you've got a flamer in case anyone wants to contest getting close to our NPG.
Oh man, absolutely. That's just insane. You can sit there with a Temi ult and throw flames out of it while nobody can throw ranged in at you.
Yeah.
And just go, this is Armor's Blessing, you can go ahead and go away. If you want this smoke, you can come get it, and nobody wants that smoke.
It is not the cremation comp that we expect to see when the next patch goes through, but it's definitely a cremation comp.
Look, I want to see a team now get into final circle and all three of them have flame breaths.
Yes.
Can we see that? Just absolutely.
I mean, with how easy some of these teams are just accessing these Mora's Blessings, I would not be surprised if we see teams, especially the ones with the Temis, like they've worked out, I'm sure, that if they have a Temi, they get just instant access to the Mora's Blessing. No one challenges it. So if you want to just deny loot for all of these teams, because not only is it denying loot for all of the teams, it's also denying the transformation comp, all of their strengths, right? You're making sure that the monks aren't having things like the legendary weapons, they're not having the legendary armor. So just by having the Temi in the lobby, you've got so much contest when it comes to that final circle and just bullying the monks out before they can get the grabs in.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, you really need to try to pressure those Mora's Blessings as much as possible, and Smoke just allows you to do so much. So we pop over to Team GD here, who sitting on quite a few eliminations. They eliminated this match. This is really where they've been popping off. Look at this, the Wu Chen bringing so much value to this comp right now, able to just pot up in the face of this monk throwing hands at them. And this is what we keep talking about. It's Wu Chen and Temi at the end of the day. No, Don Quinn gets grabbed out, and WX98 with the flame breath gets stuck on the monk in the perfect position, airborne, where he can just flame him down out of existence. Ventus also with the Tumult ult able to lock it down, so Team GD can't come back in and get the resurrection or take the 2v2 that they desperately need. Oh, what a turn of events!
Yeah, Pixel's able to live too, even with a sliver of health coming out of the transformation, because that Temi just blocks the projectiles. No one can avenge Don King. No one can swap to a musket, no one can swap to a bow, no one can throw a projectile through, and Pixel's gonna be able to reshield. This is exactly why we say that Temi is so strong when it comes with that Transformer comp, as we can have a look at 17JL, who are just running into Ventus, who are set up with those flamers. Yodo F ability gonna come through, but unfortunately AS was hit by the Justina ultimate. The freeze is going to be there. Wiser G now trying to come in for a third party, potentially grab one of those players. Ventus does actually go down to a bow snipe. Ike is actually going to be able to steal the kill from afar. And Wiser G are just going to have to content themselves with the loot that they're able to pick up from the dropped can. Is NPG gonna just be hanging around the corners of this circle? J-Team with the swarm. This is why you need to pressure those Mora's Blessings. Now it's going to be so hard to actually pressure that monk into using the ultimate early. They are going to have so much control of the space, and not only that, the swarm being there is going to force things like that Wu Chen F ability out early when you have to deal with the projectiles. Then you monk up knowing that the Wu Chen is not going to be able to be there to stop those grab hands from coming through. As Aces are trying to just book themselves a little slot on the map. They do have a couple of cannon fires. They've got a nice little wedge too to try and block themselves from line of sight, so that they can just hide behind it if they need to reshield and get a little bit of a reset. Ventus will be able to get the res onto Pixel. Oh, I was saying that, but hello! That is actually the reason why you have to be very worried if there's multiple Temis in the lobby, so you can just walk through your ult.
Yeah, I gotta give it to WX98 though. He was sitting here pinned between multiple teams that entire time and still aggressively trying to make picks, coming in with the Flame Breath, coming in with the Dagger, launching damage onto people, and then comes in with the ult, trying to secure it. Unfortunately, the other Temi able to just walk through the ult and stop the resurrection. They are going to be Sans, Pixel, and Ventus is going to struggle to make those 5 kills worth anything. We move over to J-Team's Eagle here, who secures the kill. I really want to talk about one of the kills we saw earlier, where a Yodohime throws the F3 down, trying to block out some damage for some of their teams, and we see a cannon with Rupture Gale hit the F3, and the explosive damage is enough to kill that Yodohime's player. It has got to feel so bad. You feel like you're in the safety of that F3, and then all of a sudden the range shot is still able to connect onto you, and it's why cannons are so devastating. But let's talk about this final circle. Look at this. There's so many little nooks and crannies to this final circle. 24 players left alive. Zone 6 is going to collapse onto Zone 7 in the next 24 seconds here, and now we're going to see NPG trying to lock down the likes of Q9 and KZ in this building. KZ's range going to be forced to pop the Yodel ult here, but isn't going to get any value out of it because their team locked down inside of this building, so they're just going to back off of that and use that ult to buy themselves a little bit of time to reconnect with their teammates here, so they're not caught out and by themselves. We're going to see OUG picking up a member of NPG from across the map with a bow shot here. Now NPG's Dubai, the last remaining member of NPG. You know, NPG's been able to secure multiples of those Morris Blessings in this game, and unfortunately, they haven't been able to put in the work today. They have struggled. So even with the loot, they've not been able to make it happen. They've only secured 4 eliminations and now down to just the Matari. Dubai, again, the overall MVP from last season, and is moving over here to NPG. He has struggled to find his footing. Or I say moving over to NPG, but NPG is just GYG renamed. Oh, Alliance's Ice grabbed out of nowhere. JJHRD, again, godly. I said it after the last game. This team rallies around Godly, and he puts in the work. He catches Eagle, who's trying to beat mid-transformation. The flame comes out. Eagle is going to go down. Does he get the transformation? I can't tell if they kill him or not. No, he just barely gets that off. He's in the flame tick. He's taking massive damage, and he still makes it alive. He's stunned out right now, so he's going to bring no value at the moment, but he's topside looking for those grabs. Eagle somehow still alive. He gets 1, he gets 2. He's going to go for the double flame. He picks up the elimination onto GD's Kakaishi. Now he's going to kick up the elimination onto KZ's range. Still at full health up here. Nobody contesting J-Team's Eagle.
This is why we say this is one of the best monks when it comes to Final Circle. Getting that transformation immediately buys you all of that space on high ground, but transformation's run out. YCG is now going to be coming in with the Viper ultimate, but again, we see the stun come through, just no capitalization. All you can really do is use it to stun out the players around you and just survive longer, get the reshields a little bit easier, as Aces are also playing for survivability at the moment. Every single time a player just comes low, anytime a player comes close, Jin just comes in with either a flamer or the longsword and those slashes to be able to land you with the ranged damage. But Mammoth's actually started to notice that Aces are just playing to keep all of their members alive and pushing everybody else away and into J-Team, who are just sitting with things like the Swarm and the Flamer from this high ground. Dubai's trying to come through, is going to get caught out. JJHRD Lixen is still going to be able to survive with that Great Sword, could potentially try to push some of these players out, but it's J-Team's Eagle who is going to be able to go for another transformation, has been able to secure a grab onto Mammon, is looking for another one, might have to cancel the transformation, and only falls so low, does not cancel it in time, and it's J-Team versus MPG versus NAD, as J-Team with the Terracotta Warrior are going to be able to bolster their health and their forces. We knew it was going to be tough to unseat J-Team when they were able to get that transformation to keep Eagle alive and instantly push every single team off of that roof, allowing them the high ground. Every other player is pushed onto the low, and because J-Team through early game and mid game were able to pick up the Morris Blessings, they had things like the Flamers and the Swarms to just put so much damage onto those players on the low ground that no one was able to properly contest them. So they didn't have to pull out ultimates, they didn't have to use the Terracotta Warrior early, they didn't have to use the Karumi ultimate early, they could save it for when that final zone was closing in and punish every single player who was just too close and didn't have enough room to escape.
Yeah, I mean, wow, J-Team clutching this out in the end. We can look to an exact moment. We could go back to a replay where J-Team was able to secure it and win this lobby for themselves. And it's in the mobile moment that Eagle gets picked up, he gets slammed, he takes a huge amount of damage, he goes super low. He has burn tick and 1 tick of HP left as he's transforming. Nobody turns around and hits him. There was 3 players who could have turned around and tapped him and kept him from getting that transformation off. They don't do it. I'm assuming trying to prioritize creating space, trying to keep alive because of all the chaos going alive there. But because that doesn't happen, J-Team's Eagle not only able to transform and stay alive, but secure the high ground for J-Team, and that high ground buying them so many eliminations in the end, and then they're able to keep their entire team alive and walk it away to first place with enough eliminations to make that multiplier lock them in to the MVP status for game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we're seeing as well, right? A lot of these teams are prioritizing players that aren't the Monk. We saw it when 330 was able to stay alive for so long. It's mostly because everyone sort of prioritizes that support, which is why we were seeing teams trying to pin down the Kurumi. They would literally ignore the Monk player if they knew that the transformation was gone. They would move past physically and just pin the Kurumi down so you're able to take her out. And I think for a lot of those players, it kind of actually went in J-Team's favor that Eagle was grabbed that far out of position, because it meant when he fell low, the Kurumi wasn't close enough for those players to be able to focus down on her position. So they ignored Eagle. They didn't look for the squad. And that allowed J-Team that little window that they immediately just shoulder tackled open, and it allowed them to win the map.
Oh, absolutely. I wish we could go back and we could get a cam comparison of the play-by-play from J-Team's Eagle while he's being flamed and slammed, because I'm sure he's on his keyboard mashing V as hard as he can, just transform, please, anything. He's able to get it off, and that moment that he transforms, it basically cements J-Team walking away the winner of the lobby there. Aces tried to pull out a sneaky little play in the end there. They were just trying to keep their full team alive so that they were the only full team in the end, but the zone actually pushes up from behind onto them and forces them out into the open in a very bad position, and they're immediately picked up and capitalized on. So Aces doesn't get to put a lot of work in there. This is probably going to be the closest scoreboard we've seen, though, because the likes of NAD, GD, many of these teams were 8 eliminations or more and in there till the very end. So I think we're going to see a very, very close leaderboard in the end. I think J-Team is going to be maybe 1-2 points ahead of second place at best when we get to take a look at that. But this, a much closer game than we're used to seeing. A very interesting final circle as well. And it's great to see J-Team finally able to kind of find their footing in this game. And here we go, J-Team, 14 eliminations. They're going to be first place, 27.4. I literally called it 1 to 2 points. NAD with 15 eliminations behind them goes out in second place here, is going to be taking 25.5. YZG in third place, though, this is where the gap widens. Now we're talking a 10-point difference, and then everybody else kind of in that 10 to 9-point range following up behind them.
Yeah, YZG, what was it? They only needed 20 points. I think they're now up to 17.
Yeah,
so they
they've
just
got
need
2
to
more
have
games.
They just need 2 more games where they're able to go above 2.5. We just need to see the consistency. Honestly, I do not mind if YZG just play for survivability into final circles so that they are guaranteed to hit those 2.5s. But JJHRD, this is a team who, like we said, on paper, it shouldn't be working for them this early on in the series. But they've obviously put in so much work to make sure that they can cover all of their bases. Their communication is on point. They had a little bit of a rough start the first time that they played, but they are looking exceptionally strong at the moment, as they were, again, one of the transformation comps that had all of their players running when that final circle really started to push in. But look at J-Team. It's so good. They may be different players. It may be a different roster. But it's just so lovely to see the name J-Team come into a first spot.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, you know, just a testament to the mental of these players, right? Because if you're ZK, you were kind of the bench boy. I hate to say it before. ZK didn't get picked into the comps very often because you had the likes of 101 TN, you had VVV, you had Lee, you had these big star players on J Team. ZK coming in now is kind of the lead man for J Team a little bit, right? Obviously they picked up Q9's Eagle, but ZK is the OG. He's the last real remaining member of J Team's roster, so he kind of has to rally these players together. And I kind of like the fact that he's taken back into that support role, playing the Kurumi into this comp, because you've picked up Eagle. Eagle's kind of your star player for J Team now. He was one of the top monks we kept talking about back in season 1. But ZK, if you're kind of the OG for that team, you fall into a position in the team where it's like, okay, hey, I got to put the team together just a little bit, right? In terms of our synergy and our energy together. And being in a support role, I think that's the perfect place for him to be able to do that. And speaking of perfect places, Jaeger is in the perfect place to bring us an interview before we get ready to come back for game number 5.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. Today we are very glad to invite Eagle to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. 那先给大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 我是 J Team 的 Eagle。
再次欢迎 Eagle. So first of all, congratulations that you guys get the higher score in today's game. And I saw that you used the hero combo, which is the Monk and Yueshan and Kurumi. And we saw there's many hero combo in the game today is the Yudu, Viper, and Wu Chen. So I would like to know how you can fight with this hero combo. 那我们也看到，其实今天首先要恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得最高分。然后我们看到你们因为用的是一个双变阵容。而这一把当中，其实妖红尘的阵容其实非常的多。那我想知道一下，对抗妖红尘的时候，双变阵容应该怎么去打呢？
首选是平刀，但是一般我们是躲，因为他们有无尘，就是他们打波可以走，但是我们没有无尘，我们走不了。
So like our first choice is to fight with the Yudu and Viper and Wu Chen, but we think that because they have Wu Chen and if they can't won our fighting, so they can use Wu Chen's ultimate and transport. But we don't have the hero that can transport and escape, so we will choose to escape at first and like hiding at the other place and avoid fighting with this hero combo. Okay, so I saw that you guys have the Moral's Blessing today, and I would like to know why you guys choose to get the Moral's Blessing and what's its advantage. 那我们也看到，其实这一把当中，你们拿到了飓风客，其实给你们带来了巨大的优势。想问一下，你觉得拿飓风客的优势在哪里呢？
就是很多队都想着你开大，然后他都想等别人做第一个。然后这样子，如果你先开大，很多队都会直接走，因为没人上来拿，这是比赛。
Okay, so for the Moral's Blessing, I think a lot of teams, they will like to use the ultimate at first at that time. But if there's no people, like no opponent are using the ultimate at the Moral's Blessing, so we choose to get the Moral's Blessing. Okay, so I also see that like hero combo, which is Monk and Yueshan and Kurumi, is very strong. So I would like to ask Eagle, so how can we increase our ability when we are like have ranking at the regular time at home? 那我们也看到，其实双面阵容非常的强。想问一下 Eagle， 那自己其实平时在打比赛的时候，就自己平时打游戏的时候，如何去提高自己的能力，可以让自己的双变变得这么强呢？
多开口说话吧，就是让3个人都能在就很多时候一直说，把信息所有沟通拉齐，就是操作也没有那么重要，主要是沟通。
So actually, I think the important key is that communication. So I would like to, like our teammates, like together, we will speak at the whole time. So we will exchange the information. I think when we are fighting with someone, like one-on-one, is not very important. That when we have Trios game, the information is the key point. Okay, thank you, Eagle, for today's interview. 谢谢你接受我们今天的采访，再次恭喜你们。And we will take a break and be right back later.
Welcome back, everybody, to Naraka Blade Point Pro League. And that was something actually we were discussing when we were doing maths. I know, something that casters really shouldn't do in downtime without calculators. But we were having a little ponder about one of the teams that has to do pretty darn well. Well, actually not pretty darn well, consistently, decently, in the next 2 games that we have remaining. And that is YZG, who at the start of the day only needed 20 points. In the last match, they only needed about 5. However, GD, one of the teams that they are also going to have to worry about surpassing if they want to take first spot, are also playing today, Rune. So every single time GD does just a little bit better than YZG, that gap just becomes a little bit wider for this team to take away. And we saw them perform well in the last matchup. We also saw them in the first couple of matches not being able to scrape past 3 points. So for YZG, the time for them to be able to improve and show us that consistency is now.
Okay, you hit the nail on the head. You used the word, it is consistency. You have to remember, coming into today, YZG was in 4th place and they had only played 1 day. They were 20 points behind the first place team who had already played both days. GD was all the way down in, I do believe, 15th place with only a 60.8 versus their 114 point day. The thing is, GD keeps the consistency. YZG has not. YZG needed 20 points just to be able to climb past first place. They have had 4 games to put 20 points up. Traditionally speaking, 1 good game is more than enough to put you 20 points up in the trio circuit. They have not had good games today. The last game was better for them. Last game was more what I would call a consistency game, where you put some points on the board. That game would not be so bad for them if they had consistently been putting points up like that all day, right? 2 of those games would have put them in first, but here we are. They're game 5 getting ready to come up, and they still have not put in the 20 points to climb to first place. I think GD, who had moved all the way to 2nd place, has now taken first place from them, or taken first place from the other team who had already had their 2 days to compete. So YZG, now the gap that they have to climb is even bigger if they want to be sitting in first place. And there's something we have to talk about that's super important going into the bi-weekly finals. It's not a grand final. Grand finals, everybody comes in with a clean slate. You're at 0 points. Going into the bi-weekly finals, you have points that carry over from out the week. Your performance throughout the week determines your positioning going in to the bi-weekly finals. You want that first place because you get more points brought over from the week. YZG set themselves up after their first day to be able to come in today and easily take that space. And now they've let GD just play consistently good Naraka and surpass them. So YZG really needs to come into these last 2 games and not just be consistent. They need to be explosive if they want to walk past GD, because I have 0 doubts that GD is just going to be consistent for the rest of the day. They've been consistent 4 games deep. You know, they had the 1 game where they didn't do as well. I think they were eliminated. They walked away with like 4 points or whatever. But that's kind of the normal, right? If you're a consistent team, you're going to have 1 low point game, but they still put points up. They haven't had a 0 point game. And then they had 2 games where they've been the MVP back to back. They can afford to have 1 kind of game and then play consistently and then average out and still be in their favor.
Yeah, and I think one of those teams as well, like, that goes to show the importance of coming into those bi-weekly finals with a lot of points on your board. FPX, right? Surely everybody remembers FPX coming with, what was it, 46 points that they had because of their lead, and then unfortunately they weren't really able to pull through. But honestly, for me, like, FPX, yeah, they haven't been doing really well today, but they've still been doing consistently decently. And in season 1, FPX, if we'd seen them like tank 1 game, it would have been tanked the entire day. They were a team that really did struggle from having the little bit of a bad day and then being able to pull themselves up and hit that reset. But ever since I picked up VVV, like, I keep saying he's such a good viber in terms of that final circle, but I feel like he's also such a good optimistic force in terms of the comms, because if things start to go a little bit downhill, VVV is just able to pull them out of that slump, it seems.
Absolutely. But speaking of being pulled out of a slump, we're going to pull into a quick video before we come back and get ready to lock in for game number 5.
刚开始打 S2吧，我现在可能会稍微有点紧张，但是后续会努力调整一下自己，好吧，然后在比赛上打得更出色一点。我在队伍里就比较像是一个抗压的1号位吧，很抗压的1号位，然后负责在队伍里指挥，告诉他们每一波该怎么做。我们对进周决还是比较有信心的吧，然后现在磨合度还不够嘛，然后希望后面打得更好一点，一块配合的更好一点。
Q9's Q here once again talking about the other C word. If it's not consistency, it's chemistry. And these teams with the roster changes desperately need to get used to those chemistry swaps. This is something we don't talk about a lot in Naraka Blade Point. This Pro League is still in its infancy, right? You know, last year there was a circuit, there wasn't really a league where it was consistently, you know, the top players going head to head. Coming into the first season this year, most of these teams had never competed on a stage setting, so they had to come in and learn to overcome that. A lot of these teams, it's their first times being on a professional esports team, so they're not used to things like the consistent roster changes that we see in the pro circuit for esports. So them having to adjust to new chemistry is completely new to them, right? You know, if you're a veteran player that's been in the circuit for 6-7 years, you know how quickly those roster change happens. You're used to adjusting your chemistry. You're used to being able to go, okay, hey, this is a new player. Let's go, you know, get 6 or 7, 8 games in and really figure out where that chemistry is. But for a lot of these players, they're new to this. They are not used to having to swap that chemistry. And for some of these players, it's been a very hard adjustment. I'm looking at you, Team Baoda, to really find that new chemistry with their new teammates.
Yeah, and I think a part of it sort of comes down to, on old teammates, you have like all of these different synergies, right? You obviously have your IGL, you have your hype person who keeps your emotions up, but you also have a star player that you literally build your composition around. That's why Transformer Comp is so strong, because it's literally 2 teammates using everything that they have available to them to set up another teammate. And we see it sort of to the same, not as extreme an extent when it comes to things like the Yoto and the Viper, but it's still that same idea of the Viper is setting the Yoto up to hit harder, to hit more, to be safer. You need to have that synergy, that chemistry, where everyone sort of understands, I'm in a role that can't go as aggressively as these other heroes that do have those utilities, that do have those windows where they have to be the ones that survive and can come in the clutch moments, right? For Wu Chen, when you are able to clutch out a fight, a moment is entirely different to something like, say, a Karumi being able to clutch out a fight or a Monk being able to clutch out a fight. It's entirely different timings, too, for a lot of these teams to try and get a handle of, and it was something actually that we saw with Powder. The biggest thing for me was that one time we actually saw them Viper ultimate and then immediately Wu Chen TP out and then take the engagement without having those escape tools in their pocket. As we can have a look at the rosters and see what exactly is going to be locked in. And I'm already seeing, this is something that I'm really happy about, a lot more Temmie in the lobby.
We do love to see Temmie in the lobby, but again, we walk into that double-edged sword, right? The more Temmies that there are in the lobby, the less your Tumult brings you value. So some of these teams might think about swapping that Tumult pick out for a Wu Chen here, because there are so many Tumults in the lobby and they might get more value out of pulling the Wu Chen. I want to take a look at YZG here, kind of running this Takeda comp. We've seen a couple other players pick up. They teased me at the start of this. They had a Valda sitting in that comp, and I was a little disappointed because there's something we don't see ever in the CN, and it's what we call the Wombo in the NA scene, which is where you run a Valda, you immediately pick up 2 players in your wave, your Monk transforms and grabs both of them for a free double slam, right? It's 2 ults, you're investing quite a bit, but if you play it as an early game to mid game comp where you're taking, you know, 3v3, one team versus another team, it is a really solid investment of those two ultimates because you almost immediately eliminate 2 players off the other team.
Yeah, I think the struggle though is that like it's really good, but it's very niche in situations, right? So one, you are having to use both the transformation and that Valdo wave immediately. So if a third party comes through, especially if it's early game and it's something like say a Yoto, then you are going to be extremely vulnerable. And two, you're sacrificing someone in a supportive role, like say a Temi or a Wuchen, who's going to be better when you hit mid game because you can block the projectiles and immediately buy up the Mars Blessings. And I think we're seeing a sort of divide between these teams occur from teams that are happy to let a Mars Blessing go and teams that are going to want to try and challenge it. As J-Team, the winner of the last matchup, are going to be the team that we follow along with first. They have actually been able to find an engagement and a first pick. Lee is back in for this team. They have been able to find Zartoto, and that very quickly after just hounding down the remaining members, taking a little bit of damage, but still just having those numbers, being able to just immediately collapse onto those players, lock them up in the animations, not allowing them to get out safely, just trying to figure out where this Smatari is trying to stealth away from, as J-Team is just relentlessly pursuing. There's the ultimate, will be able to dip them away, but unfortunately, it leaves one of their teammates alone, and J-Team now will be able to get the resurrection online too.
Unfortunately, the team that we just watched J-Team chase down here is YZG, which means they already off the rip no longer have their safety net, and it's a team we've been talking about. They need to have a good game, and now they can't take the early game as aggressively as they would like to because those resurrections are off the table for them. As we move over to Team Ventus, who's going to lock down the likes of Jay for Team Q9. Jay kind of almost religiously being consistently the player who gets caught out and just bullied down by 3 players, not sticking as close as they need to the rest of their team. Now it's Goo. He's going to be on the receiving end here from Team Ventus. Ventus going to be able to secure all 3 of those kills and get a squad wipe early on here into the day, as we're going to take a look at the overall leaderboard. And look at this, NAD only 0.2 points behind Team Wolves. YZG has actually moved down into 5th place as GD has been able to put 0.1 more points on the board compared to them. Before this game, it was actually 1.1 points, as they have secured 1 kill this game. NPG goes super low, going to be forced to use that Wuchen ult to get out and try to resurrect those chances. Now we pop over Team NAD, Alliance, and Fun Plus Phoenix, all 3 teams going head to head here. Alliance is lucky actually catching out Fun Plus Phoenix. Ooh, excuse me, TXJ, but not able to capitalize on it before the sun ends. TXJ going to throw the F3 out, but now Ike going to be the one who actually is able to use their Yodohime ultimate and capitalize onto the kill that the likes of Team NAD set up with their ultimate there. Alliance now turning their attention back to NAD, who's able to get 40 IWNL back in, who's immediately eliminated from a bow shot from Uncle Phoenix Leo from downtown. And now Lucky coming in and picking up the kill on to Malmon. NAD down to a single remaining member, Doshi. And we see the likes of Fun Plus Phoenix trying to capitalize on this, trying to take those range shots, but they're only able to pick up one of those elims. Alliance is immediately going to turn the fight back around here with a huge Viper ult, and unfortunately the Matari ult from the enemy team comes out way too late, and they are able to secure themselves a kill. And now we are going to see a red mushroom pop from Phoenix coming in. And I misspoke, that wasn't a Viper ult. They had the Soul Jade that makes you visible from tap dodge. As we turn back and look, Alliance still trying to lock down the last remaining members of Fun Plus Phoenix. TXJ trading ults here with Alliance's Ike, and Ike not able to get the kill here, but now Lucky gonna slide in and pick it up on top of TXJ, and Alliance moving up to first place with seven eliminations here in game number 5.
Spear is such a devastating weapon when you have the time to be able to set those slams. Like Crescent Slam, just horrible if you get caught out on that one with that knockdown animation, and then you can get the vertical as they come up too. Like, it's so hard to be able to escape out of it unless you have something like that Bell Clang. As we are going to see J-Team actually using the Moonbane Charm as Aces are trying to find some of these members of 17JL who have actually emitted the emergency signal of the Viper ultimate. Ace is now going to be caught potentially on the back. Jin not going to be able to find what they're looking for, having things fallen extremely low. 17JL going to come in with a Yoto ultimate. Aces, Alex going to be trying to pop one of their own. As the nunchucks out is looking to try and go, but dashes into the horizontal slash from the longsword. Now it's Jin's turn to come in with the Viper ultimate, forces the ejection with that Wuchen TP. And now Aces have still trying to intrude onto 17JL, who are still very close within this team's distance, and they know. But the third party is coming through. Alliance have seen that they've used the Viper ultimates and the TP, and now we're coming in with the Viper ultimate. They've been able to get onto every single member of Aces, all caught up in the exact same space. Yoto affability is going to come through, and it's just so much damage right into the sides of Aces, who just had nowhere that they were able to move away from. And 17JL thinking that they could pick clean the carcass of Alliance since they've used a little couple of cooldowns, are now coming through with a Yoto ultimate to try and punish the team. But Alliance still holding on to the Yoto ult. They'd only use the F ability, are actually able to punish the hubris coming out from 17JL and potentially get the full squad removed.
Yeah, we know Alliance here really clutching up here in the 5th game. This is what we're not even zone 2. They have 12 eliminations.
Yeah,
we've
Alliance
seen squads we've seen squads go all the way to the end game with only 8 eliminations under their belt that were dominating lobby. So Alliance here able to just find their footing and lock down these teams. They're playing extremely well, right? Not only are they staggering their ultimates the way they need to, but they're picking proper targets and their communication is on point. This is a much different Alliance than from what we saw last season. They really have locked down that communication and that coordination. The chemistry is on point with them. As we pop over to Team GD here, Don Quing bringing in the tumult to this game here for Team GD. GD only with 1 elimination under their belt. You know, they had a really explosive start to the day. A little struggling now as we pop up to J-Team up top with Ventus ZK able to secure a kill there for J-Team. NAD down below getting frozen out by Team GD though. Doshi able to secure the parry into the Dragon Rush Neja's might onto Team GD. This is really bad for GD, who's down to a single player who just got eliminated. They're going to be sent back to the Resurrection Altar here. NAD able to secure some much needed kills out from underneath them. NAD, one of those teams closely approaching Team GD on the leaderboard right now. This is not the team that they want to be giving kills to, but OC coming in and absolutely obliterating Malmon with a massive swipe from the Greatsword. And now NAD's Doshi going to be forced to use the Yodel, try to cover down, but not able to secure the kill onto 28HH as they are trying to protect that Karen, see if they can't get Malmon back in, but they're going to be forced to completely back off of that, as now is 40 IWNL is the one being caught out by Team OC. OC going to secure a 2nd elimination off of Team NAD, and if I'm not mistaken, NAD has already used their resurrections for this game, so they have 1 player left alive and no hopes of sliding in to resurrect. The other 2 players are going to be forced to go find a way to get them back in the game as we move over to check on YZG.
Yeah, YZG just hitting that Balclang to make sure that no one else is going to be within ranges. They are fighting on the low ground right next to those poison mushrooms too, so be very careful about the poison splash with those bows. It can be really big. They've been able to lock down 1 of the members from OUG. Out comes the poison splash, in jumps YZG right into that damage. The Greatsword is there. The Balclang coming through to try and save Wade. Half HP and below is caught out by the dual blades, and then the tack attack right into the remaining members of OUG who were trying to peel and save Wade with a distraction, but all that's done is seal their demise, as they were not actually using their fallen comrades' distraction to distance themselves from the team fight. And YZG is just going to be able to heal through the poison splash and net a couple of kills, as Alliance have actually been able to find another 2 since we stopped watching them, setting themselves up onto 1st place with 14 kills. Almost a double what 2nd place, as behind them Ventus sitting on 8 tied with J-Team, as now we do see the Mars Blessings come through. JJHRD not actually using ultimates, just making sure that they're going to be able to get this chest open for absolute free, As the same cannot be said for some of these teams that we're now moving over to. It is going to be transformation coming through from GG. Viper ultimate to try and lock this Monk in position is going to succeed in getting that stun off. And it's actually FPX going extremely close to that Monk, trying to use those rocks to just have a little bit of room to be able to dodge from the hand so that TXJ on the Yoto can close up the distance, gets the first splash, goes for the TP right between the legs so you don't get grabbed, is going to be able to force the transformation off early. Balkan comes through, and that's immediately going to lock the Monk into the full Nesso's might that FPX just set up absolutely beautifully. And it is GG trying to pop the Terracotta Warrior, but they've already lost the Monk, and FPX now can just try and chase Miskia down, but he's using the Terracotta Warrior and the Kurumi Tower at the moment to try and get that resurrection and that Monk player alive. FPX still not wanting to give up this fight, going to force out the Kurumi AoE ultimate. The rest has come through, and now FPX might be punished for thinking that they could actually take this fight successfully because the Terracotta Warrior was able to entirely fulfill its duration. Nessus Might comes out from FPX, just trying to space GG away from them, but GG immediately swapping to the dual blades. Miskia trying to find a little bit of range with those weapons, go for the charge, will be able to land the left-right click, and it is going to be a Viper ultimate now that VVV is forced to come up with to try and bail this team out. They've been able to target focus down Miskia, they've been able to target focus down Liv, they're going to be able to survive the team fight.
Look, Fun plus Phoenix, man, I have so much respect for TXJ right now. He sets up the Dragon's Rush into the Nezha's Might. That terrain, I would have instantly assumed that you're going to drop the Nezha's Might when you go over the edge and you're not going to be able to secure as many of the points and kills that you really want there, right? Because the vertical terrain really messes things up. TXJ commits and is able to put a ton of pressure onto the enemy team. They're able to secure the kill onto 330 because of it, and then turn that fight around and pick up an entire elimination. But now we take a look at the overall leaderboard, and NAD has moved themselves past Team GG with a couple of eliminations this game. But YZG, finally coming alive with 5 eliminations, has been able to move themselves into that coveted first place position that they've been after all day in the overall standings here at 142 points. But they cannot rest on their laurels because NAD and GD are quite literally hot on their heels, only 0.6 points behind, and GD only 4 points behind in total. 17JL over here trying to engage on to a J-Tune who's been forced to go back to the Resurrection Altar here, and JD with barely even white armor. ZK taking a ton of damage from some of those bow shots there. They burnt a lot of ultimates to stay alive. 17JL just needs to continue the chase here. Unfortunately, the Takeda also burning their ultimate there and not catching out any of the chasing players chasing them, so they're not going to get anything out of that here, and they are now going to be forced into this fight. We're going to see the Takeda get a grab out, but it doesn't matter. 17JL is here ready to back it up. The J-Team's Lee is actually going to pick up the kill onto Benchu, though, so now it is a 2v3 situation. Lee, though, getting blitzed down by these dual blades, going to use the F3 aggressively to turn this back into a 2v2 right now. We're going to see Eagle actually picking up the parry, though, and pumping out huge damage onto ZU. ZU actually going to be eliminated, and now it's a 1v2 situation. 17JLJS going to use the ultimate. They need to eliminate Eagle here if they want to have any hope of getting their team back, but Eagle going to try to tap dodge. It's not going to be enough. We're back to the 1v1. 17JLF also able to pick up the healing off the body from Eagle. They need to turn back into this fight. They have to kill ZK here, but they're playing very carefully. ZK has their ult available. They can control the neutral. And 17JL's get back to the body. OC comes in for the third party. J-Team now the focus. 17JL's AS needs to get back and resurrect their teammates before OC turns to it, but it doesn't look like they're going to have time as OC's already turned around, and it looks like AS has opted to get out of here and sacrifice their teammates so he can live to fight another day.
You have to feel for Eagle too. He knew he had only one shot. He stopped smoothing entirely, just anticipating when that next flash is going to be so he can try and tap dodge for it. And unfortunately, just ever so slightly mistimes it and gets picked off before he can go for the transformation. But it is the third party from OC that means that they come out on top of both of those squads. As now we can see Ventus. It is just one of their players. They should be able to get the resurrection there. It is. Pixel's going to be back in very low health. And unfortunately, you've been spotted out. You are going to now be going on to the run. Pixel just has to try and TP out, but FPX know that he was extremely low and they've been able to corner him. They just pincer him. He has to either take the zone damage or walk straight into the team. And FPX are going to be able to grab Ventus as one player that they tried so hard to be able to get back in. As now they're just camping this next can as well, making sure that no one can really get back online. GD going to be coming blow for blow in if they want to have a little bit of control around the edge of this circle. As anti-ult area is fully in play, that's going to actually be massive for contesting this Morris Blessing. You can't just pop a Temi ultimate. You can't just pop a transformation. Decatur ultimate tries to cut through it. It's putting so much damage in from the outsides of the circle. But YZG not really able to find much, as it is going to be JJHRD who are going to be able to secure that chest. Wu Chen blades just to make sure that no one uses the projectiles and the cannon fires to do a little bit of extra damage and potentially lie in wait with an ambush to catch them and grab the loot that they were able to get. As it's going to now be Q9 looking to lock down once again. These players just between the rings make sure that you are forced to move into that team, and especially when they have that Draco Storm buff. They're going to be going aggressive. They're going to be looking for these full squad fights so they can make the absolute most and get as many kills on the round as possible, because they are lagging a little bit behind at the moment, Rune. They need to try and add to these numbers before that final circle hits, since they're not really running a late game comp, right? They don't have that Monk, they don't have a Transformer. It's going to be relying on the Yoto to be doing the most amount of damage for when we hit final rank.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, again, they've managed to slot themselves into first place right now with these 5 eliminations, having an aggressive early game, but they can't rest on those laurels. The likes of NAD is literally 1 kill away from taking that place away from them, and GD is only a couple of points behind that as well. It's become a very, very close game between these 3, and these are the games they have to put the points on. There's only 1 game left after this for them to be able to put points up on the board. You've got 5 kills right now. This is going to be a game where you really, really need to make something happen, because there's no guarantees that you're going to be able to pull through in the last game and have a good game, especially when you've struggled all day to do the thing. So they need to figure out what's going on. They need to start catching some of these teams out here in the mid game and maybe try to contest some of these Morris Blessings so that they can get some more kills put together in the mid game to take to that late game. Because like you said, they do not have a strong late game comp, and that is going to hurt them moving forward. As we kind of enter a lull here, Zone 3 is getting ready to collapse on Zone 4. A lot of these players waiting to see where these Morris Blessings are going to pull up, and almost as if to curse myself, Q9 instantly finds some action here in the likes of OC, and OC instantly blitz down LWH. We're going to see that Tumult ult putting in absolute work for the likes of Team OC as they lock one player down in the edge of the zone and they can't go anywhere. And that's why we talk about the Temi ult being so powerful for a team when they have coordination. If you have the coordination and you have the ability to call out when a player's stuck like that, you can get so much mileage out of that Tumult ult. Not only do you separate the team, you've got one player locked down where they just can't respond, period. All of a sudden, now you're in a 3v2, that ult's still going. It's just huge for the likes of Team OC, who secures their 9th elimination off of that. And they don't even have to be mad about that team using the Wu Chen ult to get out, because the mileage they got out of that was both a kill and they burned another team's ult, and they get resources out of it. Huge for the cost of one ultimate from that team. As we move over to Team GD, who just secures themselves one of those Morris Blessings, going to put that gold armor on to Kakaishi here, who's playing Justina. Comes in onto Ace's champion, bumming out a ton of damage, goes for the freeze, but unfortunately the Wu Chen ult is going to swap them out here, and GD is not going to get anything from that encounter, and they still only have the 1 elimination. They need to put some points on the board if they want to continue to catch up to the likes of NAD and YZG in the overall standings. Now we're going to see Aces coming back in and re-engaging this fight, knowing that Kakaishi does not have that ult available for them. Alex trying to put in absolute work here. They catch K out. K goes extremely low. The Viper ult comes out. There's no place for K to go. Aces is going to clean that up. Now it's a 2v3 situation, and then it looks like the rest of GD is just trying to get out of here as KZ has shown up for the third party and want to clean up these kills on to a weakened GD who don't have their third player.
They've got the Temi too, and that's something that you have to be worried about, right? Because OC were doing such a good job with that Temi and the Justina because they actually used the Temi ultimate to lock down those players so the Justina ultimate would be able to connect onto one of them with the freeze. And it's why we see the difference when Kakashi goes for the ultimate, because they don't have that Temi to lock down those players. As KZ at the moment is just trying to scale up this tree, hide themselves, clash a little bit with the players vying for that space as this GG's dunking. Just trying to hold up as high as possible in the tree house so that everyone is going to be intent and keeping to their own spaces and not being concerned about that. Morris Blessing potentially going to be contested after for all of those players. As you can see, the cannons already equipped for a lot of them. FPX not running in with that Temi, gonna find it a little bit harder to be able to try and contest as it is. Just YZG coming in with that Temi, instantly bullying every single team that was in the surrounding area to just instantly back off the second they see that sandstorm brewing in the horizon. And it allows YZG to access that Morris Blessing so much more easily. They've got full resources, they've been able to trade up into the gold armor, and it means because they didn't have to burn into their resources, even with all of the teams in the surrounding areas, they're still able to escape safely because no one dares challenge them. They've still got so much in their pocket with the loot that they were just able to yoink in front of everybody else's eyes. And unfortunately, everyone else is stuck in a catch-22. They just had to let it happen. As now we move over to KZ, who are also running that Temi. We'll have a Justina ultimate ready to go as well. LXX has been doing a really good job on this Justina, just being able to pin down those players' movements. Freeze them up, and then you have someone like Tower come in and just instantly slash them down with something like the Katana or the dual blades, punish the fact that there's not really a lot of movement for those players to be able to escape from. As it is the lull phase, OC rocking the full purple armor, going to be trading into things like the muskets, the bow, making sure that they have a little bit of space. It's not the ideal place that you want to be holed up. It's not on high ground. There's a lot of open space and windows too, so if someone comes along with something like a cannon, it's going to be really hard to actually be able to disengage safely out. But they're doing a very good job of making sure that they've got a lot of different exits covered. They're watching their flanks. They're making sure that no one's going to be able to creep up on top of them. As getting surprised in this stage is pretty much a death sentence with how a lot of these teams play. It doesn't matter about if it's one team that surprises you. If you get forced out of those positions, out of the buildings into the open, it's a shooting gallery for every other squad in the area. They are going to be looking to try and land those bow shots, the cannon shots, the musket shots, to try and steal away any pick that could potentially come through to add to that tally. As already we're going to be seeing a lot of teams start to just scrabble over the low ground, making sure that they're going to be able to have a little bit more space to be able to hide from line of sight. Anyone who opens themselves up, anyone who really moves away from either the cliffs or the trees, is immediately walking into an absolute bullet hell. If they don't have a Temi or a Wuchen, it's going to be so hard for these teams to move. And that's why for a lot of these teams, if they do have the Temi, if they do have the Wuchen, they can go forward aggressively, they can challenge, they can try to look to pick off those players. If they don't, they just have to hold a little bit back, a little bit more hesitantly. Play for survivability, knowing that you don't have the utility at the moment to match the mid-fight.
Oh, absolutely. As we move into these final zones here. Zone 5 about to collapse on the Zone 6. We still have 29 players left alive. Here we go. We're going to see that Tumult come in with that Justina able to land at some of those huge freezes thanks to the use of their Tumult ult. But JHRD here actually coming in and being monsters, pumping out a ton of damage, but unfortunately not able to secure any kills off of it. You know, you talked a little bit earlier about the positioning of Team OC in that building there, and the worry about those cannons coming in. I really would love to see the statistic of the average kills of teams with cannons versus the average kills of teams who are running things like the musket and the bow, right? The musket and the bow had been favored by pro players for a very long time, but clearly coming into the trios, we've seen a massive shift towards the cannon because of the ability to throw that explosive damage into places like those buildings, the Yodo F3s, and things like that. And as I'm talking about this, JJHRD finally picks up their first elimination of the game, and OC still holding on to that tiny little hut down below here. YZG, the likes of NPG, all sitting up top. CXZ trying to hold on for dear life here, but it's KG17 Flower who's going to be eliminated by JJHRD here. and going to eliminate KZ entirely from our 5th game here. Ace is going to come in and pick up a kill onto YZG's QGG, which is very unfortunate for the likes of YZG because they were having a very good game up to this point, but they just lost their Matari. The only hope of them probably getting resurrection into this final circle here, so they need to find a way to get that player back in as we see NPG and Team GG get sent absolutely flying by, I do believe, a longsword slash here waiting. Able to find a reset here, though, because YCG and these other teams getting distracted by the likes of OC and NPG sitting up top.
Yeah, it seems as well that there was an overlap of 2 Temi ultimates too. So both of the teams dropping that and not really able to press the advantage. No one wanting to try and get close and just let the other Temi walk through. As we can see, everyone just trying to grab that high ground. All of the players with things like that Wuchen is now going to be able to find a lot more value as the Yoto start to come out to play, just using the ultimate to be able to really quickly reposition so that you can keep yourself mobile, not have to worry about things like the sniper with the bow or the musket, and land a lot of damage, all the while flushing these players out from the corners, baiting them into the rest of your teams. And you can move in with things like the greatsword, the dual blades to shut them down. If you catch them towards the edges of the ring, they will have no choice but to either walk into all of that damage that you're able to output around you or into the corruption, and that's just going to leave them easy pickings. As more cannons come through, I'm not going to be surprised if we see in a matter of moments a lot of these teams try and pressure out OC from this hut that they've been able to find, because they are dodging a lot of attention from everybody else. But OC doing a very good job of just holding onto the utilities, having the right weapons to be able to play bouncer and check the IDs as those players try and walk through the doors. Things with like the greatsword, the longsword, they're so good at controlling that space around them. As FPX, this is what they like to do. They like to just hold a little bit towards the edge of the circle, put a little bit of pressure on those around them, but just keep themselves to themselves, as again it's going to be another overlapping Temi ultimate. This time FPX going to be potentially caught out by it. Wuchen TP comes on out to try and reposition it. It looks like Alliance, but FPX immediately just going to clap in on them with the Viper ultimate that they're not going to be able to TP out of. Instead they have to go outside of the ring. FPX tries to go in for a couple of picks, then immediately uses that Wuchen TP to push themselves back into the circle as Alliance comes in with a massive Viper ultimate. Lucky lands onto everyone almost in the server, but the follow-up damage, they're going to be able to find a couple of picks. Make it 2, make it 3. Yoto ultimate comes out from Ike, able to catch VVV, who were trying to hide behind that tree. Q9 are going to be coming in with a Viper ultimate, Temi ultimate to try to come through too. FPX dropping the Yoto blades to try and slash into those players. Unfortunately, it's just going to be caught up a little bit in the eye of the storm. Now, Alex for Ace is going to be coming in with a Yoto ultimate of their own. Forces Godly, it looked like, actually into going for that Justina freeze. So it has to turn their attention to the players on the right side of the map, as Godly is still alive for JJHRD. I can only see, oh no, 3 of their players for the squad still alive. Alex about to go down, drops that Yoto F ability to be able to heal up, doesn't get the reshield, gets caught out by a Zephyr, it looks like, actually is going to potentially get pincered down. Alex has seen that they're a little bit more vulnerable, but somehow they're still going to be able to survive, as it is currently FPX, OC, and Aces, with JJHRD just trying to keep themselves out of these fights, hug the corners, make sure that the majority of their players are going to be able to survive as the zone starts to close up. Alliance is Lucky coming in with a Viper ultimate. Every single player left alive still trying to dash out into the corruption to be able to dodge out of it. As Alliance, 2 players left, start to come on through, swaps to the spear. Justina Freeze comes out from Godly just to try and keep themselves alive a little bit longer. Alliance trying to go toe-to-toe. Yo-Yo ultimate is going to be able to come through from Ike to allow them to get the reposition, but the dash is going to be there. They'll land it onto OC, and it is going to be Alliance playing an absolute stellar final circle, able to survive. And we talked about this team, right? This is a team that has impressed us. We knew in Season 1, towards the end, they were the teams that were coming up with these really clever strategies. They were the ones who were using the purple invisibility bushes to hide when they had things like a Viper ultimate and jump out, pounce at those players that were going past them. And now they've actually been able to survive into those final circles consistently. This team is just looking so strong.
Yeah, wow. Where was this Alliance last season? What is this?
Warming up, okay? They're the only European team in the tournament at the moment. It takes a little while to get used to the game. You can't just grab players from all of these other different FPS genres because Naraka is just so individual. It takes a while to get used to it.
Look, this was calculated. This final circle was incredible. Alliance is lucky, and Ike, the last two players left alive, they completely shifted gears with their thought process and were able to just lock down this whole lobby. The only player who got away from that was OC's 20HH. He died, but he was able to just fly up in the zone and stay away from the Yoda ult and not take damage, and that kept him from giving them the elimination. But Alliance absolutely dumpstered this game. They came out in the end, they had 2 players left alive in a group of like 12 or 13 players, and it was just kept coming up Alliance non-stop. I talk about how detrimental it can be to be a Viper in the final zone if you don't have somebody to follow up on it, because all you're doing is giving value to the other teams. And all night tonight, we have watched Vipers give value to other teams in the final circle. Alliance with Ike being able to follow up on Yodohime with that greatsword. Lucky able to consistently throw the Viper ult, bring the entire lobby to a standstill, and both of them able to move in and secure value from it without giving value to the other teams here in this final circle. This is where Viper can really shine, but you have to have that chemistry, you have to have that coordination, and it is something clearly that has benefited Team Alliance because they did not change their roster. They're one of the few teams who kept their entire roster from Season 1, and it is paying dividends here in Season 2.
One thing they did change ever so slightly though was that Lucky was actually one of those players in Season 1 that was still trying to run Matari with trios. Ever since they've hit Season 2, they've swapped over to the Viper, and they just look so good, right? It was honestly such a good choice for them too, because when they were on the Matari, they were always the last one alive. So you swap them onto that Viper role, they're still going to have the survival instincts, they're still going to make it to the final circle. And as we've talked about, as long as you have one other player, it doesn't matter who, it doesn't matter what hero they're playing. Better if it's the Yodo for sure, because you have the F, you have the ultimate that's going to be able to follow up the most efficiently. But as long as you have one other player who can come in with something like a longsword or a greatsword and land those shots onto those stunned up players, you're going to be able to control that final circle so efficiently.
Yeah, this was textbook. This is what I've wanted to see out of a Viper player from day one. The big issue I really have with all these Viper comps coming in here is that there's no communication, and the Viper almost always is only able to get those big stuns once their teammates are down, right? They don't have that synergy in the final circle. It made sense in Worlds. Worlds, it was every team was running Transformers comp, and it was rampant, and Viper able to shut those down. Now we're seeing the likes of Team Alliance taking that comp and making it their own, and able to have that chemistry and communication. 24 eliminations, 38.4 kill points, taking first place with 5 ranking points as well. It's going to give them a game score of 43.4 points. That is more points in a single game than some teams have scored in a single day. Alliance rocking it out here in game number 5. OC able to pick up 22.2 points, and Fun Plus Phoenix able to secure a very respectable 20.2. YZG able to pick up 7 eliminations, and going out towards the top of the order there is going to walk away with 13.5. That's going to be enough to cement them in first place for now. They can't rest on their laurels because the likes of Team GD and NAD are hot on their heels, ready at any moment to take that positioning out from underneath of them. And Alliance, I think Alliance is going to be top 8 off of this, quite honestly. They were kind of in the middle of that pack in the bottom 8. I think now they've moved up into top 8. Man, if they have another game like this coming into the 6th game, Alliance could very easily be in top 3.
Yeah, they're a clever team, honestly. Now that they've been able to sort of work out the aggression and the tempo, as well as sort of the engagement too. Like the fact that Lucky is able to stay alive for so long, like a lot of the times when we see these teams, when we look at those compositions, the Viper is normally alive in the final circle. The difference is that when you Viper ult, another Viper comes and just capitalizes on everyone being stunned by yours to take the opportunity. But talking about capitalizing off of setup, it is going to be Ike walking away with MVP on that Yodo, thanks to all of the setup done by the teammate of Lucky. As we can see, like, Yodo is so vulnerable now that you can get grabbed out or hit when you go for that second slash after your ultimate is popped. If you have the Viper to just make sure that she has a little bit more safety, she can go forward a little bit more aggressively. You don't have to use that TP conservatively to be able to reposition so you don't take the damage. Instead, you can go just only for DPS output. You can post up damage numbers like 20.3k.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, 13 eliminations, 6 assists here. And you know what? The stats say that Alliance's Ike is the MVP here. But it's lucky. It's Alliance's lucky. They were the setup. We kind of talked about this earlier, kind of being that passive support role a little bit where you're just bringing value to the team. That value is what allows players like Ike to pick up that many eliminations. And it was 100% Alliance's Lucky who was setting up all of the value in that final circle for the like of Alliance. But guys, before we get ready to come back for our 6th and final game, we're going to get a little bit more value as we throw things over to Jaeger, who's going to give us yet another interview and some more insight into the NBPL.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. Today we are very glad to invite Lucky to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hello, Lucky. 然后先给我们的观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 A 队的 Lucky。
好的，再次欢迎你。So congratulations that you guys get the highest score, and I saw that you guys choose the Yodo and Wu Chen and Viper today. And in the final circle, we see that our Viper like used twice ultimate and have really good time. So I would like to know how you communication at that time to use the ultimate of Viper. 那首先要恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得最高分。我们也看到今天你们拿的这个妖红尘的阵容啊，其实在决赛圈也拿到了非常多的分数，特别是我们的这个宁红叶，他其实在决赛圈的时候，他是2次开了大招，而且都选了非常好的时机。那我想问一下，当时你们是怎么沟通他去开大的这个位置和时间的呢？
有一波就是快刷圈了，刷5、6圈的时候，就是快到梅花桩的，我们是提前开了一波大招去收了一波头，然后我们就上树了。第2波大招是留到最后梅花桩刷没了，我们再开大，因为那个时候他们想跑也跑不掉了，就只能吃晕了。
So actually we have the twice time of the ultimate of Viper, and at the first time it's close to the final circle, and at that time we choose like no many people are focused on our team and we want to control other opponents and to kill them. And the second time is at the end of the game, and when like they are all is in the final, and we like use the ultimate of Viper, and that we can control all the opponents so that we can get the highest score. Okay, so because we saw your hero combo together, and a lot of like our audience asked what do you think the position of the Viper is, the attack or for the like support? 那我们也看到今天妖红尘的阵容嘛，其实观众朋友们会比较想问一下，你觉得在宁红叶，其实在你们这个阵容当中，到底处于一个什么样的位置？到底是一个攻击的位置呢，还是做辅助的作用更多呢？
其实攻击跟辅助都可以，主要是看抓机会能力。比如说我这边有一个好的机会，我作为红叶嘛1号位，我就可以直接去上。如果就是妖刀姬那边抓到一些好的机会，我就可以跟着他去打，可以攻击也可以辅助。
So actually, in my opinion, that like Viper, he have like the both of them are both position are both okay for him. Like sometimes if Viper have the very good time and chance, and he can use the ultimate, so we let the Viper to do the control, and at that time, if the Yudu have the good chance to use the ultimate, so we will let Viper to do more like control the opponent to do a support. So Viper is both of them is okay. Okay, so thank you Lucky for today's interview. 谢谢 Lucky 参与我们今天的采访 and we will take a break and be right back later.
左摆列，就带走活不来了吗？王良这边是击败了活不来，拿下本场比赛前锋信这波能反杀，看一下翔宇的这波操作，他秀了。
Naraka fans, welcome back to the Naraka Bladepoint Pro League. We're 5 games deep in today's 6 games of solos. There's 1 game left to determine who is going to be going and playing in this week's finals for trios, as we get to take a look at the overall leaderboard here today. Q9 all the way down on the bottom with only a 51.5 across 2 days. They have 1 more game to perform. NPG, GBL, and KZ, a couple of names you do not expect to see down here in the bottom 8. These teams really don't have much of a chance, unfortunately, of going and competing in the bi-weekly final. And that's very unfortunate, because that bi-weekly final is how you get points, or ranking points for your team to be able to go to Worlds. So to be in that bottom 8 where you can't compete, you can't put any points on the board for your team to be able to go and compete in the World Cup is not a place you want to be, especially in the opening weeks of a new season of the Naraka Bladepoint Pro League. As we're going to take a look at the middle of the pack here, OUG rounding out 16th place with 100.9 points. 17JL able to still hold on to a position in the top 16, but they were in 4th place at the start of the day, so struggling. Or sorry, not 4th place. They were in, I do believe, 5th place at the start of the day, struggling to kind of maintain and hold on. They put 47.2 points on the board today, but kind of paltry considering their first day was a 77.9 point game. Fun plus Phoenix also struggling today. They put 82 points on board their first day. Now, only 36.5. OC with a much better day today, already 78.5 points on the board. Another good game could skyrocket them to a 100-point day. J Team keeping a little bit of that consistency, 10 points over their first day here, and still another game to play. J Team, we're happy to see them coming alive. And now at the very top of the order, Wolves has been dethroned from first place, moved down to 3rd place, still holding on at 139.4 points. YZG moving into that first place position finally after game number 5 with 150 points. NAD hotter on their heels though with 141.9 points. GD suffering a little bit. You know, YZG had a fairly good game for themselves here, and were able to push that gap, and GD just wasn't able to perform this game. But we have to talk about Alliance. I called this before we came to look at this leaderboard. This game, 43.4 points, able to move Team Alliance out of the middle tier of those not bottom 8, but middle 8, and up into the top 5. Alliance, if they have another good game like that, could easily climb up and take 2nd or 1st place away from the likes of YZG. And we have to talk about Team GD just a little bit, because coming into the day, they had 2 dubs back to back, put huge points up on the board, but have struggled since then to make anything happen. And I have a little bit of a theory behind that, Moxie, that I told you we talked about when we got back from break here. Those first 2 games, a lot of the teams making very big mistakes that were easy to capitalize on. GD able to lock onto those mistakes and make things happen. But after those first 2 games, like you called, these teams now kind of getting the dust. They've been practicing on the other maps, so they're coming in, they gotta got to shake it off a little bit. They're not spreading out. They're not making mistakes where they're able to get caught out. They're staggering their ults the right way. And GD not able to capitalize on those mistakes now. And since those mistakes aren't being made, they're struggling to just make it happen as a team against teams who aren't just making mistakes in their face. And unfortunately, for you to be consistent, you have to be able to force the opposing teams into making mistakes for you to capitalize on. You can't just bank on them not playing well when you're in the pro league like this, because these teams are the best of the best when it comes to Naraka BIWEEKLY.
Yeah, and I think it even actually goes a little bit further than that. That might explain as well why we saw GD falling out of the lobby so early on. I think they were actually really going very aggressive, expecting those teams to make those mistakes, knowing that that was the moment that you could properly capitalize and punish for them. And it meant that they went too aggressive by looking for teams making mistakes. They were actually the team in the lobby making the mistake. And all of the teams that they thought they were being able to punish, they picked up on it, and they were able to give GD a little bit of a taste of their own medicine after the first 2 matches.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, GD needs to figure out what's going on there, because it's great to be able to capitalize on another team's mistakes. 100%, that's a skill that every team needs to be able to have under their belt. But like I said, you have to be able to force teams to make those mistakes. Because at the end of the day, most of these teams are not going to come in here and commit cardinal sins of Naraka, right? You're not going to split your trios team up on the regular. You're not going to sit out in the open all the time. You're not going to not stagger your ultimates. It's just not going to happen realistically that often enough in the pro league for that to be your strategy to success. And unfortunately, because of that, GD has been able to hold on. But speaking of holding on, I'm going to need you guys to hold on while we jump to a quick video before we come back for game number 6.
来到新家以后的感受就是，老板好，教练好，经理好，队员也好，反正都挺好的，就跟在 ASE 也很好，反正差不多吧，我感觉差不多，我就是这么感觉的。路人王嘛，路人王，我感觉我跟他比的话，风格不一样吧，风格不一样，我是比较嫩的，他是那种街头的吧，我是这么感觉的。这个我们没有压力，我们打常规赛的话，我们的就基本要求就是上采访嘛，然后基本盘在的话就正常10几分，然后上2、3把采访，然后进周决的话，我感觉我们第一周就是最能拿出冠的，就是这么感觉的。
OUG is in you there, giving us a little bit on how he feels like he's slotting into the new team, as well as their insight into what they think a team needs to do to be able to make it to finals. And he said it without saying it, Moxie. Consistency. They want to put up an average of 12.6 points per game and then win 2 or 3 games. And honestly, that's right where you want to be if you just want to have good consistency. So it's nice to see that some of these pro players agreeing with our favorite word of the day, Moxie.
You know, I wish we had a tally marker for every single time we say that word, because I don't know what we do more often, advocate for Temi or Wu Chen or say the word consistency. It feels like we do about the same amount of both, but another team that sort of has to sort of step up into that role of consistency is FPX. This is something that they have historically struggled with. We saw on week 1 that they were able to get over it. They had a couple of rough matches and they were still able to come in with some really clutch final circles. But because of how this team plays, because of how based around the final circle play for them is, it does mean that their composition and their game strategy is very feast or famine. If they make it into final circle, they tend to have a lot of impact. They tend to have a lot of those fights going in their favor because of the setup from VVV. Very similar to Alliance in that last fight, with Lucky coming in massive. If they don't make it to final circle, the composition does not actually work because you're slotting in all of these players for all of these roles that are just not finding the space to be able to have the impact that they're looking for. You're deliberately picking the Viper and the Yoto to go toe-to-toe, just the way we saw Alliance, so that you can come in with the Viper ultimate to set your Yoto up, to feel safe enough to go for the full slashes for the Yodo ultimate, not cancel it out prematurely, not have to TP out to try and break cover and line of sight because she's being hounded down by all of those players. You are literally putting your Yodo's life in your Viper's hands. And if one of those players doesn't make it into final circle, just the way we see Transformer comps, where the Monk is just useless without that Karumi or a UA to cover them, everything falls apart.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, we kind of talked about how well Alliance played that particular comp in the last game here. They really played it textbook, right? I talked about it and harped on it quite a bit today, that Vipers into final circles, if you do not have the communication and coordination between your team, ultimately only end up giving value to other teams, right? You lock down most of the lobby, and if you don't have the coordination for your team to immediately turn around and go, okay, these are the players that are low, and immediately turn onto those players so that you can pick up the kills, what you end up doing is you end up in a situation where you might secure one kill for your team with the Viper ult, and then all the other players who didn't get locked down by it immediately turn around and are able to pick up 3, 4, 5 kills. And at the end of the day, that's more detrimental than you just not getting one kill, right?
Yeah.
You would much rather have one less point than put 5 points onto other teams, because at the end of the day, that hurts you more than it helps you. But Alliance able to kind of shore up that issue because they had the coordination into that final circle, and that's where Viper can really shine, when a team has that sort of coordination. And speaking of coordination, we're going to take a look at some of these team comps, and we're seeing a lot more Takeda come out. Fun plus Phoenix here, going to be running a Takeda comp again with the Matari and the Temi. If we look down at 17JL, going to be running Takeda, Wu Chen, and Justina. This is a really interesting comp. There's a lot of potential in the aggressive early game for Justina and Takeda to lock players down, either through holding on to the neutral with Takeda's ult, or just locking players down in the freeze to allow Takeda to come in for a combo and then use the ult to extend it, is a really strong play there. But it's interesting to see those two put together on a team. I'm not quite sure how I feel about it yet. And then Q9 kind of running my favorite version of that comp, Takeda, Tumult, Viper. This is the comp I wanted to see. We were just talking about this. I want to see Temi, Viper on the same team. We're seeing it coming out of Q9 and Aces as well.
Yeah, this is going to be really strong. We're also seeing a lot of Temi paired up with that Justina, as I think teams are starting to clock on to the fact that you can use the Temi ultimate to set the Justina ultimate up to have so much more impact. And getting that freeze to connect onto one of those players where you're able to catch them away from that team means that sometimes the Wu Chen TP for the squad that's trying to escape out of that Temi ultimate is not that fast enough to be able to save that one player that gets frozen and just battered between the Justina and the Temi in tandem. As it's going to be interesting to see whether or not some of those squads running that Monk without things like the lifeline of the Karumi, instead choosing to go for a little bit more crowd control with the Justina, are going to be able to make it into final circle. As Alliance, our last match winners, are going to be the squad that we follow first and foremost. They are running that Temi. It's been working extremely well for them so far, as we can already actually see a Temi ultimate comes down. KZ trying to use it to lock up YZG's position. They are going to try and chase after those squads. They know that there isn't really anyone in the area who's going to be able to try and look for that follow through the Temi ultimate, and they've been able to grab a couple bits of loot for themselves. But OC is going to be able to immediately come in with 2 picks, 3 picks onto Q9, as KZ still going to be looking for those players. Freeze form activated for LXX just to be able to keep themselves safe and deny that potential counter from coming on through, as YZG have dropped that Yodo F ability. At the moment, there isn't really the cannon fire to try and push those Yodos away, but at the same time, KZ are just waiting for that Yoto to potentially move away from the blade, and then you go after her, punish them. But at the moment, YZG not having that Yoto to zone out those players with the F ability is now going to mean it's a little bit more vulnerable for KZ to come through. But back comes the Yoto. LXX again has to go for that freeze form, is immediately going to just be dinked down the second that you come out from it. And YZG just not able, or rather able to keep themselves alive, make sure that QGG on that Yodo is able to get out, as the other 2 members just immediately fall into position to be able to cover that Yodo's exit, even with the F ability burn, so that you can then buy time for the reinforcement to come through, means that a potential easy full squad wipe is denied.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's a great start here for YZG as well, because they desperately needed to not have a game where they fall off, right? And YZG is one of those teams that if they don't do well in the early game, they don't pick up some kills for themselves, it gets to their mental a little bit, right? So them getting a squad wipe off the rip here sets them into a good position, because not only does it help their mental, but it also gives them a little bit more of a breathing room between them and NAD, who is hot on their heels. Coming in here, NPG going to be actually locking down GD in the same corner. We saw GG eliminated in before in the final circle of game 3 here, and pumping in a lot of damage. GD, all 3 going to be sent back to the resurrection altar, and NPG going to be able to escape. Speaking of being able to escape, if you guys want to escape with a copy of Naraka Blade Point, you need to head over to Steam right now and lock in one of these codes before they're all gone. They are first come, first serve, so you better be quick. As we pop back over to JJHRD here, who look to be trading shots with NPG from the fight that they just moved away from with GD topside here. NPG trading shots, and neither team really looking like they want to take the engagement.
Yeah, it's sort of a bait, isn't it, to try and see if one of those teams is going to go a little bit too aggressively forward. MPG, though, still wanting to hold on to these buildings and get a little bit more loot because they weren't that aggressive. Now this team thinks that maybe they don't have the resources to be able to properly challenge, and they are going to start to move on through. Potential third party coming out from JJHRD, going to make it a little bit harder for everybody involved. As they come in with the Viper ultimate, they've been able to separate out one of those members from MPG. Sheng should be going down in a matter of moments as MPG tried to come in and save them. Waiting, falls into line, has been able to potentially get a Starlock to connect onto Lixin, but the Nez has might from the teammate is going to be able to cover them, and they can now use the Wuchen TP. Massive bailout coming from that spear, just using all of the damage, all of the distance that that spear, when it is fully charged up, is able to do to entirely cover a player who without it would have gone down.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate here for NBG as well, because now they're going to be caught out by Team OC. And they were maybe hoping that that third party was going to save them here, but it is Dubai who's on the receiving end of the pain of OC here, as OC secures themselves their 5th elimination to tie it up with JJHRD, who are the ones who teleported out there. So now JJHRD and OC tied for first place with 5 eliminations each. Fun plus Phoenix picking up their 4th elimination, moving in to 2nd place here in our 6th game. 17 JLS going to come in with a huge freeze onto VVV, but doesn't have time to fully charge the meter dump on the nunchucks, and they need to be very careful about how they play this, because they are sans armor here, and they just lose Benchu as well. They are not quite able to land a freeze on to another player. Just pumped a little damage. They get VVV again, but they get knocked off as a third party comes in from Team OC. Fun plus Phoenix now going to be on the receiving end of much pain, and 17 JL. Sans, a member, forced to back off, but OC wants all of these kills. They do not want to rest on their laurels and just take what they get from Fun plus Phoenix. So now they're going to come in, and we're going to see the Temi ult lock down the likes of Ziyu. Ziyu, though, coming in with a huge parry into Riposte with a great sword, but going to be locked down by a Dragon's Rush into an Ezra's Bite. And we're going to see both players from Team 17 JL eliminated by OC.
OC just so good at finding those third parties. Right, this is now 2 matches in a row that they've been absolutely devastating in terms of the full party squad wipers. Now we're going to see OC this time getting a little bit challenged by those remaining members of FTX. Looking to try and get this freeze to connect LYD. The second that you come out of that freeze form, it's potentially going to go down. 0-1 does actually take a massive amount of damage from the peel from the team, though. VVV potentially trying to come through with the longsword strike is going to get caught up, separated away from the remaining members of FPX, and it is going to be OC able to claim that one pick. As now just using again that spear, making sure that if people try to go for the third party, which GG are trying to do, they should be able to use the weapon to keep themselves at an arm's length. A little bit of stealth to try and dodge out of the Yoto blade, so you don't know where they're coming from. Massive Viper stun comes through to allow that Miskia to get the Yoto ultimate off cleanly. And now out goes the spears. On comes the Crescent Slams. The Yoto F's just chasing 0-1 down, denying any reposition from that Justina, as it is going to be GG coming in with the third party. You know, sometimes you're a good third party, sometimes you get third party. That's just the way coin goes.
Yeah, unfortunately into the early game, but that's why you have to play so aggressive in the early game, because while you have that safety net, the risk of third party is a little bit less there, because if you even get third party, you can reset, and it's paid off for OC, right? They might have just been eliminated there, but they do still have that resurrection, so they can go back to the Soul Altar with a substantial number of kills under their belt from all of their own third-party shenanigans. So they have to be happy about the number of kills they've already locked in as they get ready to move forward into the game, because I do believe when I looked, they were at 11 or 12 kills already, and we're not even into zone 2, but we're about to kind of enter into that lull here very soon. And zone 1 collapses onto zone 2, and we're going to start to see those Morris blessings coming up. But it's JJHRD right now who's locked in onto NPG for a second time. They were the ones who eliminated most of NPG before OC came in for the third party at Shadow Jade Pond, and they were trying to do it again and completely knock NPG out of the game.
Forces the Witch NTP.
Yeah,
GGHRD, the second that they show up, NBG are just like, no, we don't want this. We're okay, we're just repositioning. We'll burn an ultimate, and then we'll come in and just pepper a little bit of damage at you from afar. Dubai is looking for this engagement. They've got the cannons out. They're trying to land a little bit of splash damage so that the Yodo ultimate is going to do enough damage to try and separate one of those players out and just get that kill, get that knock, but they go too close. The Viper ultimate is going to be coming through from JJHRD, and I love this, just using the teammates' bodies to cover the Viper so that you can actually move close enough to get it to land. Unfortunately, MPG were just able to back away. The Yoto ultimate from Dubai is going to be able to come through, and despite losing Cheng, they should be able to get the resurrection off, but another team in the distance has seen now that they were trying to get the res. JJHRD coming back with a Yoto ultimate of their own is going to be able to snipe out. Dubai is looking to get the grapple to connect onto another member of MPG. Waiting is falling extremely low on that great, so just not given any rest to be able to try to charge up that spin. And it is going to be a successful hunt for the team as we move on to see Q9, who are not running the Monk. It's really weird when we look at Q9. We normally expect to see Igor, but he is, of course, moved over to J-Team. And it has actually affected how that composition is on for a lot of these teams. Ironic that J-Team, known for being one of those teams that countered the Transformer comp so effectively, now have one of the best Transformer comps in the lobby.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting to see all of the player swaps come out. Like you said, again, now coming in and being one of the big Transformer comps. And it paid off for J-Team today in their huge game that they had. GD here finally getting on the board. JJHRD there had actually surpassed them and move up into third place, but now Wolves being supplanted by not one, but 4 different teams moving down into 5th place, unfortunately, as these 4 teams continue to fight over first place. But YZG locking themselves down in a really good position right now. The likes of NAD, GD, or JJHRD gonna have to have really, really strong games and see YZG eliminated fairly soon if they want to take that coveted first place away, because this is it. This is the last game. This is for all of the marbles to determine everybody's position coming into the first bi-weekly finals of season 2 here. We're going to see a Temi ult come out here from KZ as they try to lock down the members of 17JL. LXX waiting a little too long after landing the freeze is going to allow Benchu to get out here. LXX getting a little greedy. They could have let that first charge go and still pumped out a ton of damage, but they really wanted the second charge, and unfortunately it looks like it might cost the members of KZ here, as LXX now being targeted down, taking a ton of damage. LXX is going to go down. 17JL turns this fight on its head. They are down most of their ultimates, actually all of their ultimates now, as the Matari's ultimate is as well, and 17Flower, the last remaining member, lands the Dragon's Rush into a Nezha's Might, but doesn't connect onto anyone with the follow-through from the Nezha's Might. 17Flower about to be eliminated. 1 HP and a dream as they turn back in with the spear. 17JL trying to land some shots, and they are going to land the grapple and come in, and Team KZ is going to be eliminated here from the 6th game with 0 points. Huge misplay there coming out from LXX on Team KZ. If they had just let that go a little bit early, they probably would have picked up that elimination, and it would have been a 3v2. The greed coming in to cost KZ here in game number 6.
I'm a fan as well of the weapon layout that they were running. They're having that Takeda and they're using the ultimate, but they've actually got the longsword. So you're able to land both the ultimate, which obviously has that range damage that it does, coming out across, catching all of those players in the way, and then you follow it up with the longsword horizontal strikes. And a lot of the time, they're so busy taking that hit from the ultimate that the horizontal strike is going to be able to catch on to them as well. It's really smart play coming out from the Takeda. So we don't normally get to see Takeda being used in these conversations, and it's lovely getting to see how these players are adapting around each of these heroes' individual toolkits, trying to figure out what weapon best suits their style. As we always do have the discussion, well, what is better, katana, dual blades, great sword, nunchucks. Nunchucks obviously having a really good run in the solos, but not so much at the moment, as it is going to be Ventus with the great sword. Pixel loving to pick up that weapon, just careen into those players, making it a real punishing fact of if you want to try and challenge that monk and get in close, you're going to be within grabbing distance when he actually goes for that transformation, and also probably docked below half health, so the slam will kill you on the reverb. There's JJHRD coming in now with the full squad, picking up Pixel. Balclang used early. Doesn't matter about that greatsword. Resurrection is going to be there. It's not going to be a full wipe. However, it's still going to give Pixel a little bit of pause for thought.
Yeah, unfortunately, Fun Plus Phoenix losing another member after coming back to the Soul Altar for the Resurrection, but JJHRD here on 11 eliminations as Zone 2 begins to collapse down onto Zone 3. We'll probably see things take a little bit of a slower turn as those Morse Blessings come up, and a lot of these teams look to either secure them or put distance between themselves and the teams who are going to pick up those buffs, but I don't think we're going to see JJHRD slow down anytime soon. They've picked up 11 eliminations and been able to secure themselves third place right now. I don't think they intend to slow down. They know they need to put some more big eliminations under the belt and take a huge placement if they want to pull up into that coveted first place spot coming into the the first bi-weekly final of the second season of NBPL here. OUG looking to move across the map here just a little bit and find themselves some sort of space and loot, because they are behind in terms of loot, rocking all blue weapons and blue armor. Taking a look to J-Team now, a little more separated than I would like to see J-Team as they come in for a potential third party here. Eagle and Lee not near their other member, just taking pop shots at the other teams here, and now they're going to find ZK up top and around. It's smart for them to go ahead and get back together. GD going to catch out the likes of YZG here. QGG getting absolutely blitzed, and now the Temiol coming down, trying to use the F3 to cover. I like this from QGG. Throws the F3 on top of the wall, so as they walk through the wall, they have coverage, right? You see the swap come out, J-Team trying to get one of their players out here, but the Temiol seems like it's going to be able to buy them that Morris blessing down below here. J-Team still trying to force something here, but it's YZG who comes in from behind here, and looks like they are actually going to lock down. I do believe that is a Draco Storm, and they are now going to be a threat to contend with here as all these teams come together. We're going to see a massive stun come out onto QGG though. Malmon absolutely pumping out the damage. QGG going super low though. Malmon no place to go as the F3 comes out, and YZG is able to recover from that, and they pick up a kill onto NAD's Doshi. NAD able to Wu-Chen ult out, get Doshi back up, and now they need to create some space because YZG is a force to be reckoned with, much less when they've got a Draco Storm.
It looks as well like they just Wu-Chen TP'd into the Viper stun, which is really unfortunate given the fact that they were looking to get aggressive and try and find those picks. As YZG now are going to be looking for that chase, trying to just use those grapples, keep the distance as short as possible between those two teams. Still looking for that grapple. We're going to actually see a Drakestorm come out from Q9 as well. And they've been able to chase some of these players on the side of NAD into the buildings and courtyard, forcing the Yoto ultimate to come through. Tap dodge out of the first strike, goes for the Crescent Slam to try and land onto the Yoto, who is very close. Actually has been able to find Doshi, who was trying to peel for the Yoto, and will be able to pick them out as well as QGG hits them with a bow shot. And suddenly, NAD just massively out of position, a little bit too aggressive. Right. Go away as YZG going to be able to pick up two. And we hit the lull phase. Everyone just being a little bit more cautious. Trying to keep themselves nice and safe, not wanting to be caught out as the zone starts to close on up and all of these players have to try and outweight the buffs that come through. As you see, Wuchen TPs just to make sure that players are able to rotate outside of the ring a little bit safer, not wanting to fall into the snare that we saw. I believe it was in second match, where the team stuck on the low ground, or unfortunately when they didn't have a Wuchen or any real way of being able to just push up from the cliff, had to pop so many ultimates and stagger them out in the worst possible spaces that they were just lapped upon by every single team in the surrounding area.
Oh yeah. You know, when you get into this phase, especially when you see a team like YZG, who's able to secure that Draco Storm, if you don't have those buffs, you really don't want to find yourself walking into some of these teams and ending up on the receiving end of that buff. It's just so strong. We saw the likes of YZG's QGG immediately after getting it. You know, they get caught out by a huge Viper stun. They're not able to use that Draco Storm to help themselves while they're stunned out. And even with the fact that they were stunned out, they weren't able to get blitzed down. They go to 1 HP, and as soon as they're able to come up, the Draco Storm comes in, pumps out a huge hit stun, and they're able to turn that fight and start picking up kills immediately. That's the power that Draco Storm really brings to a fight coming into the mid game here. Speaking of which, we're going to see Q9 coming in using that Temi ult, trying to secure the Morris Blessing, but they're not able to make anything happen as the Temi ult runs out a little bit faster than they would like. They're going to come in now with a Temi ult of their own. I guess that was another team's Temi ult that they were able to counteract with because of Jay here. They're able to get on the Morris Blessing now because there's no threat of those range shots. And this is why a Tumultual is so strong in the mid game here, as they're able to pick up some huge loot. Q9's LWH with legendary armor and a legendary greatsword is a massive threat to the rest of this lobby.
Yeah, you have to be so concerned about this, right? Especially when that ultimate comes through. You're just going to be able to knock everyone airborne and then charge up that slash and hit them as they're about to collapse. Repeating crossbow shots coming on through. We've surpassed the lull phase. It seems like no one really wants to go for cannon fire this time. Instead, they're just trying to hammer in as much damage as quickly as possible so that third parties are potentially discouraged. As GG, Wuchen TPs into the absolute worst possible position, and it is going to be Alliance and GG now vying for the space. I think Alliance got a little bit by surprise on suddenly a team appearing in front of them, but they were able to handle it rather decently, if we do say so ourselves. And it is now going to be Q9 that they're going to have to try and evict from this building. Q9, though, coming with some really nice loot. Spears, too, to just clear up that distance, forcing Alliance away. They just were able to survive a little unfriendly drop-in. They don't really want to take this next fight so quickly, but it is going to be one of those members from Alliance potentially stuck behind the rest of the crew. However, Q9, having gone so aggressively after Alliance, have now put themselves into the crosshairs of every single team in the surrounding area, and they are just forced to try and jump into Secret Tunnel. And they've been able to find G2's Lee, who was not expecting a team to plop down on their head, but with the longsword and a couple of horizontal strikes, they've been able to keep themselves mostly alive. We're going to see the zoning Viper ultimate now as Lee's trying to escape. It might just be able, to inch behind the pillar and break line of sight before it can properly hit off. As now it's a Temi ultimate, Terracotta Warrior coming out from J-Team's Eagle just to try and keep this team at bay, stun them into one of those walls so you can get the full slash to come through. But Q9's Lee just W's in with that legendary greatsword into so much damage. And there's just no health, no armor for anyone to be able to survive unless you're a Justina or you've got something like Mortal Defiance, because that Lego greatsword is just putting down so many damage numbers. No one's even contesting that space. It's just cannon fire to try and keep them in the space the 17JL can survive if they decide to peek their heads and chase after the team.
Yeah, that legendary greatsword putting in absolutely work for Q9. And you know, Q9 desperately needs it. They're sitting all the way at the bottom of the overall standings, and now YZG is the one who got them locked down. And I did it. I said it. And then all of a sudden they walk in, YZG, and this is terrifying. You've got Viper and Yodo, and now you're gonna put a legendary greatsword into that team as well. You know the Yodo Hime is about to pick up that Legi greatsword. Things are about to get very, very dangerous here as YZG has secured themselves 10 kills and almost cemented themselves guaranteed into that first place position now, because JJHRD really the only team setting themselves up to be able to do anything about it, with 11 eliminations for themselves in this game. They're still almost 20 points behind because of it. They would need YZG to go out right now and to pick up the rest of the lobby to have any hopes of making anything happen. But OC's picking up members left, right, and center. We just saw JJHRD actually pick up a straggler from Q9 with a huge cannon shot to bring themselves up to 12 eliminations. I have a feeling this is going to come down to JJHRD and our boys in YZG here into the final circle, though, as they are both dominating the spaces here in this game. JJHRD actually moving up into second place now after picking up 13 eliminations, but still a huge 18 points behind YZG, and YZG doesn't look like they're going to be finished in this game anytime soon, as we turn their attention to Fun plus Phoenix's VVV, who was looking to lock down a team with the pit ult here, but they were able to use that Wu Chen ult to create space and get away, and now VVV absolutely getting locked down as JJHRD coming in with an ult as well. Fun plus Phoenix going to lose VVV here to a huge ultimate from God Lee here. They're trying to come in LYD with this legendary set of dual blades, I do believe, and make something happen, but it's not going to work as we see TXJ go down. And now it's a 1v3 situation. LYD with 1 HP and a dream. And sorry, it's not dual blades, it's actually a pair of nunchucks, but they just need a single hit, and there it is. JHRD going to be picking up legendary armor and nunchucks on top of it. And wait, all of a sudden YZG's eliminated by Team Alliance?
This is why you don't count Alliance out, ever.
You never count Alliance out.
They've been able to loot. They've been able to get all of the legendaries that YZG was carrying. This is going to be very scary. This is potentially going to come down to JJHRD and Alliance. OUG do have all of their players alive, but at the moment, JJHRD coming in with that Viper stun to try to set up. But this is what we were talking about, right? When you don't have that damage, that Viper ultimate in these enclosed spaces sets up other teams to come through instead. Look at OUG. They've got the Terracotta Warrior out. They've got a Viper ultimate too to make sure that you've got the room. No one's focusing your UA down. Everyone's too busy trying to break line of sight with the Viper ultimate and all of the stuns when the slashes come through. You've got a UA Terracotta Warrior with the stacked and scaled weapon to follow through on all of the players as OC reduced to just one member runs into a building, but it's Occupado, and it is going to be 28HH with that legendary greatsword having to just take up the roof as Alliance only have the one. Ika is the only player for the squad left alive on that. Justina is going to be able to get the freeze to connect onto 28HH, but is unfortunately going to be locked against that wall with a player with a legendary greatsword. Will be able to escape, just about manages to dodge the grapple chase, but unfortunately is now going to be in a very tough position. Has to go for the freeze form. Is now going to be leapt upon by the remaining members of OUG, who are just instantly able to zero focus down that Justina and pick up the kills. And what we thought would happen, the showdown between JJHRD and YZG just does not sputter into existence because Alliance just decided to decimate the entire squad at the top.
Yeah, what a turn of events. That was a roller coaster of a final 3 minutes of a game, because we really expected it to come down to JJHRD versus YZG, and all of a sudden we look over, Alliance has been quiet all game, and then they just go, hey, YZG, I know you're at the top, I know you've got a ton of points accumulated under your belt, you've got gold armor, gold weapons. Yeah, we're just gonna take that from you real quick. It slides in, moves back up the leaderboard into third place for themselves, and then you kind of expect it to come down to Alliance versus JJHRD in the end, but it is OUG who finds themselves in a better situation, because the Viper stun coming out from JJHRD doesn't really get any mileage out, because the UA able to ult to counteract the stun, is clearly running the version of the UA ult where the stuns don't affect them, and they were running the shorter stun, whereas OUG comes in with the much longer stun and gets a ton of mileage out of it, and is able to secure multiple members of JJHRD, and then finally lock down the third member. And it's two solo players left alive, and we see the likes of Alliance's Ike trying to just secure themselves one more kill as they catch out the last remaining player of OC. But it's not enough because the Stoneform comes out from the Greatsword, blocks those hits from the Katana, and at that point, all the members of OUG are just sitting down below going, y'all gonna finish anytime soon? Because we're just waiting for you down here. And as soon as Alliance gets out of there, they clean up the kill onto OC, and Alliance's Ike just turns, looks around and goes, there's nothing I can do here. He turns to look to the body. He really wants to pick up that Soul Bloom essence off of the body, but he's not able to. As soon as he clearly stops, hits tab to open that menu to grab it, hit in the back of the head with a pair of nunchucks, knocks him so far away from the body, he can't even pick up the Soul Bloom essence. He's forced to freeze it out. He's got no ult charge left. He's got nothing left in the tank. There's 3 players there. You can't tap dodge away from all 3 of them, and you just end up blitzed down, and OUG is going to clutch it out. And unfortunately for OUG, as good as a game as that was for them, they put some points on the board. They're going to finish out in first place. It's not enough to really shift them in the ranking any which way. They're in the top 16. They're going to be able to go compete in the bi-weekly final, but I don't think it's enough to really help them coming into the final in terms of their positioning. They have a big mountain to climb. They want to walk away the winner of the first bi-weekly final, but those top 3 teams continue to change up. I've got to give a big hand to Alliance. When we came in today, they were in the very, bottom of the pack. They were in the bottom 8. They clawed their way from bottom 8 to top 3, and it's not something you expect to see coming out of Team Alliance. And like I said, them keeping onto that roster and holding onto that team is paying dividends right now. And I think it comes down to the fact that this is such a new league, and so many of these players are struggling to adapt to the roster changes for their team.
Yeah, say it with me, everyone. Consistency is the most important factor. Like, it doesn't matter if you have one amazing game, if another team can just consistently output at least 20 points each game. And we're seeing it sort of reflected in terms of all of the teams that are coming through in terms of the top half of that leaderboard, as we can have a look at how exactly that last game 6 did pan out. It is going to be OG on top, coming in with a nice 16 kills, 24 points, 27 game score, so decent. YZG though, this is a team that needed to have a good match. They didn't have a great match, but they had a good match, and I think that's still going to be enough to keep their head above water and keep them on a podium finish, because there were teams like NAD and GD who both went below the top 10 that were nipping on their heels, and after a good game 6 could potentially have overtaken.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's super unfortunate, but I think we hit the nail on the head when we talk about GD in terms of why they're struggling post their first 2 games, because they came into the day very strong. They took 2 NBPs back to back. We haven't seen a start to the day with double NBPs off the rip in quite a while, but unfortunately they were only capitalizing on the mistakes of other teams. The other teams locked it in. They weren't able to force mistakes anymore, and since then they struggled all 4 of their last games to even put a minimal amount of points on the board. And we got to take a look here at OC's 28HH playing Matari here, coming in as the MVP with 15,000 damage, 7 eliminations, and 6 assists. A huge game coming out from OC's 28HH, and they had a very, very good game here. And you know what? Even though they didn't walk away the first place finish in this last game, they had so many eliminations it just didn't matter. He played for placement. They go out in 3rd place. I'm sure his team's super happy with the performance here in this final game.
Yeah, and I think for like us, this is sort of the time that we can start to use these players and these teams' performances as a benchmark. Like, first week it was okay, the nerves are probably back, a new meta might have adjusted, there are a couple of patch notes that went through, they're going to be practicing a new map. there's room to make mistakes. You're going to be expecting a little bit of inconsistencies, especially with how drastic some of these teams did change up. We've now had enough time that has passed where these teams should have settled into their roles, are feeling a lot more confident, are returning back to Morris Isle, and are having used as well to playing on this isle, playing the compositions and metas that we've seen. And we can sort of track the teams that, while yes, they've had a couple of new pickups, maybe there's been a little bit of a roster shuffle, a little bit of change in how they communicate, they're still able to get used to it. They're still able to adapt. They're still going to be coming into bi-weekly finals with a good amount of points to lead them. We can also sort of use it as a benchmark to pin down the teams that have been struggling when it comes to being able to push themselves up and are instead looking at those moments where those players against them are being potentially dragged down. And I think GD is definitely one of those teams that, as we've pointed out, we're looking to play off of players' mistakes, and the fact that we saw a rise in Temi and Wu Chen, making it a lot harder for those teams to be in positions where they could make those mistakes, or at least making it easier if they did make the reposition mistakes to actually erase, because you can just TP or drop that Temi ultimate to make sure that, okay, you messed up, you're still going to have space to breathe. Made sure that GD weren't able to find the openings that we'd seen previously.
Oh, absolutely. And speaking of finding an opening, I think we found a perfect opening to throw to an interview with Jaeger before we come back and take a look at the final scoreboard.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. Today we are very glad to invite 冷静 to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hi 冷静，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好。
对不起，对不起。
没事。Hello， 大家好，我是 OC 的冷静。
好的，欢迎你们。So first of all, congratulations that you guys get the highest score in the game 6. And I see that you guys choose the hero combo, which is the Justina Gu and Matari and Timuch together. And I would like to know why you choose this hero combo and how you comment on its advantage. 那首先要恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得最高分。看到你们今天的英雄阵容啊，想问一下为什么选这个阵容？然后你自己觉得它的这个优势在哪里呢？
因为这套阵容点杀比较厉害吧，我们可以直接大招全交，然后队伍比较自由，然后玩法就比较，想怎么玩就怎么玩。
So for me, I think our this hero combo together is very free and have freedom, and we can use the ultimate together and to kill our opponent. So also I think this hero combo together is flexible. So I think this is the advantage of this hero combo. Okay, so I also say that you use the Timuch today, and I would like to know how's your comment on this hero, and do you think there's any skill can share with us? 那我们也看到今天其实你选的这个特莫尔，然后想问一下，那在特莫尔方面，在打3排自己有什么技巧可以给我们分享吗？
大招可以就是作为进攻，也可以作为防守，保护队友嘛。然后如果需要进攻的话，我们可以进攻，然后可以防守，保护队友，都是可以的。
So for the Timuch, its ultimate is very both can attack and also can defense. And when I use the ultimate, I can also protect my teammate. That's why I think Timuch is a very good hero in the Trios game. And we also see a lot of audience like the hero Takada. And I would like to know how you comment on this hero in the Trios game. 那我们也知道，其实现在我们很多观众也非常喜欢武田这个英雄。那你怎么评价武田这个英雄在3排中的表现呢？
太强了，3v3无敌。
Okay, so I think, in my opinion, I think when Takada used the 3v3 fight together, it's very very strong in the Trios game. Okay, 谢谢冷静接受我们今天的采访 ，Thank you, and we will give the picture back to the caster.
Thanks, Jaeger, for giving us a little bit of insight there into the mind of OC, talking about of how strong they think Tumulk is, which is, we kind of have been the Temi fanboys today, Moxie, which is weird because I love me some Target G. I was a Tiana High main for a very, very long time. So coming in and our Sandboy quite literally pumping some of these teams up to the top of the list here today. The adaptation has been huge for most of these teams today. Like you said, the first couple of games, GD really capitalizing on the mistakes of other teams, but then moving in, we saw more and more teams picking up Tumulk, picking up that Wu Chen so that they could cover those mistakes that the teams were making and make it so the other teams couldn't capitalize on them as much. And then it turns out that GD ended up being the team that makes the mistakes, coming in at the wrong time, trying to take Moore's blessing, just multiple things where it didn't line up for them. You know, they came into game 3 guns blazing, thinking they were going to do the same thing they did in the first 2 games, and they go out almost immediately with a 1.6 game score after, you know, 2 massive games for them. It really has been the day of Tumult at the end of the day. If you think about it, every big play we saw today, we saw a Temi ult come out, teams utilizing those Temi ults to secure those Moore's blessings, to bring them from the mid game into the late game, and we got to see one team use that Tumult in place of Yueshan in the transformation comp, and they absolutely pop off. It is a strong comp, and I think we are going to see more and more teams utilize it, especially as we move to Hollow Raw in the next bi-weekly split here. We're taking a look at the overall standings. Wow! Bao Da in last place, Moxie.
Yeah, I have told you, I've been keeping you updated with BIDA's progress, because we were like, before season 2 started, we were looking at all of the rosters and we were going, okay, this team's going to be amazing, this team's going to be amazing. We got to BIDA and we were like, whoo!
Yeah,
that
they're
team's
stacked.
And you can see, again, just like the consistency in communication. Like you said to me during the break, you can have the best players and the best roles, but if they're not able to synergize and mesh together, it's going to become very obvious and very punishable. As we can then look to a couple of other teams. J Team lagging behind at number 15. They had a decent day. I know they posted up 51.8 on day 2, 66.7 today to make a total of 118, which is definitely a better performance than they had in season 1. So it's lovely to see that their pickup is really working out for them, and we are seeing the communication and synergy start to build. GG, FPX, 17JL, also all of these teams that we've had our sort of eye on, looking to see whether or not they've been able to adapt. In Ventus being one of those teams who day 1 had a very coin flippy and inconsistent day, still going to be able to keep themselves towards the middle end of the pack. And we can see that day 3 has meant a lot of shuffles in terms of podium positions. Wolves have dropped all the way down to number 7. YZG going to be hopping on over to the number 1 spot with a total of 166. But JJ, HRD, and Alliance, both teams that before today were sort of around about 9th, 10th spot, have moved all the way up, with one team picking up 88.4 points and Alliance backing 90.4 to 2nd and 3rd place to finish up in podium positions as we head into the bi-weekly finals. And for those two teams, surely they are feeling so proud of that performance, because you want to talk about teams that are adapting well into season 2 and all of the changes it's brought with it. Look no further than those two.
Oh, absolutely. We have to give a big shout out to Alliance as well here. This team struggled in season 1 to find their footing. Towards the end of the season, they kind of started to come into their own a little bit more. They were putting more points on the board, and they really, you know, they didn't get to go to grand finals, unfortunately, right? We had Yuki from Team Alliance actually come join us and cast one of the grand final events with us, which was an absolute pleasure. But that was how they had to come in and represent their team, because unfortunately Alliance couldn't make it happen. Clearly a much different Alliance this season, and I said it twice during the broadcast today already, but I think the fact that they stuck to their guns, stuck with their roster, and went, look, we picked you guys for a reason. You have the potential clearly. We're going to keep the grinding, we're going to keep coaching, and we're going to see if you can continue to improve like you have been. It paid off because they get to keep this energy and they get to keep improving. I think one of the biggest mistakes that an esports org can make is if you have a team like Team Alliance who started way in the bottom of the pack throughout the beginning of the first season, is immediately to go to, let's go to a roster change, if by the end of the season they have improved, right? Yeah. If you can see that improvement, clearly the team is capable of still improving, right? Their position gets better the further they go into the season, time and time again. That's a team worth investing your resources in, because they still have room to grow. It's when a team becomes stagnant and they're not performing that you really need to look at them and go, okay, maybe it's time for some of those roster changes. And J team kind of sent out a lot of their players this season, and I have to kind of agree with the shift on them here. As much as they had a really good roster, they sent VVV out, they sent 101TN out to these other teams, and they wanted to pick up some other people. Picking up Eagle has been huge for them. They've been able to lock themselves into a position where they're performing more consistently. They're not having the big pop-off games that they had in Season 1, which was able to secure themselves a place to play in Grand Finals. They're not able to just completely dominate lobbies, though we did see them walk away with a big MVP and dominate a lobby today. The important thing is that consistency, because if you have that consistency, when you finally have a pop-off game, it means 3 to 4 times more than if you're having multiple 0 or 2-point games locked down on the roster, because those points are actually going to really shift you up in the position. And we saw that with teams like Team Alliance and Team GGHRD today, who were able to have, oh my god, all of a sudden this big moment that they have a pop-off game, but because they consistently put points on the board throughout the day, that made the difference maker, and they are able to take a podium finish going into the bi-weekly finals. But Moxie, I do believe that's going to be it from us here today in the Nbpl. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming out, and don't forget to tune in Saturday and Sunday, because this has just been your regular bi-weekly final coming into Saturday and Sunday. We're going to see who's going to walk away with the money and take the crown for our first bi-weekly split finals of the Nbpl Season 2.